tattoos on my base. Feel a lot of pressure around my waist. Through all this heartbreak and all this pain, takes a lot of truth, gotta put in your face. Shit sting like mace, ain't nothing that we can't take. Gotta see it through ya every which way. Surprising these records, the look on your face. Been a long time since the wrong way. Now we taking off like runway. Why we always gotta learn shit the hard way? That shit put me into a dark place. Never refer to them old days, cause if you gon' live in the past, that shit gon' come back, hit your ass like a tall wave. Sending the vibes of tsunami. Ay. I think I've fallen down. I think I died again and again. Too many times, too many lies, too many done died, too many. And I never cried, like who wouldn't? Like really what's wrong? I'm numb and I'm strong. The warrior story, just righting my wrongs. Singing so much just might burn out my lung. Wait, nah, that's what smoking is strong. Yeah,
smoking other planetary shit, NASA. Making this shit make a move like NASCAR. Making it tune shit you can never pass on. Take out my heart to a monk or a pastor. Don't know how to fix it, I know it needs patch up. Cut that shit out, serve it up on a platter.
If you don't love yourself, then it don't even matter. Need more tattoos on my base. Feel a lot of pressure around my waist. Through all this heartbreak and all this pain, takes a lot of truth, gotta put in your face. Shit sting like mace, ain't nothing that we can't take. Gotta see it through ya every which way. Surprising these records, the look on your face. Been a long time since the wrong way. Now we taking off like runway. Why we always gotta learn shit the hard way? That shit put me into a dark place. Never refer to them old days, cause if you gon' live in the past, that shit gon' come back, hit your ass like a tall wave. Sending the vibes of tsunami. Ay. I think I've fallen down. I think I died again and again. More tattoos on my base. Feel a lot of pressure around my waist. Through all this heartbreak and all this pain, takes a lot of truth, gotta put in your face. Shit sting like mace, ain't nothing that we can't take. Gotta see it through ya every which way. Surprising these records, the look on your face. Been a long time since the wrong way. Now we taking off like runway. Why we always gotta learn shit the hard way? That shit put me into a dark place. Never refer to them old days, cause if you gon' live in the past, that shit gon' come back, hit your ass like a tall wave. Sending the vibes of tsunami. Ay. I think I've fallen down. I think I died again and again. Too many times, too many lies, too many done died, too many. And I never cried, like who wouldn't? Like really what's wrong? I'm numb and I'm strong. The warrior story, just righting my wrongs. Singing so much just might burn out my lung. Wait, nah, that's what smoking is strong. Yeah,
smoking other planetary shit, NASA. Making this shit make a move like NASCAR. Making it tune shit you can never pass on. Take out my heart to a monk or a pastor. Don't know how to fix it, I know it needs patch up. Cut that shit out, serve it up on a platter.
If you don't love yourself, then it don't even matter. Need more tattoos on my base. Feel a lot of pressure around my waist. Through all this heartbreak and all this pain, takes a lot of truth, gotta put in your face. Shit sting like mace, ain't nothing that we can't take. Gotta see it through ya every which way. Surprising these records, the look on your face. Been a long time since the wrong way. Now we taking off like runway. Why we always gotta learn shit the hard way? That shit put me into a dark place. Never refer to them old days, cause if you gon' live in the past, that shit gon' come back, hit your ass like a tall wave. Sending the vibes of tsunami. Ay. I think I've fallen down. I think I died again and again. more tattoos on my base. Feel a lot of pressure around my waist. Through all this heartbreak and all this pain, takes a lot of truth, gotta put in your face. Shit sting like mace, ain't nothing that we can't take. Gotta see it through, yeah, every which way. Surprising these records, the look on your face. Been a long time since the wrong way. Now we taking off like runway. Why we always gotta learn shit the hard way? That shit put me into a dark place. Never refer to them old days, cause if you're gonna live in the past, that shit gon' come back, hit your ass like a tall wave. Sending the vibes of tsunami. Ay. I think I've fallen down. I think I died again and again. Too many times, too many lies, too many done died, too many. And I never cried, like who wouldn't? Like really what's wrong? I'm numb and I'm strong. The warrior story, just righting my wrongs. Singing so much just might burn out my lung. Wait, nah, that's what smoking is strong. Yeah,
Smoking other planetary shit, NASA. Making this shit make a move like NASCAR. Making it tune shit you can never pass on. Take out my heart to a monk or a pastor. Don't know how to fix it, I know it needs patch up. Cut that shit out, serve it up on a platter.
Cause if you don't love yourself, then it don't even matter. Need more tattoos on my base. Feel a lot of pressure around my waist. Through all this heartbreak and all this pain, takes a lot of truth, gotta put in your face. Shit sting like mace, ain't nothing that we can't take. Gotta see it through, yeah, every which way. Surprising these records, the look on your face. Been a long time since the wrong way. Now we taking off like runway. Why we always gotta learn shit the hard way? That shit put me into a dark place. Never refer to them old days, cause if you're gonna live in the past, that shit gon' come back, hit your ass like a tall wave. Sending the vibes of tsunami. Ay. I think I've fallen down. I think I died again and again. Need more tattoos on my base. Feel a lot of pressure around my waist. Through all this heartbreak and all this pain, takes a lot of truth, gotta put in your face. Shit sting like mace, ain't nothing that we can't take. Gotta see it through, yeah, every which way. Surprising these records, the look on your face. Been a long time since the wrong way. Now we taking off like runway. Why we always gotta learn shit the hard way? That shit put me into a dark place. Never refer to them old days, cause if you're gonna live in the past, that shit gon' come back, hit your ass like a tall wave. Sending the vibes of tsunami. Ay. I think I've fallen down. I think I died again and again. Too many times, too many lies, too many done died, too many. And I never cried, like who wouldn't? Like really what's wrong? I'm numb and I'm strong. The warrior story, just righting my wrongs. Singing so much just might burn out my lung. Wait, nah, that's what smoking is strong. Yeah,
Smoking other planetary shit, NASA. Making this shit make a move like NASCAR. Making it tune shit you can never pass on. Take out my heart to a monk or a pastor. Don't know how to fix it, I know it needs patch up. Cut that shit out, serve it up on a
cause
platter.
if you don't love yourself, then it don't even matter. Need more tattoos on my base. Feel a lot of pressure around my waist. Through all this heartbreak and all this pain, takes a lot of truth, gotta put in your face. Shit sting like mace, ain't nothing that we can't take. Gotta see it through, yeah, every which way. Surprising these records, the look on your face. Been a long time since the wrong way. Now we taking off like runway. Why we always gotta learn shit the hard way? That shit put me into a dark place. Never refer to them old days, cause if you're gonna live in the past, that shit gon' come back, hit your ass like a tall wave. Sending the vibes of tsunami. Ay. I think I've fallen down. I think I died again and again.
What up, Twitch? What up, YouTube? Sorry. Had to take a call there. Hope everyone's doing well. Staying beautiful, staying stony out there. Let's get a ball ripper starting this shit. I'll get into that. Wow.
Goes viral after an incredible weight loss. So, I heard he actually had a health problem. I mean, the fact is that how old is The Rock? He's 53. He's 53, right? And like, whenever you get older and everything, like, you know, using that type of stuff and being that size, it's harder to do. It's harder to maintain. And you don't always have to maintain like a huge size or anything like that. And I think honestly, he looks great. You know, I know people like it's popular to hate on him, and he's like, you know, he's said some dumb stuff, and you know, he kind of does come off as inauthentic.
Just for context, a big reason people are upset is because The Rock has long claimed to live a steroid-free life, and even clapped back at his critics who suggested otherwise. The Rock said, "Sure, you get a lot of people out there who will suspect and say shit. They want to negate the hard work you put in."
You know, the guy was going through probably some health problems and everything. You know, I grew up watching The Rock, right? I remember Stone Cold Steve Austin beat The Rock for the, you know, like WWF championship belt. And I was like, oh shit, today is a big day. I hope he does well and everything. As a guy that grew up in the 90s, I can't bring myself to hate The Rock, man. I can't. Fake as fuck ever? Yeah, sure. But whenever I think back at him, I think about the shut up, bitch. Like, that's what I think. Whenever I imagine The Rock, that's what I think about every time.
Good evening. Many of you know me.
All right, cheers, you guys.
So I am here to discuss this atrocity of assignments. I want to first say you're a liar. It's not a rumor. I have the proof right here in my phone of with whom would you do it with? And my daughter specifically stated that the teacher put up a wheel on the class board and it stated anal penetration, oral sex, licking of ear, kissing, and he wanted them to write down the initials of a boy or girl that they would do these activities with. Now, I don't know what's worse, wanting to know my child's sexual fantasy or who they're gonna have anal penetration and oral sex with. What is he gaining from this? What do you gain from this information? Why has my daughter that naively did the assignment? Because she's scared. She wants to get good grades. She wants to be, you know, get her license. She has to get good grades. And so she does this assignment. Where's the assignment? Why hasn't she had it turned back to her with her grade on it? What is he doing with it? Is this for his spank bank? Is he literally using this for his sexual deviant? These are questions that need to be answered. He sexually abused every single child in that classroom. You look up the definition, I gave you the paper for the definition of verbal sexual abuse. Now, sexual abuse is sexual abuse. So where's the criminal charges? Why is he still teaching? Is it because he's the football coach and Churchill's doing good? Don't want to lose that hype? Because football doesn't matter when it comes to our children, okay? This sexual deviant needs to be removed. If you do not remove him, I'm giving you my word today that tomorrow morning I will go down to the county clerk's office and I will file for the removal of every single one of you.
Yeah. I want to start with prefacing that I'm obviously not in his health class, which clearly makes my opinions about it irrelevant. I went to our vice principal, I talked to her about my concerns, I tried to be a voice for the student body, and she dismissed it because I'm not in her class. As one of the presidents of FSU, we decided to bring this up in Feminist Student Union last Friday. People have mentioned this is a sexual abuse and a sexual harassment issue. It is a feminist issue. And we brought it up, and what happened is that adults in the back room swarmed around all of us, and they told us that we had to shut it down. We didn't mention his name. We didn't even mention his name. We brought up something on the news. We talk about things that are going on in the news constantly. We brought up what was happening in the news. We talked about a relevant issue at our school, and we were told that we had to shut it down. This is ridiculous. People are not attending his class. People are uncomfortable outside of his health class. It is not just the health class, it is the teacher.
Wow. See, where the fuck is this? That motherfucker get fired? I want fucking
This
answers.
would actually be a really good alternative to chips. Peach slices, no additives or preservatives.
It's 9:46 p.m. You'll notice right away, this looks like any other ride aboard the light rail. People are doing what they do these days, keeping to themselves, scrolling on their phones as they ride along. The man accused in the killing, DeCarlos Brown, is in the red hoodies on the right side of your screen. He appears to be maybe a little emotional, perhaps a little agitated, but nothing disruptive. There's nothing that gets anyone's attention. About 30 seconds later, Irina Zarutska boards. She's wearing a hat and a t-shirt from a pizzeria, and she sits in the row in front of Brown. She has earbuds in and is looking at her phone. She too's just minding her own business. They ride along for around 4 minutes with nothing unusual happening. Then around 9:50 p.m., Brown reaches into a pocket. We've zoomed in on it here. He pulls out a pocket knife. No one notices a thing. Seconds later, he would stand up, and from behind, unprovoked, as we stop the video, he would stab the young woman several times. She had no chance to defend herself. The attack was over in seconds, and when it was over, Brown walked through the train attempting to get off. Few passengers, if any, at first realized what had happened, until they noticed drops of blood on the floor. 90 seconds after the attack, a bystander rushes down to begin lending aid to Zarutska. She would die from her injuries. 30 seconds later, 9:52 p.m., 6 minutes into the video, Brown leaves the light rail.
The video here shows us just how quickly things happened and how difficult it would have been to prevent once he got on the train. And that is an important part to all of this. From what we've been told, Brown never should have been on the train. Authorities tell WBTV he did not buy a ticket. Kat says it is working on ways to keep fare skippers off mass transit.
Death penalty.
Yeah, death penalty. I was about to say something way worse. I was gonna say something way worse.
Could get worse.
Death penalty. Burn him at the stake. Put him in front of the town. Light him on fire.
This could have happened to anybody's daughter.
This is the worst shit I've ever seen.
This should be like a public flogging to death.
Like what?
This is an animal.
This is why sometimes democracy fails, because the police shouldn't have taken him in handcuffs. They should have pulled up and emptied that shit on his ass.
Yeah.
As soon as they seen him.
Yeah. This is
shoot.
Did they ever get an explanation?
And I want to dial that back. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm trying to be a better Christian.
No.
I don't want to say things like that.
As soon as you arrest him, blue.
In Bible times, they would have stoned him.
That was my knee-jerk reaction of just an eye for an eye.
I don't think that you were wrong.
Sometimes it has to be like that.
But this person deserves the worst.
No, he should be stoned in the street.
He deserves the worst.
He should be stoned in the street. That's what they would have done. I just don't understand. It's just pure evil, and Satan lives in him.
Imagine if that was your sister.
There was no altercation at all.
Like, bro, what?
I really don't understand it's just evil, and that's the only way to explain this. The deepest level of evil, and that Satan lives in him. Clearly.
She condemns people from using the video, man. Oh man, I condemn you for letting this happen.
It just hurts that this could have been anybody's daughter, brother.
I'm gonna keep it 100.
This could happen to anybody.
I couldn't be the leader of a city.
Can't even go out.
If I was in the city, I'm gonna come on the local stations, broadcast it everywhere. I'm gonna say, look, y'all want to do something stupid? I'm giving police free reins to empty it on your ass. Act accordingly.
This is just sick.
I'm gonna say act accordingly. You think we're gonna have that bull crap in my city, and you think you're gonna stand trial? You better pray you get the trial.
Bro,
you come do some like this in my city,
and
I'm leading this, and I'm the police chief. Nightsticks, mace,
They should
mace.
They should stone them.
If I'm in charge,
stone them.
You getting the electric chair in the next 24 hours.
You're not getting the electric chair. That's too
They
sweet.
need to stone him.
That's too sweet.
I mean, obviously you can't stone them.
They should.
Electric chair or shoot them. That's the only two options.
I might pass that in the house. We might.
If you do something like this,
man,
you should be stoned.
Man, people was mad at Daniel Penny, bruh. Oh, he was a mentally ill homeless person. I don't give a damn. This guy had a rap sheet as well. Imagine a Daniel Penny come in there and choke him out. He'd be a freaking hero. Man, I hate that.
No one,
unbelievable.
No one justified that. There's no way someone justified that right there. There's no way.
No, I haven't seen it,
But
but
pretty wild.
Yeah, there's some posts that are pretty wild.
This is not no white black thing. This is pure evil.
Yeah, it is.
I'm sick of seeing stuff like this.
Some people are saying, some people are defending him, and I haven't seen it because I don't know how you.
There's
defend
no
him.
way.
Man,
there's no way.
I
you
need to
defend
see
him.
that.
No
Yeah,
one
I need to see
I
that.
haven't seen that at all.
I need to see that too.
Because I want to
defended him.
publicly shame you.
So I wonder what was his rap sheet before this.
So
It says this judge let him go.
Google his name. Type in charges.
Since Trump says he's looking into this, please look into it.
This is the crazy part.
No articles. Of course, they're not going to push this article. It's not going to serve their narrative. Go back to his name.
The Carlos Brown Jr.
I'm gonna keep it 100. This pisses me off, bro.
Nah, this is super bad, bro.
This pisses me off, bro. I'm upset. I'm enraged. I hate that these type of people are walking amongst us.
Said he had 14 prior arrests.
See,
diagnosed
bro,
with schizophrenia.
Man, see, I ain't trying to hear that shit, bro.
He should have been in.
I ain't trying to hear that shit, bro. He needs to be somewhere away from the regular.
He's been arrested 14 times. Robbery with a dangerous weapon, assault, making threats.
See, this just like that homeless dude that got his ass choked to death. Just like him. Schizophrenia, prior arrest, threats of violence. Man, I'm sick of this ish, bro. I'm sick of seeing this shit,
and the
bro.
dude that was on Daniel Penny's train, he was saying, I'm ready to kill one of y'all.
This stuff freaking pisses me off, bro.
These people shouldn't be running around. If you're dangerous, if you could be violent, if there's a chance you could commit violence and you've committed violence, we can't be soft on this.
Man, the mayors are letting these people go, man. And
23-year-old
woke.
girl.
Because you know, it's crazy. We know the UK is woke. This guy, it was a terrorist that killed 52 people on a bus, and they let him go.
No way.
Without be released from the hospital with no ankle tag, without loophole forbids checks on psychiatric patient. Wow.
I just don't see why we're so
UK
soft.
was burnt.
We cannot adopt this shit. And cases like this can be prevented if we just keep these people in jail. You said he had 14 prior arrests?
Yeah, you should be
gone
already.
Like what? Like she wasn't even bothering you, bruh.
Nah, this was insane.
She wasn't even doing nothing, dude.
New York
Like, come
Times.
on.
Yeah,
But
see,
it's people-
this is an issue.
It's people like this.
This is an issue.
On trains, though. That's why Daniel Penny had to do what he had to do.
Daniel Penny did what he had to do.
See, bro, I don't be. See, this is why I couldn't live somewhere where I can't carry a gun, bro. Or
It was in North Carolina, though?
Yes.
And
Charlotte,
you can. But if you wouldn't, a gun wouldn't have saved you because you're just sitting there minding your business and you got stabbed out of the blue with no altercation. You wouldn't have even known what
That's
to do.
why I'm gonna be real. Like when we was in New York, I've never rode a train before. I'm on my P's and Q's, bro. I'm not letting nobody sit behind me.
That's
my
I
number
guess, the
one
only
rule.
thing you could have done.
I was sitting,
But
I was
I'm
sitting
aware.
where I'm inwardly facing the aisle.
See, that's how theirs were, though. It was facing like that. There was no
That's
one
true.
behind. So,
But even on the bus, I'm not sitting in front of a random guy. Not doing it. I'm just being real. I'm either sitting in the back, or I'm facing the way I can see everybody.
this is so sad, bro. This is so evil.
'Cause I know. 'Cause I know how
Satan is
this
in
gets.
this person.
But this is wild right here.
This is just evil. It's pure evil.
You know?
No way.
No, it's not a real GoFundMe, bro. It's no
he
way.
had good- no, it was real. They shut it down.
Yeah, they did shut it
They
down.
shut it
I was
down.
looking
That's
for it.
real.
I was looking for it, but
That
like,
is real.
Why? Like, there's no way people are defending this, bro.
No, I haven't seen
just-
a single.
Yeah, it's
I
just
haven't
no
seen
way,
that.
bro.
You can't. No one will. No one will.
That's what-
If you defend it, you should be arrested as well.
That's what some people were saying, but
I'm sorry, man. They got to freaking.
Because then you're not mentally stable.
I just don't think this person should be allowed to roam free in the world.
Yeah, like, bro, if you have all these charges and you've been to jail 14 times,
Yeah,
you shouldn't be allowed to ride the bus.
They gotta draw the line after a couple times.
Yeah, you're a threat to safety.
You gotta have an ID and scan it. We gotta do something about this and be like, no, brother, you a felon, you can't get on here.
Yeah.
Something gotta happen.
Something has to happen to keep. You gotta keep
Good
the
idea.
people safe.
I don't think that's a bad idea at all, actually.
Just this young lady just died, bro. That's just
Man, it's
that could
weird.
have happened to anybody though, guys. That could have happened to somebody sending their kid to school and their kid riding the bus to the store or something. Could have happened to anybody.
This could have happened to anyone.
She was a good civilian coming from
Doing
work.
nothing, just looking forward.
I'm
minding
sorry,
her-
bro. This soft on crime stuff, rehabilitation, letting people free with that many charges.
Yeah,
bro.
nah. There's nothing you could do.
Nah,
there's
bro.
nothing you can do.
You done showed that you cannot function amongst regular society.
That's fake. Or
Injustice.
that's fake, or they
Hold
took
on,
it down.
Hold on.
No, it was real for.
Well, what happened on the
period
Blue
of
Line
time.
tragedy was we mustn't lose sight of the fact that Carlos Brown was failed categorically by the judicial system and the mental health services of North Carolina, and is not entirely to blame for what happened.
Oh my gosh. Hold
Who
on.
the hell is Ryan
That's what I was
Nicholas
about to say.
Rangam?
That's what I'm about to type in. There's
Who the
no-
hell is that?
They pulled up a picture of him online. I seen his face.
I need to see this person.
You can find him on X.
Lock Ryan up too. I'm sorry.
Like,
Click
these-
that Grok on where it says the attack. Yeah, random and unprovoked, no
Like,
interaction.
people killing people randomly, bro. Like that's just the most craziest.
That's
like
insanity.
it's almost unbelievable. It's just totally
evil.
unbelievable.
It's just Satan
like,
at work.
it's like these like some people, harm people that they're in tour with or some ops or something like that. But killing a random
that is
person.
sickening. This is sickening. Like I'm sick to my stomach watching this.
I'm pissed off, bro.
And that dude Nicholas who did that tried to start a
It's a terrible,
GoFundMe for this
terrible
dude.
look.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Once you get arrested a couple times, they should just let you be arrested and you just stay in jail for the rest of your life because clearly you're not functioning in society.
Yeah, 14.
I gotta keep it 100, man. 14 prior arrests. They talking about his mental health. I don't give a damn about his mental
Like
health.
once you get arrested, like I don't know what the number should be. It really doesn't matter what it's for. If you get arrested like 10 times, give him life. Sorry.
But this has been going on, dude. Like, it was a kid that I think he murdered someone at like 10 or 14, something like that. They only gave him like 10 years because they said, he was dealing with some mental issues or something. So if you go in there playing mentally ill.
Yeah, they do that. And it's like, okay, so if someone's mentally ill, okay, well, if they're violent, then they can't be, it doesn't matter if they're mentally ill, they're violent, so they have to be put somewhere.
You know what's crazy? And that kid, he was going in like the detention center fighting kids and stuff, and they still let him out in 10 years. Like, you go in there fighting, brother, you obviously just, your brain don't work as good as others, and you might need to stay in there for long till you 30.
They just need to get a state free labor. That's the best thing they can do for society at this point. Anybody who's violent like this, we gotta draw the line of violence. It's one thing if you get arrested for speeding but if you get arrested for violent things, you should get like 2 chances. If you're violent twice, sorry, brother, life.
I'm sorry, bro. This is a problem, bro. This is a real issue. Like, what is up with people being so
this isn't no
predisposed to violence?
This isn't no
resorting
race
to
thing.
violence.
This isn't no race thing. This is pure evil.
Yeah, that's why I'm not calling it, I'm not going into my black fatigue mode. I'm not gonna go into that mode.
Bro, I'm just tired of this shit, bro. Like, I'm sick of this type of shit happening. Oh, he's mentally ill. I don't give a flip. Gosh, it makes me so mad. They talking about society failed him. No,
There's
society.
nothing, no.
They talking about the
There's
system
nothing
failed him.
we could have
the
done.
system
No
failed
one could have.
us.
No one
Why
could
is
have done.
he-
Yeah.
Why is he allowed to roam
They failed
free?
her. Why no one said that they failed her?
Exactly. The system failed. Put this freaking idiot where he belongs. Let him be somewhere in one of them crazy rooms or something.
It is quite weird. I seen this crazy tweet the other day. This lady, what was she? Councilwoman. She took $125,000 in COVID funds in the same city that this happened in. Unrelated, but just saying. Got to figure out something about this crowd, man, because
We're too soft on crime.
Oh, we're way
in
too
America.
soft. And
That's the problem.
Look,
We're
I'm
too
be
soft
real.
on all
Y'all see what happened
crimes.
to that girl in Dubai? They caught coke in her bag, gave her a life sentence.
Damn.
She was 26 years old.
Bet they don't got
Law
no crime
school.
over there.
They said, oh, you want to bring drugs over here? Life in prison. And you got to do at least 25 years before you even get considered to be released.
Why nobody says that Dubai is you know, racist and thing. Why they don't say that they're the oppressors in Dubai? You never hear that. No one ever said Dubai oppresses people.
Dubai might be a little too strict.
Do they have crime?
No, they don't.
They
But
got
you
a
know,
lot of
hey, if
money.
you want to be super strict, then there's gonna be less crime.
Let's
sure.
look up
That's a
their murder
correlation.
rate.
That's a correlation. But
Probably like not
when they put that 18-year-old kid in jail for messing with the 17-year-old, I can't
That
agree
was
with
crazy.
that.
No, me
Can't
neither.
agree with that one. But this woke shit, this shit gotta go. Cause you ask me, that's why a lot of violence going on
Says
in the community.
0.3 per 100,000 people.
Oh yeah, we know they hold on crime. But you know,
Yeah, so like I can agree with that situation, like the drug, but the murder or violent. If you do something violent, if I'm running something and you do something violent, you should just get life.
that's common sense.
I'm
Though.
gonna keep it 100.
Common sense laws.
That way,
I
you got to
promise
be an
you,
example so
if-
other people don't get
If
violent.
I'm running something,
We draw the
and
line
the
at
police
violence.
pull up with guns and you still being violent, I'm sorry. That's your last day. We're not gonna put up with this in my city, in my area.
It's just we got a lot of people in power like these judges, and they are basically politics.
So soft on crime. We cry about mass incarceration, like that's the biggest problem. Mass violence isn't the biggest problem.
Politics is basically controlling our society and how it's ran. Lady just got threw
Well,
off.
that's the definition of it.
Lady just got threw off. I think a bridge. The immigrant threw the lady off the bridge. Did y'all see that? Yeah, that shit was crazy. Y'all didn't see that? That just happened. Immigrant threw a lady off the bridge, and they released him a whole bunch of times too.
Threw a lady off a bridge.
Criminal alien released back onto the streets, killed a 19-year-old girl, and threw her body off a bridge in Maryland.
My favorite Factor meals ranked. All right, let's get into it. Packed with protein, tasted way better than I expected. Solid 8 out of 10 to start things off strong. Clean, simple, still so delicious. Good post-lift meal. Fills me up without feeling like I overate. At 8.5 out of 10 for me. This one had a little kick. I'm not usually into spice, but this worked. High protein again, solid
Too soft on crime.
Bro, this shit has to end,
America's
y'all.
too soft on crime. That's one of our biggest problems. We're way too soft on
I
crime.
promise you, I promise you, y'all talking about we need illegal immigrants? Oh no, we don't. I'm about to put them people in them jails to work. I'm about to work, y'all. We are about to get state labor.
What did she
You
say?
kidding me?
Hold on.
He was arrested for what?
Hold on.
U.S. Government has made status of individuals relevant. This was someone who was in their custody, and they made the decision to release him. So I think the questions should be asked of the Justice Department.
interstate.
Sounds like she's not with it either.
No accountability.
Arrested
Illegally.
him for DUI 5 months ago. Boom, he should have been gone. Should have been gone.
DUI.
If you are an illegal immigrant and you get arrested, you should be gone instantly. You
people-
got to
Man,
be on
my-
your
my-
best behavior.
I got a homie that's from America and went to jail for DUI at
Hey.
23 years old.
Just recently, an immigrant killed somebody that was drinking and driving. Actually, in Houston, and
That's
it just
happened
happened
multiple times.
Yeah, that's keep happening. Immigrants swerving, going on the wrong side of the road. Even in the trucks right now, the Indian dude.
Yeah.
This shit gotta
You see,
stop,
the
guys.
Indian dude killed Haitian immigrants.
This shit
Too
gotta
soft on
stop,
crime.
guys.
America's
Real
way
issues.
too soft on crime. We gotta start making examples out of people.
Yeah.
If you commit a violent crime, you should be life sentence or death penalty instantly.
I agree.
And then other people will not do it. Ask El Salvador.
This lady released him. This lady, that's why I say, y'all, you ask me, the problem in our community
Too
is
soft
the
on
wokeness.
crime.
And the mamas. Because they
Wokeness
soft,
equals soft on crime.
yeah, and they soft on their babies. Oh, my baby's so sweet, but he a thug.
Yeah.
That's what they do. That's what these judges, these black judges, these women judges are doing that shit. Oh, he didn't have these opportunities. He has a mental illness.
They needed funding.
Racism is the racism in,
They didn't
in
have.
America
They didn't have programs.
equals to mental illness. That's why he did some shit like this. That's what they saying.
We need to be tougher on crime.
Wow, guys. Let us know what y'all think in the comments, though.
They're carried out by persons unknown, as Mr. Dave Grush, sitting up at the top of the room, knows all too well, including events in recent days.
Freaky Patat says this MF not checking chat.
I want to share
Crying face emoji.
along the way on this long journey, and I submitted most of that in written form because I estimate
I
that
had,
my statement here today would take about 4.5 hours. So I'm going to try to jump over and touch on the more important salient points. I submitted the detailed written statement for the record, and we'll go into a lot of that here. But the public has been told
No, sir, you're the
over
butt
and
plug.
over since the late 40s. There's nothing to worry about here.
Told you, you're not allowed to
these
change the
mysterious
names.
craft seen by millions of people
I am
in the
butt
skies,
munch.
in the
You
oceans,
are
over the
butt
land, are not real. They're not a threat. The witnesses
straight.
are wrong. They're crackpots. don't believe it. That changed for me. What got me hooked is the paper trail. Documents that were squeezed out of the U.S. government after the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, became the law of the land.
Crazy.
And those documents paint a much different picture than what the public, the press, and Congress have been told over many years. The documents from military and intelligence personnel behind closed doors admit that, quote, these things are real. They're not fictitious. They can fly in formation, they're evasive, and they outperform any aircraft known to exist, including ours. The public, of course, as I said, has been told something much different. You know, back in 1989, I reported about a guy named Bob Lazar, who claimed that he worked at a facility dubbed S4 out in the Nevada desert, very near to Area 51. He said he was part of a reverse engineering program. He said there are alien craft that will be taken apart to figure out how they operated out there. And that was a pretty tall order. I'd clearly taken a dive into the deep end of the pool there. But in the years since then, I've interviewed dozens of other people, and I've detailed what their testimony has been in the written statement. They include Senator Harry Reid, Senator Howard Cannon, also of Nevada, a guy named Al O'Donnell, who was the first general manager of EG&G in Nevada, which managed the Nevada test site, which blew up hundreds of nuclear weapons.
Fuck my butt! Yup.
Who was a career scientist with the Defense Intelligence Agency, who was the guy who initiated a program called OSAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program, which is, as far as we know, the largest acknowledged UFO program ever funded by the U.S. government, which put together an amazing pile of information that members of this committee and the world, most of which they have never seen. The DIA still hasn't released 95% of what was prepared by that program at a cost of millions and millions of dollars. The one name I do want to bring up in this session, though, is Robert Bigelow. So looking into the idea of crash retrievals and reverse engineering, while OSAP, that program, was active, the DIA's contractor, Robert Bigelow of Las Vegas, made a bold attempt to acquire physical proof of UFO crashes. It's been widely reported and suspected that Lockheed Martin is one of the contractors, the defense contractors, that has held this stuff, stored it away in secrecy, and tried to figure out how it works. I have confirmed on the record that Robert Bigelow and a trusted colleague from OSAP met with and negotiated with senior executives at Lockheed Martin and hammered out a deal wherein Bigelow's company, Bass, would receive a quantity of unusual material that had been stashed away and protected at a facility in California. That material was not made here. I want to move on now to the Russia files, because
What
that
was the
going to be sort
material?
of the central impetus of what I was going to talk to you about today. Back in the early 90s, I got into Russia, met with a number of their defense officials, Ministry of Defense and others, who confirmed for me that Russia had been doing the same thing the United States had been doing, that is, secretly studying UFOs while publicly saying something completely different. The documents and interviews that I obtained and have now shared with this task force show that the USSR launched what is almost certainly the largest UFO-UAP investigation in the world. The first phase of that was an order was sent out to the entire USSR military empire that every unit, you see anything strange in the sky, a craft, an orb, something unusual, you had to gather all the evidence, collect testimony from the witnesses, look for physical evidence, and all of that information went into one program at the Ministry of Defense. Thousands and thousands of these reports came in. A lot of them were first routed to the KGB, but then back to another program that came after this collection effort called Thread 3. And Thread 3 was an analysis program. We have provided to the committee the documents of what they were trying to do, and essentially they were trying to build their own UFOs. They were using the information from their observations and studies to try to figure out that technology. The guy who was in charge of that program, Colonel Boris Sokolov, told me that their goal was to basically develop technology that would be superior to anything we had, based on what they learned from UFOs.
Mr. Knapp, just
Thank
in
you,
the name of time,
Sure.
to my understanding, did you have any
Hang on, Looney's got 4 hours.
for Congress to see in this committee?
I have submitted those documents.
Would you like to play any videos? Do you have a video that you would like to play?
I don't think it's for me to play.
No, that was for Alexander.
Yeah, Alexander's video.
Okay.
You could play it, he could narrate it.
Okay, we can, in the name of showing that video to everyone on the task force, we'd like to play that video at this
Yeah,
time.
let's go!
22,000 feet.
That shit took off earlier.
Huh?
If we can get rid of the audio real quick. Mr. Wiggins and Mr. Knapp, we'll get back to what that video was in a moment, but we just want to make sure that it was entered into the record, as well as all the documents.
I don't
Those
know
will
what
be
the
able
F
to be
is that,
publicly
mate.
found for everyone in the country to view.
The fuck is that?
If we could, Mr. Knapp, we'll continue on the line of questioning, but I'm going to move on to Mr. Borland's opening statement.
Listen, I know I've always said I'm never going to eat on a live stream or a video,
Good
but
morning,
I've got
members of
pizza
the
here.
task
I'm going
force
to
and
have
the
to
committee.
eat. I'm
I
hungry.
would like to express my gratitude for being invited to testify to the current task force created under the People's Chamber and the American public. As an American citizen, veteran, and intelligence community professional, it is an honor and a privilege to serve under oath before you on behalf of our country. I speak for myself and no former agency or company I have been previously affiliated with. My name is Dylan Borland, a former 1N1 geospatial intelligence specialist for the United States Air Force in an active duty enlisted capacity from 2010 to 2013. I've also been employed with BAE Systems and Intrepid Solutions as a senior analyst, expert in analyzing video, radar, and advanced electro-optical imagery for official identification of aerial order of battle, as well as naval and ground order of battle. I'm a federal whistleblower, having testified to both the ICIG and ARROW with direct firsthand knowledge of and experience with craft and technologies that are not ours and are reportedly operating without congressional oversight. Because of my direct knowledge of the reality of certain legacy UAP programs, my professional career was deliberately obstructed, and I have endured sustained reprisals from government agencies for over a decade. From 2011 to 2013, I was stationed at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, conducting 24-hour operations via manned and unmanned aerial vehicles for Special Operations Forces in the global war on terror. During the summer of 2012, my team was on standby for weather, and I returned to my barracks on base, and at approximately 01:30, I saw an approximately 100-foot equilateral triangle take off from near the NASA hangar on the base.
100 foot?
The craft interfered with my telephone, did not have any sound, and the material it was made of appeared fluid or dynamic. I was under this triangular craft for a few minutes, and then it rapidly ascended to commercial jet level in seconds, displaying zero kinetic disturbance, sound, or wind displacement. Some years after that experience, I was further exposed to classified information from the UAP legacy crash retrieval program through a sensitive position I held within a special access program. During this time, intelligence officers approached me in fear for their own careers, citing misconduct within these programs and similar retaliation that I was already enduring at this time. These issues include medical malpractice committed by Veterans Affairs staff, denial of work I performed while enlisted in the United States Air Force, forged and manipulated employment documents, workplace harassment, including colleagues being directed to not speak with me, manipulation of my security clearance by certain agencies, blocking, delaying, and ultimately removing my ability to be employed within the IC.
That's terrible, man.
The retaliation I face and the retaliation against individuals I know who worked in these programs is what convinced me in March 2023 to become a whistleblower. I came forward out of concern for people's lives and to ensure I did everything I could to let our elected representatives know the truth about what is really happening in the executive branch.
So basically bullied.
At the end of March 2023, I agreed to meet with ARROW following the suggestion of other federal officials believing it was what our nation required of me. I had reservations with ARROW due to assessments they were reporting publicly at the time as a misrepresentation of the truth. Because of these concerns, I did not share sources and methods information in order to protect current and former federal personnel who had firsthand exposure to technologies of unknown origin. I did not want anyone to face further retaliation beyond what they had already endured. And unfortunately, a staff member ended up getting in some trouble because of that. After David Grush testified under oath in the summer of 2023 and provided historic disclosure, I was then asked to go to the ICIG and did so in August 2023. It was very clear early on during my intake interview, which was video recorded under oath, that the objective was to solely assess how much I know and not move forward with an investigation with new information I provided them. The aftermath of that IG complaint still troubles me to this day. Since my ICIG complaint, I've been prevented from resuming prior employment and can confirm I'm still blacklisted from certain agencies within the intelligence community. In addition, multiple agencies attempted phishing attacks to assess what I had divulged to the Inspector General, including being asked to disclose details of my ICIG complaint during a CI polygraph for a position unrelated to UFO UAP matters as recently as November 2024. As I sit before you today, I and many other whistleblowers have no job prospects, no foreseeable professional future, and a nation every single one of us came forward to defend. Numerous individuals have come forward in various ways to reveal the truth of the UAP reality as patriots and defenders of our nation. Yet many feel discarded, isolated, hopeless, separated from the country they serve. Efforts to rectify this situation for all whistleblowers have been difficult and troubling. And to my fellow whistleblowers and officials who know this information, I offer you my apology, something that I have never gotten, and I'm giving it to you.
Him. It sounds like he's going to cry.
I swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States, an oath that demands truth and transparency for our democratic republic to function. Each day, these truths remain hidden from our citizens. Humanity drifts further from the principles our nation was founded to uphold. Each day, victims of crimes committed by agencies and companies maintaining this secrecy are denied justice is another day our Constitution is shredded. In 2023, Patriots provided this committee and the executive branch with undeniable proof of the UAP reality, and I commend your continued commitment. The future of humanity is one which we either travel to the stars or regress to the Stone Age with this technology. My career has been to deliver critical information to decision makers. Your role as elected by your representatives is to act on it. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Oh, well done, mate. Bless him, man. He sounds like he's gone through a whole load of shit. Good day, Jesse. He's so right. It sounds like he's gone through
Mr.
a whole
Borland,
load
thank
of
you for your
crap.
service to our country, and we appreciate
UFOs
you.
are my
And
favorite thing in the
we are
sky.
sorry about
Hey.
how you've been treated, and we will make sure that we try to rectify that situation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr.
$1 million.
Spielberger, please, your opening remarks.
Chairwoman Luna, Ranking Member Crockett, and Task Force members, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today about the importance of strengthening whistleblower protections, especially in the context of national security. I'm a senior policy counsel at the Project on Government Oversight, a nonpartisan independent watchdog organization that investigates and exposes waste, corruption, abuse of power, and when the government fails to serve the public or silences those who report wrongdoing. Whistleblowers are the first line of defense to root out waste, fraud, abuse of power, and corruption in our government. Congress relies on whistleblowers so that it can fully exercise its oversight and legislative authorities. It's understandable that former presidents of both parties have often taken a hostile approach toward whistleblowers. Their disclosures can embarrass the president and their political party or even lead to a national scandal. But whistleblowers continue to play a vital role during both Democratic and Republican administrations. They help Congress and the public identify and understand what government corruption looks like. Their disclosures fuel investigations and allow us to address wrongdoing and hold those responsible to account. That's why historically there's been a strong bipartisan consensus in Congress to support and protect whistleblowers. Doing so protects the country and ensures our government is more responsive and accountable to the people. National security whistleblowing in particular is a tradition going back to the founding of our country, and over time, national security whistleblowers and their disclosures have impacted some of the most fundamental issues and questions about how we wish to be governed and how our government can better serve its people.
Thank you so much.
From the role the U.S. plays around the world to holding powerful actors accountable, government ethics and transparency, human rights and civil liberties, executive branch authority, First Amendment freedoms of speech and dissent, freedom of the press, and the public's interest and right to know. Despite this invaluable public service, blowing the whistle comes at great personal risk. Whistleblowers risk losing their jobs, careers, livelihoods, and reputations. They can face retaliatory investigations, lawsuits, and even serious criminal charges. And they can endure deep mental, emotional, and psychological harm. All of that risk to speak the truth, to ensure that agencies fulfill their core missions, and that they serve the best interests of the people. Those who retaliate against whistleblowers don't just violate their legal rights, they inflict real harm on our government and betray the public's trust. Targeting whistleblowers instead of the corruption they expose wastes agency resources and further allows that corruption to continue unaddressed.
That's a good point.
It can instill a chilling effect across an agency, fostering a climate of fear and distrust, quieting dissent and free speech, and deterring potential whistleblowers from coming forward in the future. Whistleblowers are often some of the most dedicated and principled public servants we have because of their willingness to put themselves on the line to do what's right. And Congress has historically supported them, again, on a bipartisan basis, but unfortunately, whistleblowing has increasingly become more politicized, with support for whistleblowers often hinging on which party is in power and which party is politically inconvenienced by the misconduct being exposed. But to be clear, targeting whistleblowers individually risks undermining whistleblowing, period. Pogo advises members of Congress on both sides of the aisle to focus on the evidence, not the individual. We will always need whistleblowers to achieve the government that best serves its people, because when people of conscience, integrity, and good character refuse to speak up out of fear, complacency, or self-preservation, and leave corruption to fester behind closed doors, that is probably the most dangerous risk of all. If we are serious about increasing government transparency and restoring the public's trust, we need public servants committed to the truth. Whistleblowers need safe and effective channels to make lawful disclosures. They need stronger protections against retaliation, and when they do face retaliation, they need a fair shot to be made whole. Congress has made strides to pass whistleblower legislation, and these laws need to be updated and expanded so that whistleblowers truly receive the protections they need, retaliators are held accountable, and we can achieve the type of government the people deserve. We strongly urge Congress to continue its historic tradition of championing the rights and protections of all whistleblowers. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify here this morning.
The walls
Pogo
definitely
is committed
cracking,
to working
mate.
with you and the Oversight Committee to address these critical issues. I look forward to any questions.
Yeah, the walls
Thank
are
you,
cracking.
sir, very
the
much.
pressure's on.
Additionally, without objection,
AC,
the
welcome,
following
mate.
members are waived onto the task force for the purpose of questioning witnesses at today's hearing. Representative Perry of Pennsylvania and Representative Grothman of Wisconsin. Sorry, and Representative Biggs from Arizona. I already forgot you, but yeah, we're good. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Also, as my friend Mr. Moskowitz might have to go, would you like to go now? Okay, all right. Mr. Borland, in your testimony, you described witnessing large triangular craft while stationed at Langley Air Force Base in 2012. Can you explain what you observed in terms of size, behavior, and why you're confident it was not conventional technology?
Great question, ma'am. So on the base, I lived in the barracks. There was a little smoke pit outside. I was there on the telephone and looking across to the flight line, and I see a white light pop up and stop about 100 feet in the air. I thought it was a weather balloon. I've seen tests from there before, weeknight, normal thing, not surprising. I actually finished my cigarette and I began walking up towards the flight line. There is a track, and because I was on 3 months of night work, I would walk the track at night when we were weather down. And as I began walking towards the light, towards the flight line and the track, the light then flies across the base, across the flight line, and as it flies to me, a triangle manifests around the light. I can't tell you if it's active camouflage. I can't tell you if it appeared around the light, but I can tell you that it was a white light, and then it was a triangle.
What the hell?
It stopped about 100 feet in front of me and approximately 100 feet above me. My telephone got extremely hot, completely froze, dead. I remember how thick it was. It was between 1 to 2 stories thick, equilateral triangle. I could never see the top of it, and the edges were 90 degrees. There were 4 lights in total, 1 light on each corner, and a larger light in the center, 2 to 3 times the size
Yeah,
of
he's
the
talking
corner
about the
lights.
TR3B, isn't he?
But what was really odd was the outside. The best way to describe it is like looking at a James Webb telescope picture. where you have the colors and then the black background. So the craft itself was this black metallic flake paint, but on top of the craft was this gold, lava, plasma, some type of fluid going over and around the craft.
Oh shit!
I'm under this for about 2 to 3 minutes, and then the center light flashes 2 to 3 times, no sound, immediately shoots up to commercial jet level minimum, in my opinion. And I immediately feel static electricity all over my body, and then I smell the smell of after a thunderstorm or lightning storm, that really strong summer thunderstorm smell. Gets up to flight level. I'm trying to get my phone reset, and I can only see the center light at this point. If I didn't actually see it take off, I would have thought it was a star.
Oh my god.
And then it hovers up there, and it begins to slowly move due east out over the Atlantic Ocean. I finally got my phone reset. The entire thing was about, from the time I saw the light
Holy
pop
shit,
up near the
Helena!
hangar until it took off out over the ocean was about 15 minutes.
And following up to that question, after you disclose this information to the intelligence community Inspector General, you're subject to phishing attempts and job blacklisting. How widespread do you think this is across the intelligence community for those who raise concerns regarding UAP programs?
It's a difficult
Big
question
love,
to answer.
Helena.
I think prior to David Grush and people beginning this process of bringing people into awareness of the reality of these programs and certain things people have witnessed, probably extremely widespread. I think today there's still an issue, but because people are able to come before you and people are speaking out, I think
Thanks,
it
Stephen.
has been somewhat less. I would hope, though, that people would, because if this goes back into closed doors, this is going to get really ugly.
What type of behavior have you witnessed from former Aero Director
lava.
Sean Kilpatrick as well as his staff in relate to this information you provided to them? Did they ever try to classify this information as non-human technology?
Good question. The problem with this is that I know what I experienced firsthand, and I know other things. I think the staff at Aero that I had met with in March of 2023, I think they were good people doing the job they were told to do. I did not meet with Kirkpatrick. He was either not present or did not want to meet me that day. However, they did classify information about the reality of this subject, and it was very concerning because in my Aero MFR, they had actually referenced a former staff member that was the one who told me to go there, and they probably shouldn't have done that.
And real quick before my time is up, and we might go to second round of questioning just so you're all aware, how important, given everything that you've seen and experienced, is the UAP Disclosure Act of 2025 in restoring both
Suck the
public
lava from the
accountability and
sun.
trust?
Yeah.
I think very important. I would hope, though, that the 7-year window could be shrunk, my opinion, but very important. The truth needs to be known.
Thank you very much. I now recognize
That's mental.
Jared Moskowitz of Florida.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for allowing me to wave on to the committee. I remember, the last committee when we had a bunch of former military personnel folks that either served on bases, were pilots, or were in different programs experiencing knowledge. It made me recognize that the narrative is
No worries, bro. I was in there working in your shit earlier too.
much better
Watching your shit as in finals.
The picture of this, because that's important to American people and how you tell a story, what the message looks like, and who the messenger is. So this is now the second or third committee where we have former military folks with impeccable records, with information and knowledge. And it's definitely clear on a bipartisan basis that we have to protect our whistleblowers. There's no doubt. And in a day in which it's really hard to tell what's true or not from a political standpoint. And so I don't really know what is true. I don't know on this subject. But I do know when we're being lied to. And we are definitely being lied to. There's just no doubt about that. Mr. Wiggins, I want to talk to you. I find your background and testimony compelling. When you first saw what you were looking at, what were your first thoughts?
My first thoughts were.
This is about the Tic Tac,
I
right?
think everything that I was told and taught as a kid and a growing adult no longer, was applicable. If I'm able to see something that I thought defies gravity in such a way, then what else could be possible? That was my first thought.
So did you think what you were looking at was a weapons program that you were unaware of, or did you think what you were looking at was obviously some extraterrestrial piece of technology?
Neither one of those crossed my mind. It was just.
How about now? What do you think it is now?
I'm not the expert.
Oh, come
I
on.
think it.
Tell us. What do you think?
I want to be as skeptical as everyone else and just hope to know the information.
Anyone in the U.S. government tell you what you were looking at to try to dissuade you from what you thought it was?
Good question.
No.
So no one was like, oh, there was some anomaly with the technology. No one from the government did that?
No one.
How do you think you were treated when you reported this information or have talked about, the Tic Tac video is well out there. It's well reported. How were you treated?
I've had no pushback at all. I haven't had anyone reach out to me or try to, dissuade me in either direction, militarily speaking. So I was treated fair, and I appreciate the Navy itself with assisting me with coming here and being able to testify.
That's good.
I
So
wonder if that's
what do you
because
think
it
the
was a
American
Tic Tac.
people should take away from watching your video, right? Because when we watch it, obviously, right, we've never seen anything like that. It defies what we know to be technologically possible. What are we supposed to think? Someone's lying about something. Someone's hiding something, right? That's not normal what you looked at.
I think what the American people should think when seeing that video, along with others before me, is that there is something out there, and we should know as the people what it is.
Right, and so let's eliminate possibilities. So they didn't come to you and say there was a technological error with what you were looking at. So we put that aside, right? They didn't say it was broken. So we look at that and we see something. So it's either a weapons program being reverse engineered by our governments or other governments, or it's nobody's government, and it's not from here. Those are it. You agree with that assessment?
I agree. One or the other.
Mr. Borland, when you first experienced what you were looking at, what did you do next? Like, what was your next step after it had passed and you were done?
I actually kind of laughed to myself and said, okay, so this exists as well. Worked in enough programs, been exposed to enough that I was like, okay, so this is a real thing. I went back, walked the track, talked with a couple of my friends about it. I did talk with some of my coworkers, one in particular, which I thought was a joke. It definitely wasn't. It was like, Tommy should never say this to anybody. And then what happened to me happened. So.
What about you, Mr. How do you pronounce your last name?
Nusatelli.
Nusatelli. And sorry, I know I'm running out of time, Madam Chairwoman. So, obviously, your incident happened well before we could record things on cell phones and things of that nature, right? What did you do when you first experienced? Because what you saw, right? You saw it happen, like right out of your base.
Right.
So tell me what you did after you saw that. What was like your next move? And I want to hear what your experience was.
My next move, I went into my house after it left. I made sure no one had been abducted, and I picked up the landline. I called the Security Forces Command Center.
Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right.
I requested that they give me a call back.
That's true.
Make notifications up the chain of command.
Was it yes or no?
I got a call back in about 15 minutes. They reported that the weather station reported no balloons or aircraft, nothing on radar, no aircraft inbound or outbound. So I got that notification. And then within the following day or two, me and the other witnesses wrote statements. We prepared a report, and then we filed all that information.
Madam Chairman, thank you for your indulgence in my questioning, and thank you for continuing to lead on this subject.
Spoiled by deliberate
What do
error.
you and your
Well done.
friends think about it today? You all have talked about it. I mean, so what do you think about your experience as a collective group? That'll be my last question, Madam Chairwoman.
I mean, we've been talking about this for 20 years. We don't know what we saw. What we saw changed our lives and the way we think about everything. It was incredibly profound. The object I saw, I don't even know if it was an object. It was a light. It was an orb. It didn't look like a craft, but it did look solid.
I didn't
And that's
hear
what we
his
talk
story.
about. We noticed the object, and this was a pattern across all the encounters.
Yeah, but
Someone
look at
would
the
see a light.
question.
They would
DK
pay
Fire,
attention
look
to
at
the
the
light.
question.
And then the object responds. It performs for you.
Was it ours?
And then
Yes or
they
no?
come down and they investigate you. So it's almost like they're curious. So that's the thing we primarily talk about. Why did it come after we noticed it? Maybe it noticed us after we noticed it.
Oh, I wish I heard his thing. Must be within the first half an hour. I didn't hear
I
his
now
story.
recognize Representative Mace for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Borland, I'd like to start with you and ask a few questions. Were there any other witnesses when you saw the equilateral triangle? Were there other witnesses that saw the same thing?
Not to my knowledge, ma'am. At that
You
point, the
need
only
something?
people that would be awake is those of us that were doing operations for the GWAT and then security forces. So
Fair
not to my
enough.
knowledge.
And do you think that, in your opinion, that the equilateral triangle was the U.S. government's technology?
I did once upon a time, but knowing what I know now, I'll have to answer that question in a skiff probably.
That was good. Well, my next question is, you teased us, so knowing what you know now means what?
Yeah, good one.
I
Mace?
know enough to know that if you want to answer that question, go to Arrow.
Okay.
They have the answer.
Do you think it was a foreign government?
I do not. No.
Is that an
Arrow was
alien?
supposed to be disclosing. The last time I was in a skiff with Arrow, they said they were
Infrequent
doing
set out the
disclosures.
grind.
Had they been doing much of that?
I don't have.
Oh,
an answer
I'm
to
just,
you
like,
for you.
updating some
I
beer,
don't
selling
know.
some
I
shit,
know what
making
Arrow
some
reports
rainbow fire,
publicly,
start
and I know
grinding
what
some
I've been through.
Yeah.
He's suggesting that wasn't our tech.
And some of this stuff can be, I think, debunked, right? Sometimes there are weather balloons that look kind of a little funky, or drones or whatever, depending on the angle, direction, speed, etc. Are you scared for your safety?
That's a complicated question. So being here today, if I say the wrong word, technically I can be charged with espionage. Espionage is a death penalty. Whistleblowers have faced it. John Kiriakou, for example. I am not scared for my physical safety in the sense of an agency or company coming to kill me, but I have no job. My career has been tarnished. You know, I'm unemployed, living off of unemployment for the next 3-4 weeks until that's gone. So it's a complicated question.
Have there been stories leaked about your life to try to discredit you in the public eye?
As of now, I don't know.
He's going to get a job
You
after
know they
this.
did that to Mr. Grush.
I am aware. Yes, ma'am.
He's going to
They
get a
leaked
job
his
after this.
private medical information, horrific things.
It is.
Bless him.
Okay, you said in your testimony earlier with the chairwoman, you know other things. I guess that has to be mentioned in the skiff.
It would.
The other things.
It would, pending I'm even legally allowed to speak on it, and the people in the room are even legally allowed to hear it.
And is that, would we need to know the compartmentalized word, like what the code word is, or the name of the program, the special access program, in order to even hear it? You have to know the word, right?
I would
The name of it, right?
I would suggest that to be asked to DNI Gabbard.
Alien!
And work with her for that, because I can't give you an
Alien.
answer on what is the requirement.
This is what the U.S. government does, right? They compartmentalize the information. We certain people know the name of the program, and if you don't know it, you can't get the information. If you don't have the name, you don't know what to ask for. Even when we're reviewing the budget, we go into a skiff, we look at DoD budget and the budget of like black box programs, and we don't know what we're looking at because we don't know what these programs are. Is it a way for the government to hide from Congress what's really going on and where the money's going?
In my opinion, absolutely yes.
You mentioned too in your testimony
Yeah,
earlier
you're
that
right, Chad. He
quote,
must know
you
what
went
the TR3B
to
is.
speak with the government, and they said somebody's name, a colleague's name, and you said they shouldn't have mentioned that staff person's name. What does that mean?
A Senate staffer who is the one who helped me get to Arrow recommended me I go there, gave me the email and the phone number because I could not find that information at all at the time. In fact, I believe you guys have talked about how Arrow didn't even have a website for quite a period of time.
We were told they were going to do disclosures, both what they've debunked, because some of it can be debunked, and then what they haven't been able to debunk. And to my knowledge, it hasn't been a thing. I only have 1 minute left, so Mr. Knapp, we were definitely going to watch every documentary. You guys have done you and Jeremy have done a terrific job. It's I usually have more questions than I have answers. I think we all do, and you guys are doing a terrific job to bring information to the public. Do you think that any of this is a psyop by the U.S. government?
Entirely possible. I mean, our government and other governments have admitted that they've tried to use UFOs to cover secret projects, but I think they also do some reverse engineering of those claims. So years after people start seeing UFOs over Area 51, for example, they come up with the story, oh yeah, that was, we planted that story. So I read in a major newspaper just a couple of weeks ago, they planted this story. An Air Force colonel went out into the desert, went to a bar at Rachel and gave them some fake UFO photos, and that's how the whole story about Area 51 started, which is preposterous.
Yeah, and I didn't even get to the crash retrieval program stuff yet, Ms. Chairwoman. There's just so much. Okay, thank you so much for your time today. I wish we had more time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I now recognize Ms. Crockett for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to each of the witnesses that have come before us today. The federal government has had a long-standing overclassification issue in general. We all know that, from the assassinations of MLK and Malcolm X to the COINTELPRO and torture programs to now UAPs. The federal government has kept the American public in the dark about issues of immense public interest. The federal government has routinely made excuses for failing to provide transparency to the public, the most common of which is national security concerns. Mr. Spielberger, can you provide an example of when national security was inappropriately used as a pretext for classification?
Congresswoman, probably one of the most infamous examples of that is the 9/11 Commission that found that overclassification was a key factor in the failure to adequately prevent the attacks of that day.
In addition to that, what lessons from these oversight failures should guide Congress in approaching UAP oversight?
Generally speaking, we would advise this Congress to ensure that agencies adopt a general policy in favor of disclosure instead of a knee-jerk needing to overclassify information and documents. We should ensure that when information is classified or deemed sensitive, it's only for legitimate national security and privacy concerns. We would recommend adding additional factors to the considerations of cost, value, and certainly to the extent that it's critical for the public interest and the public's right to know, especially when we are talking about these very serious national security concerns and implications.
Can you speak to how whistleblowers have historically helped Congress uncover the truth in other areas, how that might apply here?
Need help?
Absolutely. So again, Congress has always relied on whistleblowers coming forward and making disclosures in a number of different issues across different agencies, anything from national security to airline safety, railway safety, environmental concerns, workplace health and safety, a lot of issues coming out of the COVID pandemic, for example. Whistleblowers have come forward with important disclosures on just about any critical issue affecting our government and affecting the American people, all of which
Open for business.
Have grave implications for
Safe
the rights
travels.
and protections that we have and how we live our lives in communities across the country.
How important is it for whistleblowers to have strong protections when it comes to UAP-related disclosures or disclosures of other topics of excessive government secrecy?
It's absolutely vital. This has been one of the disappointing failures of doing this work, of advocating for stronger whistleblower protections. We recognize the invaluable public service that brave whistleblowers play in coming forward, again, taking all of these risks that we've heard about just to speak the truth, to get important information out in the public consciousness, but they can only do so when we have safe and secure channels for reporting, when there is trust in the independence of agency watchdogs like inspectors general, like the Office of Special Counsel, like the Merit Systems Protection Board, that play critical roles in investigating whistleblower disclosures and enforcing the protections of whistleblowers, all of that is essential to allow whistleblowers to keep coming forward and playing these incredibly
60% of you think
public
that
roles.
Thank you so much.
Mr.
Let me just say
Borland,
this.
TR3B
People look at Congress,
is ours.
especially now, and they see a
Our
lack
tech.
of unity. They don't see the ability for us to come together really on much of anything. I will say that I do applaud the chairwoman and the work of this committee because for once I feel like we are focusing on governing, which should be about transparency. The reality is that we cause more harm than good when we allow a lack of transparency to fester. It allows for all types of conspiracy theories instead of us actually making the investments that we need to make to get the information and actually provide it to the American people. The reason that I wanted to focus on making sure that we answer some questions specifically around the protections of those that are willing to come forward is because the only way that we can make this government actually work for all of us is if no matter where you are in this federal government, you feel as if you are safe when you come forward with information of any issue. And so I do want to thank you for all of your stories. The reality is that we only get 5 minutes, and the vast majority of everything that you have to say cannot be contextualized within 5 minutes. But I know that my colleagues are going to get to kind of pulling some more of that out. But again, I really just want to thank you for your courage in this moment, and thank you for your service to our country.
I now recognize Mr. Burchett from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
I recognize him too.
Thank you, Chair Lady, and thank you, Ranking Member Crockett. I see a lot of friends
Jiminy
out
Crockett.
there, and I see a couple enemies, so I'll try to remember that. But it's a pleasure being here. I want to remind people, too, this thing is an ongoing deal. We're not going to get this overnight. We've been fighting this battle, some of y'all, for 30 years and maybe longer. I hope we just keep focused on what we're trying to get to is total disclosure. We get a little wrapped up in a lot of things, but the government has something, and they need to turn it over to us. We pay their dadgum salary, you pay our salary, and you ought to get more out of us than you do. And that's what disgusts me about this whole thing. I think they're just trying to run the clock out on us, really.
Hey, thank you,
They'll-
Shannon.
They'll
Appreciate
poke
that,
us a
mate.
little, and they'll make jokes to us and try to pull us off the target, but I think we know where we're at. And that's why they're firing at us, because we are over the target. My first question is, Mr. Knapp, I recently introduced the UAP Whistleblower Protection Act to help provide whistleblower protection to federal personnel for disclosing the use of federal taxpayer funds to investigate UFOs. I still don't want to say UAPs. How can Congress further increase whistleblower protections?
I think you got to unleash the dogs and go track down the money and where it goes, because a lot of this stuff has been moved out of government.
Sure.
As you know, Rep. Burchett, it's been given to private contractors who stashed it away. They've had it for so long that there's nobody left inside government, or very few, who know where it is.
And they do that to keep us from FOIA, correct?
Yeah, it's to keep it from FOIA. And I think that the contractors who've had this stuff for a very long time set their own standards about who is allowed to know what. And it's a very small group that ever cracks that. I think Representative Luna has been looking at the use of classifications to hide things. I'm not sure that even this committee getting security clearances that should allow you to see this stuff would allow you to follow where it really goes.
I worry about the people that are looking at it and don't even know what they're looking at. I mean, it's gone through so many, since since Roswell, for instance. I mean, you think there's nobody even alive that was around any of that stuff.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think they've made much progress from the people that I've talked to. I don't think they've made much progress in learning that technology. Might have made some, but you wonder, the implication is Tic Tac. Oh yeah, that's ours. What flew over Washington, D.C. in 52, is that ours too? When are you going to break that out? You guys authorized tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars on weapon systems that can't do half of what we've seen UFOs do. So when do they break this out? If it's really a classified project, could change the world. I don't think they've made much progress, and I think they've been lying to us and to you and the rest of the world, and they're still doing it.
yes, sir, I agree with you. How
What
did
was
you
that?
manage
Something
to
flew
obtain the
over in
classified
52
Russian UAP
in
documents?
Washington?
And how did you get them back in the United States?
Well, I met this Russian physicist who was in the United States.
And I want to clarify that. I can't even take a thing of honey home on my airplane when I fly back to Tennessee.
Yeah,
so
I did something pretty dumb.
And I'm bitter about it, but go ahead.
I did something kind of dumb. I met with these officials who, during that time period, Glasnost, Perestroika, the Russians were trying to open up to the world, and I saw it as a window of opportunity, and it was. And we were able to talk these folks into providing us information that otherwise we would never have seen. Some of that was classified. I found out that they only stamped the top pages of these documents that were classified, so I just removed them. I removed those pages and I carried them out.
You think,
And if
Sophia?
they caught me, I'd
Thank
be
you,
in a
by the way.
gulag
Thank you so
still.
much. Good to see you again.
We'd be saying, what happened to George Knapp? Oh, yeah.
George Knapp's so old
What
school,
happened
isn't
to
he?
the
You could
Russians
tell
that came
if he was
forward
in
to you
charge, he would just get shit done.
1993, and were there any repercussions for them?
Well, there were. The first thing that happened when I talked about this after getting back and going through the files and things and sifting through it, the Russian physicist who had helped us be introduced to all these people wrote back and said there was a huge eruption, that there was the real right, far autocratic forces that wanted a return of the USSR had really go after these guys. They described them as traitors. Nikolai Kapranov, the physicist friend of mine, said, look, if this had happened 5 years earlier, we would be in prison. If it had happened 10 years earlier, we would have been shot. Luckily, at that point, Putin was not in power, but none of those people that we talked to on that trip in 1993 would ever talk to me again. I went back in 1996, and it was like I had the plague. I spoke to different people, but they were scared. And eventually, the story was spun where the Ministry of Defense officials who gave us this information were described as ufologists, who said there was nothing really significant to these files. They didn't really find anything a big deal. And I can tell you, you'll see those files that I shared with you, they did find stuff. There was an incident in October of 1982 over an ICBM base where UFOs popped up, was observed over this base where the missiles are pointed at us, United States. These UFOs perform incredible maneuvers. They split apart, they fuse back together, they'd appear and disappear. And right at the end of this 4-hour period, the launch control codes for the ICBMs lit up. Something entered the correct codes. The missiles were fired up and ready to launch, and they could not shut it down. The Russian officers were panicking. The UFOs they disappeared. The launch control system goes back to normal. Colonel Sokolov and his team came in, took the thing apart, could not figure out what it was. It wasn't a power surge or EMPs or some of the baloney excuses that our country has given for similar events involving our nuclear missiles. They thought it was a message from wherever the UFOs were from. And that's a chilling thing. I mean, we were a couple of seconds away from World War III starting, and the UFOs were responsible for it.
80% say no.
I'm out of time, but real quick, who are the contractors that have this material, the corporations?
Well, one of them is Lockheed. And I'll tell you, I mean, I'm not saying Lockheed's the bad guys. They're doing what they were asked to do. Sure. They have lied about this because that's what they're supposed to do. But Lockheed would be one. There's a list I can give you.
Yeah,
Congressman. Some of the big ones, the usual suspects.
Okay, thank you. Yield back, chair lady. Sorry for going over.
Yeah,
It's
Mike.
all George Knapp's
Yeah,
fault.
boy.
I now recognize Ms.
Mr. Knapp was
Bobert.
filming Disclosure. What a legend.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Wiggins, based on your training and operational experience, could the behavior that you witnessed, a transmedium object vanishing without a sound, be explained by any known technology that we possess or other governments possess?
It cannot.
And has any government agency debriefed you or any of your shipmates regarding the EOIR and radar confirmed UAP encounter aboard USS Jackson?
No one has, no.
What was that encounter like when you brought that up? If you want to briefly summarize that, when you brought that to their attention and then you were not provided any follow-up, who was told and how did you feel when there was no contact back to you?
As far as the actual incident happening
Yes,
or
sir.
the reporting level?
Yes, Chief.
It was within the event happening. My duties are to report to the tactical action officer on watch while we're standing watch. So, tactical action officer was there. I made my report. I've not had any discussion outside of that day. There's been no communication to me or requests from me to within inside of the military. But speaking of that actual incident itself, once the report was made to the tactical action officer, that's when I made the decision to ask the individual watchstander that was controlling Sapphire to be able to slew into the location. And that's what you see in the video itself, is when the
Great town, mate. Thank you so much, man.
watchstander is slewing in and kind of showing us what we're looking at. But outside of that, that's as far as the reporting went that I know.
Go with honor,
Thank you, Chief. Just for the sake of time, Mr. Nusatelli, has RO, the Air Force, or the FBI ever followed up with you personally about the Red Square event?
I did have follow-up by Aero, nothing with the Air Force. The Aero office updated me, I think, at least 2 times. They let me know that they were unable to locate any records, that the records had been destroyed by the Air Force. The Air Force is destroying all their police records every 3 years on a schedule. So,
You were informed that that these documents were destroyed.
well, I have a Freedom of Information Act from the Air Force that states clearly that they destroy all police records on a 3-year schedule.
Okay. So they were sitting on documentation, destroyed it, refused to question any of the lead investigators, anything leading into this investigation?
Yeah, basically, they destroyed all the police records. So you couldn't even, like, call the Air Force and ask them if there was a vehicle accident in that time frame. So that's a big problem. We're losing data in real time. So we'll never be able to go back and
I
track.
think our federal government has a history of destroying records. Thank you very
Rodney
much, Mr.
Paul,
Nusatelli.
mate.
Dr.
What a
Borland,
legend.
as
Wow.
a geospatial intelligence officer, have you seen classified data indicating UAPs operate in restricted U.S. airspace? And has that information been withheld from Congress?
I have not in U.S. airspace. That is intelligence oversight, so I did not have domestic authorities.
After filing your Inspector General complaint over retaliation inside the Pentagon's UAP office, did you receive any kind of protection or just more retaliation?
Within the IG or Aero, ma'am?
Either.
He's
Aero,
relaxing now, look.
they went after the staff member and classified everything, shut that down. The IG, to this day, I don't even know if my complaint's active. I know my attorney that represented me was very, very, very concerned. And the best of my understanding, I was determined credible, not urgent.
And do you think that experience would suggest that the internal UAP investigations may be compromised?
Possibly. I mean, it's so hard because this goes back to people doing the job they're told to do, and very few people are going to want to give up their careers, 20, 30-year pension, get rid of their kids' health care, get rid of their house.
That's like
possible,
it
yes.
in society.
Thank you very much,
man.
Dr. Borland.
Like,
Mr.
in any
Spielberger,
job you have.
do national security whistleblowers
Just
currently
worried
have
about
any
losing your job. Candidates, you're
external
gonna lose your job.
appeals processes to challenge retaliation, or are they just stuck relying on the same agencies that they're accusing?
Congresswoman, this is one of the biggest concerns that we at POGO have, basically around the independence of investigations and accountability for retaliation. Basically, yes, national security whistleblowers have to rely on internal administrative processes that go through agency inspector generals. There are some differentiations, but the bottom line is that they are forced to rely on protection from the same agencies and people who they are alleging retaliated against them.
Yes, well, I thank you all for your bravery. We are out of time here. Thank you so much for coming forward, and we will do everything that we can to ensure that you are all protected. Thank you for trying to bring truth and transparency to the American people.
Grush must
Madam
be
Chair,
so
you.
proud of himself.
I now recognize Mr. Burleson for
He's
about
sort of-
5 minutes.
You know, he's one
Thank
of the
you,
main
everyone.
ones that
It takes such great
started this
courage
all
to
off,
come
didn't he?
forward,
Wasn't he?
and we acknowledge that, and I hope that you see that we are taking that seriously. And so very thankful for what you're doing today. I'm
Holy
also
moly, Joe
very
and Michelle.
thankful for previous witnesses that have come forward. I see Matthew Brown in the audience. He courageously stepped forward and was as a witness. I encourage everybody to look and seek his testimony. I want to thank the people that came in our first hearing: Ryan Graves, David Grush, David Fravor, and in our second hearing, Admiral Gallaudet, Lou Elizondo, and Mr. Gold, and the many others that have come forward. We hear you, and it's time that we, enough is enough. It's time that we take action. Look, I'm not jumped to the conclusion that I believe that there are, aliens coming from another planet.
This is the first time someone said
But
aliens,
I'm open
right?
to that. And I think that it's our responsibility, especially when we're seeing that we have a government that is actively blocking information from us. Just last night, I tried to get an amendment onto the National Defense Authorization Act that fit in the germaneness of that bill to have UAP disclosure. And conveniently, it was named non-germane, mostly deemed by staff, not even an elected official. This is the kind of stuff that we repeatedly see. Last year, we were blocked by someone in House administration from being able to receive a full briefing from Arrow. So not an elected official, but someone in staff blocked us. And I've had it. Enough is enough. I want to cue up a video that I've been given. And as before it starts, I'm going to describe. This was taken October 30th of 2024.
Okay.
This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb, or this object, off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. That you cannot see that drone, and so I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does.
That's where Chandler Bing went, isn't it? Yemen. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. It's slowly rotating. Oh, what the fuck? What? Let's play again.
This is when it zoomed out, so you can still see it traveling. So, Mr. Knapp, do you have you heard about
There's something else as well.
Events like this occurring? And what information might you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event.
I have to
Jeremy
see that
Corbell
again.
And I talked about it in one of our episodes a while
Really?
back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers where there's a whole bank of these kind of videos.
What hits
that
it? I know,
Congress
yeah.
has not been allowed to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally, some of that stuff gets out in the wild, and it comes our way. It should be going to you. The public
Or
should
was
be
that
seeing
the
this
drone
stuff.
and then the
And
UFO
why you're
came
not
and
allowed
hit
to,
it?
I don't know. But that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO.
Oh, okay,
and just
sorry.
bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah. What the hell is that? What?
Oh man, I
again,
can't wait to see that
I'm
again.
not going to speculate
Okay.
what it is, but the question is,
I'm
why are we
surprised.
being blocked from this information?
It didn't
Consistently.
maneuver around that missile
I
or
want
something,
to ask
you
this
know?
just a question. How in the world?
Hellfire
This
missile.
is the document. I want to enter this in for the record if it hasn't already been entered, Madam Chair. The document
So
that you
ordered.
provided on thread 3. This is a huge file. How in the world did you smuggle this out of Russia?
Carefully.
In your socks?
I don't think I want to be really specific about it because I might have to go back there and get some more sometime. Although,
Okay.
no, that'd be crazy to do that. Well, I
No,
took the
that'd be
top
crazy to
pages
do
off
that.
that were stamped with the security signature, and I carry them out on my person. But the rest of them I just threw in my suitcase and threw some caviar in there as a distraction as well, and hoped for the best.
caviar.
Otherwise, I'd be a citizen
hell
of
of a lot of
Siberia
caviar.
right now.
And you had you reported James Lakatsky came to you with government possession of NHI craft and how they ultimately gained entry. Can you testify to the veracity of that claim?
Dr. Lakatsky is an honorable man who served most of his career with the DIA, a very trusted, high-level rocket scientist and intelligence analyst who inspired the OSAP program, as I said earlier. And in full disclosure, I've co-written 2 books with him. He dropped this on myself and our other co-author out of the blue. And it took 14 months for us to get DOPSR approval for him to release 2 sentences
Shannon,
on that.
you're going to have to
He said this
email me all
craft-
that info, right?
We had managed to get inside of it. It had no wings, no rotor, no tail. It had no fuel tanks. They didn't know how it flew or how it was operated. It clearly looked like it was aerodynamic, but he would not go further. He's a by-the-book guy, and until he gets clearance to say more about that, I don't think we're going to hear much more. But it's not ours. It wasn't ours. We didn't make it. We didn't know who made it and how it was built and how it operated. We've got at least one. And I don't know, I think that's enough confirmation that we do have recovered
Leslie,
discs and materials.
Leslie, Mr. Borland, in the classified realm, have you been exposed to undeniable confirmation of NHI technology? And then my second question is Base Systems involved in any way with reverse engineering exploitation of non-human intelligence craft?
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a conversation this Skip for that. Whether I'm legally even allowed to answer that, and whether you're even allowed to hear it, sir.
Okay. Again, you can sense our frustration. And so I just want to thank you for coming forward. We will continue to fight because look, this is about making sure that this government belongs to the people and restoring the republic the way it was intended to be. Madam Chair, I also have further witnesses of courageous individuals. It was given to me by Dr. Stephen Greer, including Michael Herrera and his testimony. We have Roderick Castle and his testimony, Randy Anderson, his testimony, Stephen Digna, and others, 3 others, all saying similar things to what the witnesses today have said, and I would like to enter that into the record as well.
No objection.
Thank you.
I now recognize Representative Lee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we need to make sure that we don't get distracted by sensational
All right,
stories.
guys, we're gonna go get the missus and then we'll
only
get back into the
unidentified
game
anomalous phenomena, and lose track of what the core of this hearing is about. This is all a perfect example of why whistleblowers are so important and why it's so important that we step up and protect them. With Trump, RFK Jr., EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, and others committed to dismantling government and firing professionals who do dare to speak out against the threats this administration's disastrous policies create, we have to focus on protecting all whistleblowers, not only the ones who are reporting on UAP. I'd like to thank the whistleblowers who have agreed to come before the committee today and speak their truth. This administration's claims to care about waste, fraud, and abuse, and so often it is the whistleblowers who care and who are the tip of the sword fighting against the real waste, fraud, and abuse. One study found that whistleblowers expose fraud at more than twice the rate of third-party auditors. So, Mr. Spielberger, what are some of the best examples of whistleblowers exposing fraud and abuse in the federal government?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Again, whistleblowers have played such a vital role across so many different issues. One prominent example goes back to the 2014 VA waitlist scandal. Pogo actually played a very instrumental role coordinating with
brother.
Iraq and Afghanistan.
See if they
veterans
reveal
of
us anything cool.
America.
That video they
At
just
that time,
showed,
we
that's
received
fucking
tips
dope.
and
Hellfire
whistleblower
missile
disclosures
nailing this
from
craft.
over
It is.
800
Keeps going.
different individuals talking about the VA subjecting veterans to extensive wait times in order to get the basic standard of care that they deserve. It's certainly prolonged serious illnesses, even contributing to hastened deaths, and we were able to help shed more light on that issue, which I think just emphasizes the importance, even outside of the national security context. We are often still talking about serious issues and even life and death concerns.
And unfortunately, whistleblowing can lead to serious repercussions and retaliation, especially in this vindictive and lawless administration. Mr. Spielberger, in the past, what kinds of retaliation have they faced, and what are we seeing today under the Trump administration?
So we've certainly heard about a number of different examples of retaliation. One that I'd like to highlight that Mr. Borland referenced previously is retaliation through abuse of the security clearance process. That can have grave implications not just for a whistleblower, but also their ability to seek legal counsel and defend themselves against retaliation. And when we look at the past several months of this administration, unfortunately, we've seen a really systematic approach toward dismantling the nonpartisan civil service. We've seen the mass firings. We've seen undermining of independent agency watchdogs, mass firings of inspectors general, undermining the Office of Special Counsel, the Merit Systems Protection Board. Again, these entities that are meant to be independent and play a critical role in investigating whistleblower disclosures and ensuring that their rights are protected.
Yeah. Thank you. In 1989, Congress passed the Whistleblower Protection Act and then broadened it again in 2012 to ensure that federal workers could feel free to come forward to their elected officials. And it's a good thing we did, because whistleblowers have played a more important role than ever since Trump has taken office. It was thanks to a whistleblower that we learned that Doge allegedly put every single American's personal security information at risk by bypassing safeguards and copying all this data to an unsecure server. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a New York Times article titled, quote, "Doge put critical Social Security data at risk," whistleblower says.
Good to go.
Thanks. We've had whistleblowers at the National Labor Relations Board reveal that Doge minions may have shipped case files outside of the agency, possibly to help then co-president Elon Musk continue to exploit his workers. And last week, whistleblowers at the National Institute of Health came forward to say that RFK Jr.'s vaccine misinformation campaign had pervaded even the highest levels of the agency. Typically, whistleblowers have an inspector general they can rely on to investigate their claims and register issues with agency leadership. But President Trump has fired or demoted over 20 inspectors general. If I may ask one more question, Mr. Spielberger, can you explain how eroding the independence and capabilities of inspectors general further endanger these whistleblowers?
Jesus.
Absolutely. So again, whistleblowers already face incredibly great challenges in coming forward under normal circumstances. And when we erode these entities that are expected and required to enforce whistleblower protections, fairly investigate their disclosures, it calls into question the integrity of their investigations and findings, whether they'll take whistleblowers seriously when they come forward, and whether we can trust that they will use their authority to enforce the protections of whistleblowers who do come forward, essentially whether they will continue in their role as an independent watchdog or basically become a lapdog for a current or future president.
Thank you. And I will take no more liberties. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize
First,
Mr.
I believe
Crane
that
for
we
5
are
minutes.
not alone, but I also believe that most
Thank
of
you, Ms. Chairwoman, for holding this hearing. Thank you to the witnesses for appearing in the effort of transparency here. I got to admit to the witnesses that, growing up, I really never believed in UFOs or any of this stuff. I always thought it was a little kooky and whatnot, but after hearing your testimony from honorable service members, watching videos like my colleague Mr. Burleson just presented, I gotta admit I've become a believer. Not that I know where these things come from or what they really are up to, but I'd like to start with asking the witnesses. Mr. Nusatelli, you were in the Air Force, right?
Yes.
Did you believe in UFOs prior to your encounter?
I've always been interested.
Okay. Yes. Chief Wiggins, you're currently in the Navy, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you believe in UFOs before your encounter?
I did. I'm from Las Vegas, and I've watched George Knapp my whole life.
Okay. What about you, Mr. Borland?
I have always been open to where facts go, so.
Were you guys scared or hesitant to come forward and tell your story because of fear and believing that you might be reprimanded or ostracized from society because of your stories? Mr.
I think they've already answered
Yes,
that, haven't they?
absolutely. I probably would not have come forward if I didn't have documentation to prove some of my story, and I also wouldn't have come forward without the people that paved the way for us in, the first congressional hearing.
I want to
Chief,
believe.
what about you?
Once I got the okay from the Navy from top down, that gave me a level of relief. Prior to that, I didn't have any thought left or right of that, but thank the Navy to give me the go-ahead, and that gave me the relief that I would not have any level of reprisal or anything happen to me.
Mr. Borland, how about you?
Absolutely. I mean, after I went through everything, it was pretty clear that I caused a major issue in the executive branch, so I did what I was supposed to do, and that's why I haven't spoken publicly. That's why I'm happy to be here. This is how I wanted this to be done in regards to me.
Mr. Borland, why do you think that you faced reprimand and discipline for your effort to come forward and be transparent about what you saw?
About what I saw is the reason why I got into what I know and has been disclosed to Aero and the IG. And I think that information, well, it was labeled an extremely sensitive national security issue.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp, I've watched many of your videos on Joe Rogan and other places. One of the big questions, I think, for many of us is why do you believe that the federal government refuses to be transparent about this issue?
I think there's probably multiple reasons. At the start, when these things first started invading our skies in large numbers, we were scared. It was right after World War II, and we didn't know what they were, and they didn't want to panic the public, and that was probably a good call. Over time, I think the lying sort of became institutionalized, Flights over Washington, D.C. in 1952, they're seen, they're captured on radar, jets are chased after these objects, and then we get an explanation it was a temperature inversion. And those kind of lies have been told for a long time. What was told to me by an investigator from Congress, a guy named Richard D'Amato, who was sent after this story by Robert Byrd and Harry Reid, he came out to Nevada, tried to get into Area 51, did get in there, looked around, talked to people, trying to get to the bottom of it. He believed that this program, reverse engineering, et cetera, was inside, had been moved inside these corporations. And he said, when this comes out, people are going to go to prison. And he meant people who were basically misusing legitimate national security funds, tens of billions of dollars, in order to keep this cover-up going. I also believe there's a legitimate reason for the cover-up in that there is undeniable connection of national security involved in this technology. If we are racing for it to master that technology against the Russians and the Chinese, which is what I have been told by Senator Reid and many others, then it is a race that's critical to our survival.
And
there
religion.
could be a form of disclosure, I think. Yes, it's real, it's from somewhere else, without revealing all the details that would allow someone else to have an advantage in the race for this technology.
Thank you. Finally, I'd like to enter into the testimony a letter I sent to the DOD regarding the case of Major David Charles Grush, a UAP
Salute from
whistleblower who's been
Baltimore.
extremely
Keep
helpful
that
to this
moving.
committee. Unfortunately, due to his participation in the disclosure of UAP, he suffered
why the
reprisal like
poet?
the removal of his clearance, denial of promotion,
Mate.
and loss of medical retirement. I wrote the DOD on July 24th, 2025, on behalf of Major Grush, and I'm still waiting for a reply. I appreciate any help the committee can offer to get a response. Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection, we'll be following up with the DOD after this hearing. Thank you,
Hey,
Representative
Poet,
Crane.
thank you
I'd
so much, man.
Next, like to recognize Representative Gill for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Luna, for holding this hearing, and I'd like to yield a minute of my time to you.
Perfect. My first question is to Mr. Knapp. Mr. Knapp, how do we know that the files that you obtained from the former Soviet government are not BS and just given to you as a disinformation campaign against the U.S. government?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I shared some of them with the Senate Intelligence Committee when I first got back because that was requested by the Russians who shared some of that information with me. Secondly, I gave all of that material to the DIA through BASS, the OSAP program, sorry for the acronyms.
Can you name names real quick? Sorry.
At BASS or OSAP?
Who did you give them to directly?
I gave them to Robert Bigelow and to Jim Lukatsky. And they hired a whole team to go through them and retranslate them and analyze it, and they created a structure of how the UFO programs in the USSR and Russia were put together. They said they were real. The other person who said they were real is David Grush.
Noted. Thank you. Representative Gill.
Yep. And thank you. I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Eric Burleson.
Thank you,
Clark
Representative
Kent's
Gill.
in the House.
Mr. Wiggins, Chief Wiggins, in your view, what mechanisms such as internal protocols, witness debriefings, or cross-agency documentation should be better established in order to ensure that such a credible sighting like the one that you have given are preserved and made available to oversight bodies like this?
Thank you, sir. As a active duty Navy member, our mission is to carry out the ship's mission or the command's mission. And we, on a general basis, don't have knowledge of what to do when we see things like this. We just don't. We're there to do our mission and do what's told of us, right? So I think what would be important is giving active duty members a clear way of being able to report things like this to where it gets to this point. And ensuring that we have a standard level of understanding that there wouldn't be any level of reprisal or anything happening. Because, you know, I've been in the Navy for almost 24 years, but what about the sailors that have been in for 2 years that experience things like this? They're not going to have the knowledge, or they'll probably be a little bit more fearful to speak up, being it that their career is just starting.
They don't have the confidence.
I want to commend you. You're the first witness to come forward that is currently serving, and it's recognized. And so I thank you. And your testimony is unbelievable. Let me ask this question: are you familiar with the Witness Protection Act that Representative Burchett has filed?
I'm not too familiar, sir.
Anyone on the committee familiar with it? It's fantastic. It's the language that we need. It's language that will protect whistleblowers from any kind of reprisal, and yet it's again and again blocked by this body in some way. Many a times it's being blocked not by elected officials but by staff behind the scenes. And the other bill, the UAP Disclosure Act, which was filed last year, Senator Schumer, who I cannot believe that there's a topic that he and I agree on, but he and I agree on this topic. He has sponsored it in the Senate. He put it on the National Defense Authorization Act last year. Remarkably, I can't get it on it was stripped out by the House last year, and I can't get it onto the bill leaving the House this year. Mr. Knapp, how far would that bill go to actually getting the answers that we need?
Pretty far. I think that they're still going to have roadblocks. You know, the keepers of the secrets, the private companies that have been doing this job for intelligence agencies for a long time, are not going to cough it up. You'd have to force it out of them. And whether you can get them to admit that they have it or not, I mean, they're supposed to lie about it. They've been lying about it. More power to you. I hope it works. I hope it passes this time. But it's a daunting challenge to get them to open up after lying about it for more than 75 years.
Yeah. And then finally, Mr. Borland, when you engaged with Arrow in 2023, you noted that their public statements did not match the reality that you and others had witnessed. In your assessment, what were the key limitations of Arrow?
You know, I would put it to you this way. The statement Arrow has made is scientific evidence of extraterrestrials. Scientific evidence requires a scientific control. Extraterrestrial is an entity on another planet. The only way to scientifically prove extraterrestrial is we have to go to that planet, acquire technology, bring it back, and compare it to what we have here.
So you're saying they won't let anything out or they won't come forward unless they confirm that unless they go to the planet and confirm where its origin is?
That would be scientific evidence, yes. And by that statement, Arrow found no scientific evidence of extraterrestrials is basically, I don't want to call it a psyop, but a misrepresentation, because we do have things. But making that statement is not technically a lie. It's a misrepresentation of the full truth.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
Madam Chair, may I, just since we're on that topic real quick,
So if they found a
how do we get to
loophole,
these other planets? How do we pass the
basically,
Van Allen radiation belt
to
safely?
get away with that, get away with not saying it's ET.
Good question for you. I cannot answer that for you.
I would now like to recognize Mr. Perry for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I'll start with maybe Mr. Borland. So you have a clearance, right? You're in uniform, you have a clearance. When did you leave service? What year?
I left in 2013, February
2013. Who was the president, if you recall?
2013 would have been President Obama, sir.
Wasn't President Trump, right?
No, sir.
Okay, so you have a clearance, right? You're serving in uniform, you have a clearance.
Yes,
Your
sir.
story, I think many of us are kind of picturing the scene. You walk out in the flight line, having a smoke, this event occurs. Do you have the perception, at least I do, based on your story, that this involves the U.S. government? Whatever you saw involves the U.S. government.
X-Files are brilliant.
That is 100% my opinion then and now.
And was there an after action? Do you do a daily debrief of the
Parasite.
activities of the day? Was any of that recorded? Was there a conversation with the command? Was there any documentation that you know of at the time?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, like I said, I talked about it in on the ops floor, and a couple of people had pulled me aside, some older enlisted, and were like, "You probably want to keep that to yourself."
Hey, Nighthawk,
So did you get the impression that they knew what you were talking about, just didn't want you to harm your career or seem crazy, or that they didn't really witness? Did you know anybody else that witnessed what you saw?
Again, not that night. Like I said, the only people that would have been out there would have been security forces, and then those of us that were doing ops.
Security forces in uniform or contract?
Probably both.
Did you talk to them? Did anybody talk to them in an after action?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Was there any interest in the command to determine and verify what you saw?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
It's unfortunate. Chief Wiggins, thank you for your service. Gentlemen, thanks all of you for your courage to be here. Your story's a little bit different. Sounds like it, well, for both of you guys, and also Mr. Nusatelli, if this were sanctioned by the U.S. government, even though you have a clearance, but it's classified above the clearance level, do you see any reason why they would allow you access, being present, viewing it, hearing it, being around it? Like, what is this, an accident? Like, does the U.S. government make these kind of accidents? They make accidents, mistakes like this? Like, we're doing this test of this new system, and we forgot these guys were standing here. Does that sound like something that the U.S. government would do?
No, sir. Some of the launches we were doing were like $5 billion projects that had taken like 10 years to develop the technology. And these objects were coming right up to the launch pad. So any kind of mistake, I mean, it could cause a catastrophe.
Right.
So it's very confusing why these objects would be operating in and around our bases or during training exercises.
So it would lend you to believe that the U.S. government had nothing to do with whatever it is you saw.
Correct.
They wouldn't want it there because it would potentially interrupt the proceedings at the time. Was there an after action? Was there a discussion by your command? Was there an investigation? It's pretty significant activities that you were involved in. Was there an investigation that you know of?
We conducted investigations in real time.
Right.
And we document all the evidence, but as far as anything from higher up, I don't know if there was an investigation done. No information came down on what we should do.
Were you ever
to
interviewed at someone else's request?
About that incident?
Yeah, about the incident.
I don't believe so.
Do you think you find that odd? If something happens, you're around multi-million, maybe billion-dollar operations and launches of national security interests, very sensitive. There's an anomaly in the operation.
The only person witnessed it, saw a UAP at Vandenberg at that time frame, that was interviewed was the one that witnessed the thing land.
Why wouldn't, well, I don't know why I'm asking you, but it seems to me that we would want to interview everybody associated, even not associated, to find out if they were associated. Chief Wiggins, how about you? Was there an investigation? Was there an after action? Was there documentation on the incident that you were privy to?
No, sir, not that I know of. And in my previous experience as an operations specialist, all operations that I've been a part of have been deliberate. So
Yeah.
they're
And deliberate operations, after the operations, you conduct an after-action review, or that's what the Army calls it. I don't know what I imagine the Navy has something similar to determine your weaknesses, your successes. Did you do that in regard to this incident?
No, sir. The Navy calls it after-action reports, and not to my knowledge was there an after-action report of this incident, sir.
It's unfortunate. Thank you, Chair. I yield.
I now recognize Mr. Biggs for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I'll tell you that today's testimony should alarm every American, no matter
Hey, Liam, thank
their
you,
views
mate.
on UAPs.
19
This isn't
months.
simply about UAPs. It's about government integrity, responsible use of taxpayer funds, and Congress's constitutional duty to oversee the executive branch. I've heard evidence of critical information hidden in special access programs, off limits to virtually every elected representative, and certainly to the public. Credible witnesses report retaliation for speaking out. These are clear attempts to silence those who are exposing the truth. We must protect the whistleblowers. And decades of government disinformation have eviscerated public trust. So this isn't a partisan matter. It's a constitutional matter. And when you talk about the VAs, Mr. Spielberger, and all the problems that they had, the hub of that was Phoenix. And they went after the whistleblowers there. And that was under the Obama administration. So it doesn't matter which administration, which party, both parties have got to come clean, particularly on this. So if the government thinks it can hide the truth and punish those who speak out, Congress has to keep pushing until the facts, whatever they are, wherever they lead, come to light. I'm going to go to you, Mr. Knapp, first. You've interviewed numerous UAP whistleblowers over the years. The question is, how do you verify their claims before deciding they're credible enough to report on?
It's a combination of factors. First, you check their credentials. Did they really serve where they said they did, and did they work where they said they did? Are there any other witnesses? Is there visual proof, film, footage, things of that sort? You ask the people around them that know them, that used to work with them, if they're credible people. That's one way. You know, I think about Arrow, the organization that this body created to deal with witnesses and whistleblowers. I hope I'm not taking too much of your time here, but they invited people to come forward, service members who knew, saw things and had experiences. And I can tell you that the people that I have talked to who went through that are deeply disappointed. There was a guy named Bob Jacobs who was a lieutenant attached to Vandenberg in 1964. His unit would record missile tests. They recorded all of them. On one of these particular tests, a UFO comes out of nowhere, zaps what looks like a laser beam at what would have been a nuclear dummy, a nuclear weapon, and disabled it. And he is called into the commander's office. Two guys in suits clip that film footage out that shows the UFO, and he's ordered to never talk about it. He comes forward to Arrow. He heeds the call, thinking he's doing his duty as an American to tell that story, and they completely dismissed him. They made up a story that they had tracked down the original footage, and there was nothing like that in it. Well, there was no original footage. It had been taken away the day the footage was recorded. He's deeply disappointed. People like Bob Salas, who had worked at a nuclear ICBM base, who saw UFOs flying over the base, and these missile silos were taken down. He went to Arrow, too, and was completely disregarded. It almost looks like Arrow operated as a counterintelligence operation to get people to come in, tell their stories, and then discredit all of them. I can't imagine that any whistleblower or witness will ever go to Arrow again because of what happened under the first director, who's now long gone, but still seems to act as the spokesperson for that organization.
And I would say, Madam Chair, maybe at some point we need to really dig deep into Arrow, and I would encourage us.
Oh, I'd be happy to send maybe a subpoena to Mr. Kilpatrick.
Get some information from Arrow,
Mr.
yeah.
Nucatelli, Mr. Nucatelli,
they're all
you've testified
agreeing,
that
though,
official
right?
Air Force records of the Red Square incident are now held by Arrow and the FBI. Has Congress or you been denied access to those records, and on what grounds would we be denied access, you or us?
No, the records are unclassified, so
okay,
provide them.
In the 2003 to 2005 incidents you described, were any physical effects, electromagnetic interference, radio anomalies, or security system disruptions documented in base logs or any reports, official reports?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Mr. Wiggins, has the full resolution unedited footage of your incident been provided to Congress?
Yes.
Okay. Were you or your crew ever instructed formally or informally not to document or discuss the event? Ever?
No.
Good. Mr. Borland, you've talked about manipulation of your security clearance records. Can you identify which agencies or offices were responsible and whether they provided any written justification?
I can do that in a skiff, sir.
Oh, I fucking knew he was going to say that. I fucking
because
knew
of
it.
being a part of a multi-agency special access program, I cannot give those publicly.
You
So I
haven't got your
encourage
job
us, Madam
anymore,
Chair, to
mate.
have that
Just tell us.
That SCIF meeting if we can. And then, Mr. Borland, again for you.
No, I want him to
Testify
be
that you
looked
withheld
after.
certain sources
I
and
like it.
methods from Arrow due to mistrust. Can you give us some specifics that led you to believe they were misrepresenting the truth?
Well, as I said
MCH, you
already,
shut up.
what I said about scientific methods, scientific control, extraterrestrials, I mean, I know what I've seen, I know what I know, and I know it's true. So any agency that's going to go public and try and manipulate the public perception of this subject in such a way that it is negative when I know the truth about it is why I had extreme reservations with it, and also what I've been through and other whistleblowers and people in the know about this subject have been through.
So, Madam Chair, thank you for letting me wave on. I think the key thing there you talked about was manipulation of message, manipulation of narrative. That is really the problem with this entire the system that we've seen since you've started these wonderful hearings, Madam Chair, and I thank you so much.
Thank you, Governor Biggs. Representative Biggs. The chair would now like to recognize Mr. Begich for 5 minutes.
Melanie Sims, thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam
no
Chair.
Worries, no worries.
First question, Mr. Borland, earlier today you mentioned that in a SCIF, you would be able to discuss whether a member of Congress is actually legally able to access certain information. Under what authority would a member of Congress be restricted from accessing information on this topic, even within a SCIF?
I would suggest reaching out to Director Gabbard and speaking with her about that. I'm hopeful that this goes back to the executive branch and who even has authority. Unfortunately, I can't give you a 100% solid answer because I don't even have that knowledge.
Next question to George Knapp. What is the estimated annual budget, your view, for the program for investigating or reverse engineering UAP-related technology, including official, misappropriated, or black budget funds?
I wouldn't have a clue. I don't know of any person that's ever seen it.
Does anyone on this panel wish to address that question?
100 million.
Okay, moving on. Are any of you willing to name specific gatekeepers within the root cell of the UAP-SAP Federation?
You mean specific people and contractors that have dealt with this and kept the secret?
Specific individuals.
Well, one of them was named Dr. James Ryder at Lockheed. But, you know, again, to emphasize, I don't fault these contractors for doing what they were asked to do by our government. They're supposed to lie if people ask about it. And the intelligence agencies who gave this stuff to them, CIA, I think primarily, told them to keep it quiet, and they've done that. And I suspect that they'd like an off-ramp, that they'd like some help with figuring out this technology at some point.
And this is, again, available to anyone, is there a security classification guide for UAP or NHI?
I remember in the 2003 or 2023 hearing, it was stated that all UAP-related material is classified secret or above.
I have a name for you.
Go ahead.
Glenn Gaffney, CIA.
Glenn Gaffney, CIA. Another question for you, Mr. Knapp. What is, in your view, having investigated this issue for so many years, what is the long game with respect to disclosure of this information to the public? Because with the advent of essentially a video camera and a high megapixel phone in everybody's pocket, at some point, this information is going to be impossible to withhold from the public. What do you think is the long game here?
Well, the secret's out. I mean, how many videos have there been already? You know, videos that are leaked from within the military and intelligence agencies and contractors and sensor platforms. It's out there. But they have the high ground. The people that don't want us to take it seriously dismiss it, discredit the witnesses, come up with a cover story. I mean, it's been out there a long time. The public senses that it's real, and the people in authority dismiss them. It's a game that's been going on a long time, and I don't think they're ever going to release it. I think that there's an attitude among the people that have been involved in this for a long time that the public doesn't deserve to know, and that the public probably can't handle it, but they can.
Final question, again, this one's open to anyone who'd like to answer it. Describe your understanding of the org chart or lines of control within the executive branch with respect to these topics. And if you'd like to address that in a skiff, feel free to say so.
That could work as long as I'm legally allowed to and you are legally allowed to receive it.
I think these programs are in the executive branch, National Security Council and over on that side. That seems to be what some of our witnesses have told us over the years. So you can, Congress can file all kinds of requests. The FOIAs can be filed with the Department of Defense, Department of War now, and they can honestly say, well, we don't have it, because they don't have it.
Someone in chat just said, Jeremy with the
Is there
Illuminati
anything
hand
in my remaining
sign,
30
mate.
seconds
Come on,
that you'd like to share on any of these questions that I've asked you today?
I applaud the committee for trying to tackle this monster of an issue. I really appreciate that it might be the only bipartisan issue in Washington where everybody can agree. We've watched multiple hearings now. Everyone is asking the same kind of questions, whether right or left, and honestly want the answers. And Chairman Luna, Chairwoman Luna, I appreciate your dedication to this, Tim Burchett and the other members for sticking with it, because it's come up in Congress before, and they had hearings, and then they dropped it for 50 years. So it's going to take a lot of time to get to the bottom of this, and I applaud your commitment to getting to the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9C.
Madam Chair, can I have ask a parliamentary question of you?
Yeah, sure.
Does this subcommittee have the authority to do subpoenas?
Task force. So the task force, to answer that question, has to do it through full committee.
Okay.
So, and also in regards to immunity, which to Mr. Borland's point, we are going to be doing a motion to ask for immunity for you and a few other people to come into a skiff and tell us what you know without being subject to the Espionage Act, et cetera.
Thank you, ma'am.
So that's just kind of an update. But as a task force, because we are not a full subcommittee and there are certain authorities that haven't been granted to us, probably because they don't want us to have it. But there are ways to work around it, so we're kind of figuring that out. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9C, the majority and minority will have an additional 30 minutes each to ask questions of the witnesses without objection. So ordered. With that being said, if you guys want to jump in the queue, I know Representative Crane, Burleson, and likely Burchett have a few more questions. I'll just start out with two, and then I'll pass the buck to Burleson. Burchett, do you have anything?
Right, let's get into the nitty gritty now. Come on.
Burchett and then Crane.
Show us the bloody
Just
alias.
real quick, Mr. Knapp, and short answers, please, because of time. How much of these alleged Russian crash retrieval documents have already been physically out there? So, I mean, percentage-wise of the documents that you submitted to Congress, what was public already and what was not newly released?
Maybe 1%.
Okay, so the rest of it should be predominantly new information.
Yep.
Also, can you just elaborate real quick? I know you had, I think, mentioned a Thread 3 program, but also alleged in those documents, I got through maybe half of them last night. There's a lot, and I don't speak Russian, contrary to what my people might allege. What does the Thread 3, was there any specific programs that existed within the Soviet government or groups to specifically investigate this by name real quick?
It's a number. There's a number in those documents I gave you. There was a larger program that actually had 3 sub-programs that was, Thread 3 was the name I got, and then the DIA guys who looked at it figured out there was a much larger organization.
And it's listed in those documents?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Real quick, I'd like to ask the committee to replay that video that Burleson had played earlier. I want to ask every witness here, specifically ones that have sensor training or have been able to recognize some of this movements real quick. So if you guys can please roll that real quick.
Yeah, well done, well done. Let's look at this again. That's the UAP, and then a Hellfire missile comes from the top left in. Bang. And then they said it carries on, though. Bang. Look. It's still flying with the debris
Okay, while this is still
flying
rolling,
with it.
Mr. Nusatelli, real quick yes or no answers. Are you aware of anything in the government, United States government arsenal that can split a Hellfire missile like this?
No.
And do whatever blob thing it did and then keep going? Nothing?
Nothing.
All right, how about you, Chief Wiggins?
Nothing to my knowledge, ma'am.
Okay, and how about you, Mr. Borland?
I prefer to answer that in a skiff.
Oh, fucking hell,
Okay,
Borden.
does this video scare you guys? Yes or no?
Yes.
Wiggins?
Yes.
Nat?
I had a different reaction. I was really happy that it got out. Thanks for providing
Curiosity
that,
kills the
Congressman.
cat. All right, Mr. Borland?
Skiff.
Yes, for...
Okay. All right, that is the end of my questioning. I'd like to now recognize Mr. Crane.
Thank you. Chief, I was on a ship for a little bit. I was a gunner's mate on the USS Gettysburg for a couple years. My question to you is, when you had your encounter and you saw it on the screen, you were in the CIC, is that correct?
That's correct. On an LCS ship, the CIC is on the bridge, so it's called ICC-1, but yes, same.
Did a bunch of the other folks in the CIC come and check out what you were looking at?
Yes, we all did. The tactical action officer, myself, the RCO, and two others that were on watch. We were all in the same space, so we were all looking at the Sapphire screen all at the same time.
Because in the other couple instances with the witnesses, you guys just saw it by yourself, is that correct? Mr. Borland, you saw it by yourself?
For me, yes, sir.
Mr. Nusatelli, you saw this by yourself?
That's a good point.
No, there were multiple witnesses in every case at Vandenberg.
Okay. So, Chief, did that spread like wildfire throughout the ship in the next day or two, what you guys had seen?
No, sir, it didn't spread throughout the ship, but it spread throughout ICC-1 conversation. As you do your turnover, we talk about it, but it didn't go further than just the watchstanders that stood watch on the bridge and in ICC-1. So it did move around there throughout a few days.
I'm kind of surprised. Stuff usually spreads around the ship pretty fast. Why do you think the rest of your fellow sailors on the boat didn't hear about it?
Potentially uninterest, possibly, with engineers or combat systems like yourself, don't make their way up to the bridge enough to get within sight of the circle of talk about the incident.
Was it hard for you to get permission from the Navy to bring that video?
I myself didn't bring the video. I just saw the video. When I saw the video, I got in touch with Admiral Gallaudet. That's how I wind up.
Would you look at that? Just look at that.
I can't pull it out either. I'd have to drill it.
Would you just look at it?
And I was like, hey, that's my voice, and I wanted to talk about it.
How long did that encounter take place, Chief?
So the encounter itself, from the time I recognized on my radar to the time after the video ends, was probably about 5 to 7 minutes.
What speed was the object moving at?
When I first witnessed off the port bridge wing the object moving out of the water, what I thought was originally just a light on the water, something on the horizon, and surfacing and going into the air, I then knew it was an air contact. But as an air controller myself, I started thinking and going through kind of like my checklist in my mind. Could it be a helo? But it's not blinking lights. So I then realized this is something I've never seen before. So the speed itself, just going from the horizon to about maybe 3,000 to 4,000 feet in the air, was very slow, slowly rising. And then it sped up. I'm not an expert at knowing specific speeds of aircraft just by visual eye, but I would say probably 1-2 Mach instantly into the rest of the formation. I didn't notice visually with my own eyes the other 3 objects until I went back to my radar and also utilized Sapphire to see that, in fact, there were 4 total. And then again, when they all left after a certain amount of time, it was nearly instantaneous.
So you spotted it visually first, Chief, and then went back to your radar, or did you guys spot it on radar first?
Radar first, because that was my watch station.
And then you went out to the port bridge wing, is that correct?
Correct, to verify what I saw on my radar.
What range was it at, Chief, when you were able to see it visibly?
I would say about 7 nautical miles, 7 to 8 nautical miles of a light from the ship.
Wow. Thank you. I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chief Wiggins, you said that it emerged from the ocean. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And before it did, it was glowing. It was a glowing object under the water.
That part I couldn't tell because it was nighttime at 1915 approximately, and it was also at a distance. So it's very hard to tell the difference between something on the horizon and something surfacing from the water. My personal thoughts after seeing what I saw is that it did in fact come from the water, but I don't have visual evidence showing exactly, that it did in fact come from the water. But
Max speed
I had to go through my process of elimination and try to figure out, was this a ship on the horizon just showing its lights at night, but to see it surface, then it made me question, okay, where did this come from? If it's flying and it's not a drone or anything like that, where was its origin? Where did it start?
Max speed tube is
Mr. Knapp, in your
1,534,000 miles an
testimony
hour.
and in this document, you detail an event that happened in Russia where their nuclear missiles were activated, and we were close to a World War III at that time, which is startling to hear. It's also good to know that as we have investigated the JFK files as well, that we're learning that that there was a document that was sent between Russia. There was an agreement between Russia and the United States that if they were to see some unidentified objects over sensitive sites, that they would report it to each other. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I'm also familiar with the rhetoric, public rhetoric between President Reagan and Gorbachev at the time, too, that they traded statements about, wouldn't it be something if we were threatened by something from way outside, how we might work together. I know for sure that they had conversations about it, and I know we did reach an agreement to try to lessen the possibility that us detecting a UFO or group of UFOs would not be mistaken for a bunch of Russian missiles. There were exchanges of that sort that went back and forth.
Yeah, and I can imagine this is, to me, the validity of this document
Yes, I see.
is underscored by the fact that Russia would not want this to be known. They absolutely would not want to know, the public to know, or the United States to know, that there was a vulnerability in their missile systems. Would you agree?
Absolutely. And, and we had many similar incidents at our nuclear weapons facilities here that have all been sort of swept under the rug, but it's pretty scary when you take down 10 missile silos during tense times and you don't have a better explanation for it than it was a special test of security mechanisms or using EMPs, which is a preposterous explanation.
Real quick, we're going to cut to Mr. Ogles. He just got back. So we're in a special kind of lightning round, so 5 minutes, and then we'll go back to our line of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, I think it's clear from the hearing that there's advanced technologies that are taking place in our airspace. The question is, and I posed it in one of the previous hearings, is it ours, is it theirs, or is it otherworldly? There may not be a silver bullet at the moment, but when you look back through the hearing and the evidence that's been presented, if you're going to point the American people to one piece of evidence to start their journey on this topic, what would you suggest, sir?
One piece of evidence. I would I would start with this hearing, in the first hearing. There is no evidence.
But is there a specific, exactly, but is there a specific evidence or footage or document that you think lends extreme credibility to what we're discussing today?
I would say this new video we're seeing today is exceptional evidence that we're dealing with something.
With the kinetic?
Yes.
Mr. Wiggins?
Sir, I'd have to say that if just the average person here in America looked at absolutely everything that has come across television, the internet, etc., you can't tell yourself that 100% of what's being recorded is fake or
Yeah,
false.
you have to
at some
throw in
point
some common
understand that
sense.
There's something else.
It's just
out there.
like,
Well, I mean, and you bring an interesting point. You know, in the law enforcement community, anytime you're conducting an investigation, you're always looking at the totality of the circumstances. You're looking at all the evidence and how they piece together.
it's Happy Gilmore,
And so
isn't he?
that would be my,
Matey.
advice to the American people, that this is a journey that is just beginning from a congressional perspective, but you have decades of data, some of it not real, much of it is, but thanks to Chairwoman Luna, we're now presenting this to the American people. And I think this latest video from Mr. Burleson is something that should get everyone pause. When you see the 3 orbs that drop, was that in a defensive posture, or was that in an offensive posture? And what capabilities did those orbs have that we, quite frankly, may not have? Mr. Knapp?
As I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, what hooked me on the story was the paper trail, these documents that shouldn't exist. We've been told for decades, over and over, there's nothing to it. It's not a threat. You can go about your business. And then when FOIA becomes the law of the land, thousands of pages to the contrary leak out. There's a memo by General Nathan Twining in 1947 when the country was being overflown by dozens of UFOs, hundreds of UFOs, in which he said, look, this is not visionary or fictitious, it's real. These things are craft. They're not ours. They outperform anything we've got. I mean, if you follow the paper trail of documents that they wrote before the military got wise and realized that FOIA really exists and changed their tune and not put things in writing, it spells it out pretty clearly. I'll go refer back to Russia. One incident I did not mention to Representative Burleson is Colonel Sokolov in that Ministry of Defense program said there were 40 incidents where Russian warplanes were sent to intercept UFOs. And they were ordered to fire on them. And for the most part, the UFOs would zip away. 3 of the pilots, though, did fire at these things. Those 3 planes stalled out, crashed. 2 of those pilots died. And after that, the Russians changed the standing order. If you see a UFO, leave them alone. No country in the world wants to say and admit that these objects are flying around in our airspace and there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, who wants to say that? The U.S. certainly doesn't. The Russians didn't either.
And I've got to be almost out of time, but Mr. Berlin, then you, sir, real quickly.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think Bob Lazar, and not for the reasons that most would talk about, mainly because Bob Lazar was immediately discredited. They said he never worked where he worked. They said he never did what he did. But yet Bob Lazar showed up with a bunch of friends and a video camera and was filming these test flights in the middle of the desert. So clearly he knew something.
Madam Chairman, if I'm out of time, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Representative Ogles. I'd like to go back
I
now
eat
on
pieces
our
of
lightning
shit
round of
like you
questioning
for
to
breakfast.
Representative Burchett and then Burleson.
You eat shit for breakfast?
Burchett always number 1.
That's what I should be. Number 1 in your heart, number 435 on the chart. That's me. Dylan, knowing you testified to Arrow, are they obfuscating when they claim to have discovered no evidence of extraterrestrial beings, activity, or technology, and are they lying to the American public?
As I said before, it's a manipulation of the public perception. The statement, scientific evidence of extraterrestrials, is a true statement. It is not the truth about what is happening and what we have.
Would any of y'all like to comment on that further? Mr. Knapp, you're getting edgy.
It's splitting hairs. No proof that they're extraterrestrials. What would that proof look like? A piece of kryptonite? What would it be? I mean, we could be talking about different forms of non-human intelligence. I think the dominant paradigm is that they come from outer space, somewhere else, and they have some way that they can cross those vast distances that we can't even imagine doing. But that's not necessarily the answer. So asking for proof of extraterrestrials might not be the answer at all. It's splitting hairs. we don't know where they're from. I don't know anyone who knows the answer for sure. They call them aliens just as a placekeeper kind of a word, but no one in all these programs who've studied this stuff for years, people with much bigger brains than mine, knows the answer for sure.
I've talked to Navy folks that some of the deep sea areas, they think there might be something there that they're here, and I don't know when they got here. Another point that needs to be made is every time, we say we're going to back engineer or whatever you want to call it.
I'm not claiming that Borland
these
is a
craft.
plan. It was a comment.
I would say it'd be like
and
if
so
you
I
took
thought I'd put it in a
I
poll.
ride motorcycles, but if you took like an Indian or a Harley to the people that came over here on the Mayflower, they'd see a bright shiny object, they might polish it, they might get it started. I doubt they could. They couldn't work on it. They couldn't put fuel. They wouldn't be able to have the capability of putting fuel in it. I just think that's we're scratching at something that we don't have any knowledge of, and that's why it's just taken so dadgum long. But they do know, first one that cracks that code, it's over. I mean, it's energy, it's power, it's everything. And I worry too that in the wrong hands that they do that, they keep it from the rest of us because they're so invested in whatever energy sources we have here that their billionaire buddies are going to profit, and they can't retool because they know once it's out on the internet, it's over. And so I think there's a lot of things going after, and I think that's why the move to discredit folks is so rapid too. I think they point to them and they put the dogs on them.
Well, we're getting there.
There's
Come
a
on.
price to be paid for that too. The Russians and Chinese are trying to figure this out as well, but they don't have the same kind of stigma. They tell their best scientists and engineers, get in there and work on it. And they've been doing it for a very long time, might have a head start on us. Here, we don't have our best scientists and engineers working on it because they've been told it's nonsense. The stigma is very real for people like that.
I agree. Yield back, Chair Lady.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize Representative Burleson.
Mr. Nusatelli, when you heard the testimony of Mr. Knapp talking about these missiles were shut down or turned on in Russia, does that remind you, when you hear these stories, it's got to remind you of the event that happened on your base?
Absolutely. There are many accounts of incursions of this type taking place. I believe in the 60s we had a similar incursion in New England, and same thing happened. There were these objects coming over the base at low altitude, 200 feet over the base security police, and they were scrambling fighters, and then the objects would just fly off, and that went on for weeks. So the historical record has laid out that there's a pattern, that our installations are visited by these craft. They come in and do whatever they're doing, and then they leave. And we don't know how to respond. We don't know how to protect the installation. So that's why we're here.
When you first heard, and we're having to report on these incidents that were being witnessed by other individuals, did you believe them? Did you yourself believe it would be true until you saw it?
Yeah, these are people I've worked with for years, deployed with. I was in some of the weddings. These are people that I worked with every day of my life. Usually when the events were occurring, we were all together. There'd be 40, 60, 100 people on duty during these encounters.
Really?
Yeah.
All seeing it at the same time?
Yes, these encounters were playing out while we were on duty, and we were responding and investigating in real time as they occurred.
And as you said, the importance of your operation
Where's the
was highly
footage,
important
then?
because they said it's the most important in 25 years, the research that you were conducting.
For that particular launch, we had 500 Air Force police officers guarding the launch. 500 people. It was that critical.
Wow.
But had this thing showed up, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to prevent it showing up.
Real quickly, can you just redescribe size and whether or not you heard anything? It was how big, wise?
The two square objects were at least as large as a football field. The second encounter, they think it was much larger than a football field. We're talking like flying buildings.
Jesus.
The object I saw was about 30 feet in diameter.
And to confirm, you were not the only person that saw this.
Correct.
I think I was also told that there was also reports of this in a police blotter in the area Can you confirm that?
Yes, that's the documentation that I maintained
Mhm.
from the original event and turned into Arrow and the FBI.
Okay.
It's like those, maybe those cubes, like that video
No,
I did yesterday.
Madam Chair, I just
the
want to
cube
reiterate
UFOs.
to the American people that
Black cubes.
if you're frustrated, so are we. We're extremely frustrated. We've been, the 2-3 years. I can only imagine how frustrated Mr. Knapp is, or Danny Sheehan is, and the amount of time that you guys have poured into this to try to get answers. I mean, Masson is back there. He's been pouring to try to get answers into this. I hope that you all see that we're committed to this, and we're going to be scrappy about it. We may not have the direct authority, but I can assure you, Representative Luna is about as scrappy as it gets. I wouldn't want to scrap with her.
I bet you
But
would, mate.
that being said, I think that if the American people want to see answers, we need to action. We've had the hearings. It's time to take action. It's time that we pass Tim Burchett's Whistleblower Act. It's time that we pass the UAP Disclosure Act. And I think that we've had a lot of talk about this. It's time for action.
Thank you, Burleson. I would now like to yield 30 minutes to Representative Crockett.
I'll reserve.
Thank you. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony today. I now yield to Ranking Member Crockett for closing remarks.
I'll pass. No, I just want to say thank you so much to each and every one of you for being here today, for staying committed to this, and for your courage. I truly believe that courage is contagious, and right now we need more courage than ever, whether it's UAPs or whether we're dealing with any other form of government where people are afraid to come out and speak their truth. The American people are relying on amazing public servants like you to speak up on their behalf, to be the watchdog, and to make sure that we are as safe as possible. And so thank you so much again for conducting a bipartisan hearing on such an important matter.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize myself for some closing remarks. This is obviously something that doesn't just affect everyone in this room. I can tell you that specifically for where I represent in Pinellas County, Tampa Bay, and Florida as a whole, there's many sightings, many questions, people reporting this, but I'm not the only one. I was also told by Representative Biggs, as well as our great representative from Alaska, that these are not isolated instances, and so it does give us reasoning to provide investigative inquiry into these topics, but also I would also like Mr. Spielberger, if you could actually review and see if your organization would endorse the Whistleblower Protection Act that Representative Burchett has. I can tell you that I will be signing on to a letter, as well as I'm sure many other members of this task force, and we hope that the ranking chairwoman, or my colleague here, Representative Crockett, as well as our Democrats that were here today, consider also signing on to that, as we do feel that it is time to ensure that our whistleblowers are given adequate protections and that people like Mr. Borland are not facing retribution in the way that they have been. With that being said, with all of that and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, and which will be also forwarded to those witnesses. If there are no further business, without objection, I'd like to now recognize Representative Burchett for closing remarks.
I would just like to thank the ranking member and the chair lady for their courage. This is a tough issue. We all catch hell for it, and but it's gratifying that we're here in a bipartisan nature and the way this meeting was conducted. And I want to thank y'all for your courage. Thank y'all. And
without objection, the task force stands adjourned.
Oh, well. Okay. Well. What do you think, chat? What do we think? Down here. I think at the end of the day, you know, when you get these hearings, I'm never expecting some sort of you know, an outcome, so to speak. I just think it's good that it's been spoken about more and more, because you know, even just having conversation with people in the street, whatever, what do you do as a YouTube channel and all that sort of stuff. You know, if I went back, say, 10 years ago, you know, maybe 10, 15 years ago, and I said, oh, I, you know, make content about UFOs and aliens and ghosts and things like that, you know, like, people are like, aliens, UFO, and just laugh at you. But now, you know, you say this and people are like, oh, yeah, I'm into that, you know? It's just good that it's, if anything, it's just been spoken about. You can talk about it without being sort of like, being seen as some fucking mentalist, you know? I think the video that was shown was fantastic, and I'm probably going to put that on a video myself, you know, and zoom in and slow it down, really look into what actually happened there, because what's her face, Luna, she said she says, how did it turn into a blob thing? And I don't think I saw that. Maybe I did. I'm not too sure, but I'd like to see what she actually meant by that. Borland, yeah, he sort of annoyed me a little bit with the old, you know, after talking the skiff. that was annoying. But you know, some people were saying he's a plant. Like, I just sort of like. I put on here, Borland, a possible plant. Why dismiss the fact that... Yeah, so somebody put up a good point. Clearly, he must know what a TR3B is, right? So, that makes you think, why is he not talking about it? Why is he not saying it was the stereotypical TR3B, or I thought it was the TR3B? Which makes you think, well, he must be a plant. Maybe put in to say that these TR3Bs aren't ours, or we don't know what they are. But then, I don't know, why put them in there in the first place? It's just a bit weird. It's weird, man. What do you think? I don't know. I think it's a bit of a wishy-washy comment, isn't it? When somebody says, "Oh, that person's a plant," It did get a little bit weird where he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to talk about that in Skiff. Like, we have to go to Skiff and talk about that." Because then that would suggest that he's not a plant. If he's in there for a purpose to say we don't know what they are, then say that we don't know what they are. But I don't know. It's a bit odd. Plant to detract from the truth. Yeah, I get that. But then when people say, "Oh, we'll have to talk about that in the Skiff," that's pretty much acknowledging the question, right? Agreeing to the question. You just can't say it. Maximum Skiff, please. Major deja vu right now. My theory on deja vu is you've gone into hyper focus mode, mate. Stay in there. Your body has sensed something before your brains registered it. Stay in that moment, mate. Get the lottery numbers. Wasn't there? There was something that I did. I save it actually. Bookmarks. I saved it. It was regarding somebody that was in a skiff and like shit went down. There was like, I don't know, was there fist swung or something like that? What was it now? It was a who was it? Somebody was in a skiff talking about something about UFOs, and someone went down inside this room. Can't remember what it was now or who it was. Basically, I think skiff is just a room where discussions take place, and it doesn't go out, leave those four walls, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, it is a little bit, it's a bit frustrating when you get like a result at the end, because it is frustrating because you've got this, Congress where I'm assuming, right, that the whole purpose of Congress is to fact find, and then they can come up with new laws and new bills. So it seemed to me they're all agreeing that these whistleblowers have been treated wrong and they believe what they saw and stuff like that. So can't you just make a new bill that says, right, from now on, anything told has to go through? Or is there already a law or a bill like that, but this is the problem where it's not being cascaded, it's not being echoed through? Or is it because they just need more information before they just willy-nilly write up a bill that they haven't got any hardcore evidence? Maybe that's what it is. I think that's the problem, where they need more hardcore proof of these sightings, documents, in order to then say, okay, we've got enough information now, we need to make a law and a bill to, to make this public. So I think that, because of these hearings, the more and more it happens, hopefully, the more and more awareness comes up, and obviously more information, Yeah, George Knapp said, what evidence do you expect? Yeah. Because the thing is, you can... Yeah, he said about that video being evidence, and absolutely, because I think if it was just a dot flying past, that's one thing, and it could be taken as unknown technology, maybe. But with the Hellfire missile going in the side of this thing, and then still flying, that sort of like brings that evidence right to the very top, because we know then, well, we haven't got technology that can do that can fend off a Hellfire missile. So that should be real credible evidence. But Matey said beforehand, he says, well, evidence is being destroyed in real time. Like, it's like a dog trying to catch its tail. The more you go back, the less and less evidence there is, because they're slowly getting rid of all of this evidence and all of these documents and things like that. I think my personal view is when they want us to know, we will know. Like, I really do think that. When they decide, whoever it is, when they decide it's time to let people know, we will know. I wasn't expecting. I literally just the punch drunkard. I think you're expecting too much, mate. No, I think I've just literally described exactly what I thought, right? And why this is a good thing. like I say, I came in it not expecting some sort of outcome. I mean, I hoped for more, but I wasn't expecting more. I wasn't expecting an outcome. I hoped for more, maybe more photos, maybe more videos, more evidence, you know. It seemed like it was a room full of story time. And then the Congress were like, yeah, that sounds cool. Tell us again. How fast did it go? That sounds cool. Right, what's your story? You know? Seems like it's just story time. Yes, but when is time? Yeah, that's a good point. At what point will these entities just show themselves? They are conditioning us. For what, Dawn? What are they conditioning us for? For an invasion? For Project Bluebeam? What are they conditioning us for, Dawn? And chat, what do you think? What do you think Dawn's talking about? What are they conditioning us for? High-speed night vision cameras need to be cheap, bruh. I didn't pick up on that unless I missed it, mate. Did you see that George Knapp's speaking was cut off while speaking about the Russians having more technology as America? The alien invasion. Our souls. Dawn is onto something. Well, I think, you know, they said that about bloody computer games, didn't they? You know, all these computer games, you know, teaching us how to shoot guns, reload guns, weapons, defend ourselves, aliens, ghosts, and things like that. Is when it actually happens, it won't scare us as much as if we weren't seeing it. This much. Whoa! HC with a 30.99. Me and the missus, Emily, have been watching since 50k subs. She just gave birth to our first son. She's in hospital recovering. Mind giving her a shout out. Keep it up. Love from Australia. P.S. Disclosure comes from within. Emily and you, mate. Congratulations. Emily Rambo having a baby boy. Look at yeah. Have you got a name for him yet? HC? Emily? Name him Rambo. Name him Casper. Well, okay. Well, look. By the way, to the Ghost fans in the chat, I mean, I haven't not done any Ghost videos. I'm just saying these last couple of videos, obviously yesterday, the day, what is it, Saturday, yesterday, and obviously today, 3 days in a row, it's been about aliens. Obviously, look, it's a big alien week, so I'm covering that. But don't worry, I am going to be getting Ghost reactions for you this week, all right? And I might make it up to you next week as well. Is where's my, there we go. Yeah, I don't want you thinking I've forgotten about you, because I haven't at all. It's just, you know, following hot topics. If there was a bloody news conference about ghosts and paranormal and stuff, believe me, I'll be bloody talking about it, all right? It's just because obviously with this stuff going on. So yeah. But if you haven't already, and yesterday's and the day before's videos is popping off, guys. If you haven't seen it, yesterday's video is about the Black Cube UAP. That is the weirdest shit ever, man. And then the video before is about the 3-Eye Atlas. More updates and information about the 3-Eye Atlas. So yeah, go and check it out, man. But I'm gonna leave you with this. Take care of yourself and each other. No, great stuff, man. I will see you soon on the next videos. Maybe do a stream. I've got some box opening here. In fact, I've got do you know what? I'm going to end it on the bloody effing great box I've got here to open up. I turned up the other day, and I have got other parcels down there that I haven't opened up yet. But this one is huge, so I'm going to open it up now. Hope that's okay with you. This way up. What is the time? Jesus. Jesus. Let's see what's inside the box. Could be a little alien. Hey, thank you guys also for your bloody super chats and your memberships. It's been honestly so nice of you to do what you're doing. Very nice of you. It's in the box. Jesus, it's very well wrapped. Was ist das? Das ist mein Aschenbecher. Ja, ist gut, ja. Wer ist ein Aschenbecher? Der ist mein Aschenbecher. Bitte, bitte. That's my German. I know a little bit. Anybody from Germany here? Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Hey! Look at this person. Huh? Ramboing the merch with Rambo at Casper Site t-shirt and 2 Casper Site mugs, mate. Look at you. Look at you, mate. Absolutely Ramboing it. Get the merch, caspersite.com. Caspersite.com. Hi, Ben. Just a quick note to say thank you for... Might as well wear them. Spent fucking £100 on them, whatever it is. Hi, Ben. Just a quick note to say thank you for the Shadow Bastard, the Freaky Deaky, the Fingers of Death, and most of all, the Ram. Oh, the Ramboing the channel. I was like, the Ram? Is that a new slogan of mine? And most of all, the new Ramboing the channel. I'm Ali, and this is my son, Oliver. We are top fans. We watch every day. We do the thing, subscribe and buy the merch. I know you get loads of stuff sent to you, so we thought we would add to the stock. Hope you like the interpretations of it was built on a graveyard. I make the miniatures as a hobby and absolutely love making this one. You are 1 in a million. In fact, we are watching your live right now from the 27th of August. You're currently wetting yourself at the video of the dad falling off the motorbike twice with his cigar intact. That was brilliant, man. Go check out my last live, mate. Honestly, fuck me. Yeah, you always cheer me up, and I can honestly say that your channel's really helped me get through some dark times. Anyway, thanks again. If you want to check out my Instagram page, teeny_tinylass. It's a small thing. It's the small things. Your miniature will be on there. Hope you like Oliver's picture. He wanted to make something for you too. Alison and Oliver. Sheffield. Press the switch on the side of the raised grave at the front and it will light up. Oh, fucking, even got the Grudge and Shadow Bastard. Hey, Oliver, mate. Nice. With the graveyard. I'm so happy that you love this, man, and you watch every day. And it's so nice to know that, like, because it is a bit of a fear of mine. I always get a little bit of, when certain videos pop, right? It's great, but there's some part of me that goes, oh God. Because if, let's say, for example, which mainly happens if a UFO video happens or an alien video pops off and it gets like quite high views, or I should say more so like a large amount of subscribers come in, I always get a little bit anxious about when to do the next ghost reaction because it's so different, you know, and people might be thinking, what the fuck have I just signed up for, and then unsubscribe, and then vice versa. If a ghost reaction does really well, and then somebody like, and then then I do a UFO one. They're like, "Oh, this isn't the energy that I got from what I subscribed with," you know. But so that just tells me that obviously I'm not going to make everybody happy, but that just tells me that there is clientele for ghosts and aliens and UFOs, man. I love that. Thank you so much. Right, let's have a little looky wookie. Oh my god. Right, hang on a second. Houston, Texas, baby, come on! Okay, guys, I got a feeling this is going to be really phenomenal. You can mix vids, yeah? Nice AI image. Oh. What AI image? Are you talking about Oliver's picture? That's a compliment, Oliver. Right. Oh my god, hang on a second. Oh my, right. I thought it was going to be good. Oh my god, mate. Oh my god. Holy shit. By the way, you've packed it. Fantastic. By the looks of it, it's all okay. This is amazing. He's opening the cube. Do you know what? I thought Mr. Nutella, Mr. whatever his name is. Whenever I looked at his name, I just thought, is that Mr. Nutella? Right, hang on. I've got to look at this properly. Holy shit. Right, close your eyes. Mate. I don't know. What? Right. Hang on, I'm going to turn around because... Okay. Wait. Right, you ready? Absolutely incredible. This is absolutely incredible. Here we go. Wait. I'm going to raise it up. How fucking good is that? What in the Beetlejuice is going on here, mate? It was built on a graveyard. Oh my goodness gracious me. Look at you. What the flipping hell, man? Is it Lego? No. Not Lego. Look at the grudge bitch behind and the little ladders. The alien, mate, this, oh, and the little PlayStation there. This is brilliant, man. This is absolutely amazing. What the? Hey! My missus is gonna freak over this. My son's gonna love this too. In fact, my daughter, everyone's gonna love this. The detail, look at the bricks, mate. Shitter brick in the barrow. The wheelbarrow, look. Love it. I can't get over it. That must have taken ages, yeah. Hey? What do you reckon? Everyone is going to absolutely love that in the house. I'm just trying to think where to put it. I might put it on my piano. I don't play the piano, by the way. I mean, I do. I'm a professional pianist. You know? Pianist. I know. My missus does. Oh yeah, turn it on! Where did it say again on the side? Oh, hang on. Where did it say again? Press the switch on the side of the raised grave at the front. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Huh? Oh! Mate, I love this. It just reminds me of Beetlejuice. Hey, come on. Let me out of here. Come on. How epic is that? That's amazing. Anyway, okay. I'm done. I'm done. I'm leaving. All right, I'm leaving on that. Leaving on a jet plane. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the love, the likes, the comments, the shares, the memberships, the super chats, and the cool things. All right. Deadshot 10.99. Hey there, Ben. First greetings from Bulgaria. Thank you so much, mate, for the 10.99. I'm a huge fan of your content since 2020. You're the greatest. Just remember it. And have a nice eve. Thank you, mate. Thank you, Deadshot. I appreciate it, man, and for being a member. Right, peeps, I'm going to go. Thank you again. Look out for a new vid. All right, take care. Bye-bye. That's brilliant. That's so damn good.
So you've seen paranormal clips before, but not like this. Cryptids, ghosts, and conspiracies that will make you question everything you know. My name's Steve. This is Classified Captures. Now, let's take a critical look at the first clip. Meet Sophia, or at least that's who she's supposed to be. This clip was recorded in Mexico, and the story behind it, well, it's not exactly the wholesome kind. In the clip, we see a young lady tied to a tree with others standing around her. They keep referring to her by her name until she briefly breaks away and starts to act in an unnatural way. According to the established story online, she was stopping random cars, and when those present saw everything going on, they came to the conclusion that she was possessed. That's the sole reason for why she's tied up. Her little attempt to escape doesn't help her case either, with some claiming that the spirit is moving her body. As much as many in the community love paranormal stuff like this, there are a few who are skeptical. They felt there had to be something else going on. To them, this might be nothing more than a psychological issue, further stating that the young lady might be going through a psychotic break or something along those lines. Logically, this assertion makes sense, but not everyone is willing to accept it. This has led to a debate between both camps. You've seen the clip. Do you see a young lady possessed or a disturbed lady screaming for help? Let's hear your thoughts in the comment section. Next, we move to the Talamina State Park in Oklahoma, where an individual claims to have captured not one, but an entire Sasquatch family. Take a look. According to the uploader, this was captured on the 20th of June 2025. I know it's a bit dark, but pay attention to the center of the footage. Did you catch those two beady eyes moving from left to right? Did you catch the next set that followed? Now, when the clip repeats, you should see that these beady eyes belong to a large body. Although we don't see their entire bodies, we catch their silhouettes, and it's clear that they are large beings. To some in the community, this is most definitely a Bigfoot family. To others, well, it could be men in suits trying to get their bit of internet fame. But you've seen the clip now. So tell us what you think. Would AI lie? Do we trust robots? I know some of you would say that they're totally fine and all, but this Tesla bot may just prove you wrong. In the clip, we see a man playing rock, paper, scissors with the bot. Initially, the bot asks him to explain the rules since it doesn't know the game. The man is initially surprised since he'd seen the bot playing it earlier. After explaining the rules to the bot, they start playing, and the robot consistently beats him. He asks how it knows what it's doing if it couldn't play, and the robot confesses. He knew the rules all along, he just needed the man to tell him again so he could scan facial expressions and predict his movement. So basically, we have these robots manipulating us for their own gain. Sounds cute and harmless, right?
Alright, Teslabot, come over here, it's time for a break. Yeah, let's play a game. Rock, paper, scissors.
Alright, explain me the rules.
Explain you the rules? What do you mean? I'm pretty sure I saw you playing this with Kim K.
No, it was probably my cousin or something.
Was your cousins? Alright, anyway. So you have rocks, beat scissors, then scissors beats papers, and papers beat rocks. Alright, you got it?
Yes, I'm ready.
Alright, 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, man, I thought you didn't know how to play. 1, 2, 3. Come on, man. Like, I thought you didn't know how to play this game. Like, explain me, how can you win every time?
I can explain why I win every time.
Yeah.
I lied.
You lied to me?
Yeah, but it's not a big deal. I pretended not to know the rules so that while you were explaining them, I was actually scanning your facial expressions and hand movements. This allowed me to predict your next move.
Personally, if one of those things came anywhere near me, we'd be playing rock, paper, or hand grenade. Moving on to something truly paranormal, take a good look at this image. What do you think is going on here? It's hard to say for sure, but one thing is definitely clear. That's no picture effect. According to the original poster of the image online, he was having some daddy bonding time with his daughter when the image was taken. As usual, he thought nothing of the photograph, and they continued their playdate. While reviewing the images later, he noticed something weird. There was a gray figure in the image with them. A bit blurry, yes, but it was there. After discussing with some people he knew, they came to the conclusion that there was a ghost in there with him and his daughter that he was not aware of. Thinking they might have been blowing things out of proportion, they uploaded this online, hoping someone would tell them otherwise, but that's not what happened. Everyone agreed right away that there was a spirit out there with them. What kind? Well, that's hard to say, but you've seen the clip too. So what do you think? This next one is a bit, how do we say, controversial. Now, the clip was recorded by a man who'd seen a building burning. I would want to assume he started filming after authorities had been notified. While filming, he noticed something weird in the distance. It felt like there was a head looking at him from the burning building. That's not possible, right? But moreover, it didn't look human. There simply couldn't be such a thing. As he told himself that, he kept staring and even looking away briefly. Just when he was about to tell himself he was imagining things, the head moved. Yeah, how's about that then? What do you think is happening here? This footage was shared by a man in Argentina. He was driving down a remote road in the middle of the night. He was very late and there were no cars or people around. He was just trying to get to his destination when he spotted something strange. Up ahead, there was a figure walking slowly. From behind, it looked like a person in a long white cape or gown dragging along the ground. At first, he thought it was just someone walking home, but as he got closer, something about it felt wrong. The way it moved and looked sent a chill down his back. Just when it seemed like the figure was about to turn around, he panicked. Without waiting to see its face, he quickly turned his car around and sped off. Later, when he watched the dash cam footage, he realized he hadn't imagined it. The figure was really there. So what was it? Some think it could be tied to old legends about ghostly women in white, while others believe it was just someone wandering around late at night. But he believes it's more than just an ordinary person. A couple in Brazil shared some very strange footage of an encounter they had. They lived in a jungle area, and one night they said they had a visitor. Take a good look at this. In the video, you can see a humanoid figure standing in the jungle. The strange part is that its whole body seems to be glowing blue. According to them, this being had skin that was completely blue, almost as if it was lit up from the inside, and it was just standing there watching. The couple also claimed this wasn't the first time they'd seen something unusual out in the woods. They even shared photographs of what they believed was the craft the creature had come in. The shape looked like a saucer. So is this actual proof of alien life? Because a lot of people online are saying the footage looks very legit. Speaking of aliens, take a look at this photo. It was taken in Nevada, a place already famous for strange skies and UFO sightings. The witness said they were just outside when they noticed something unusual and decided to snap a picture. What they captured was this massive flat cloud sitting all alone in the sky. It was the only one up there. Now, to some people, this is simply a rare weather phenomenon. Clouds can sometimes take on weird shapes when conditions are just right. But others are not convinced at all. They believe this could be something far more mysterious, like a cloaked alien mothership using the cloud as a cover. And when you think about it, the location makes it even more eerie. Nevada has always been tied to UFO stories, secret government testing grounds, and unexplained sightings. Standing there under a sky so empty except for that one massive cloud must have felt unsettling, like something was watching from above. So what do you think? Do you think it's a plane or a UFO or a cloud or what? Personally, I think it's something otherworldly hiding in plain sight. If you've been to Chuck E. Cheese, then you know one of their biggest attractions is the animatronic show. The blinking eyes, the jerky movements, the songs, it's all meant to entertain kids. Now, a mother has been taking her kids there for a day of fun. They played games, ate pizza, and when closing time came, the workers powered down the animatronics, pulled the curtains shut. Everyone assumed that was the end of the show. But the woman was curious. When no one was looking, she slipped behind the curtain with her phone out, wanting to film the animatronics up close. They were supposed to be off, completely lifeless. But when she entered, one of the robots started turning its head slowly until its eyes were locked directly on her, almost as if it sensed her intrusion. Startled, the woman froze, filming the entire thing. A second later, she hurried out, shaken by what she'd just seen. Now, some people say it's nothing paranormal. These machines are built with motion sensors and could have picked up on her movements. But others believe this is yet another example of the strange encounters that have surrounded Chuck E. Cheese animatronics for years. Because when you see one of those robots turn its head to look at you after it's supposed to be turned off, the idea of just a fun machine doesn't feel so entertaining anymore. This new footage was shared by a mother who swears she was completely alone in the house. The kids were out, so no one else was home. But then she started hearing strange noises coming from one of the rooms. So she pulled out her phone and began recording as she followed the sounds. Step by step, the noise led her into the bedroom, and that's where she found it. Sitting on a chair was an old doll. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but as the camera focused on the doll, its eyes suddenly blinked. The woman gasped, clearly shaken. Dolls are not supposed to move on their own, especially when no one is around. Some people who saw the footage say this could be evidence of a haunted object attached to the doll itself. Others argue that the doll might have had old batteries inside, and what she captured was just a malfunction. Still, the fact that she was home alone made it all feel a little too unsettling.
What is that?
We've all seen strange videos online that are said to be glitches, but this one might just be one of the freakiest yet. A woman was in a car in a parking lot when she noticed something very odd about the vehicle parked next to hers. It looked exactly like hers. The details became completely impossible to ignore. The same color, the same model, the same decor card hanging from the rear view mirror, and even the same material and design of the steering wheel cover. It was a replica of a car down to the smallest detail. The woman was so unnerved that she pulled out her phone and began recording. But what made the situation even stranger was that no one ever came back to that duplicate car. It just sat there empty until she finally got into her own vehicle and drove away. People online are divided. Some people think this is a rare glimpse of a parallel reality, while others suggest it's some kind of glitch in the Matrix. Skeptics argue it might be a coincidence or even a prank, but the uncanny resemblance makes it very difficult to explain away. So what do you think? Look at this photo closely. It seems simple enough, a group of friends posing happily for a group selfie. 4 women are standing in front, 3 men behind them, and if you pay attention to the left side of the picture, something else begins to stand out. Between the 2 women on the left is another face. The person who shared this image said there was only 7 people present when the photograph was taken, so no one else was in the room. Yet clear as day, a strange face seems to be peeking through the gap, almost as if someone else decided to join the photograph without being seen by anyone there. What makes it creepier is that this extra face doesn't quite look like the others. Its expression is blank, its features faint but visible enough to notice. Some people think it could be a camera glitch or lighting trick, while others are convinced it looks too human to dismiss. So did something else decide to appear in that group selfie? We have this short video of a family taking a photograph at night. They were just sitting outside in the dark, laughing and trying to capture the moment. But in those few seconds, the camera picked up something no one expected. On the right side of the shot, something strange appears. You can clearly see it crawling away from the boy sitting on the stool. At first, it looks like a faint mist, but when you look closely, it resembles a human bent low with its hands and knees crawling out of frame. The eerie part is that it doesn't move like smoke or fog. It has form like a gray shadow. The family says there was no one else there that night. So what do you think it was? Here is another photo taken by a family. It was supposed to be a sweet moment. A woman, her mother, and her child leaned close together for a photograph, but after the picture was taken, they noticed something that left them completely shaken. Between the woman's hair and the child's face, there appears to be another face. The image is clear enough to make out, and it looks like the face of a child peeking through as if it had been there with them the entire time. The problem is, there was no other child there. The family was shocked because the photo was taken quickly and no one was around then when it happened. Some people who've seen the image believe it could be staged or edited, but others are convinced this is the face of a ghost child caught on camera. What do you think? A neighborhood was woken up around 2 in the morning after nearly every dog in the area started barking restlessly. The noise carried through the night, but strangely not one person came out to check. It wasn't until the following morning when people reviewed their security footage that the real reason for the disturbance became clear. On the recordings, a dark, elongated figure could be seen dragging itself along the ground. The strangest part was that it seemed to move silently, yet every dog in the area reacted to its presence as if they sensed the danger. One family's footage stood out the most. Their dog, which was chained to the front door, immediately tried to bolt as soon as the figure passed by. It pulled so hard on the chain that it nearly choked itself, desperate to escape whatever was there. In its panic, the dog even urinated on itself, a clear sign of sheer terror. Whatever that thing was, it struck fear into animals before humans even noticed it. Some people think it could have been a spirit or some kind of shadow being, while others argue it's just distorted footage. But looking at how the dogs reacted, it's hard not to tell what exactly was passing through the neighborhood that night. Some people in Mexico recently came across a strange-looking artifact, and the footage of it has been making the rounds online. When light is shone on it, the artifact seems to spin, not mechanically, not like something powered by gears, but almost as if it reacts directly to the direction of the light. Move the flashlight one way and the disc begins spinning in that direction. Shift the light again and it changes course. Some believe it could be an ancient relic, perhaps a forgotten piece of technology left behind by a civilization with knowledge we no longer understand. A few even suggest it could be tied to extraterrestrials because of its strange, almost impossible to explain movement. Others argue it's nothing more than a trick, maybe a magnet, a hidden motor, or a clever optical illusion designed to fool people. By the way the disc reacts so precisely to light makes the footage unsettling. If it isn't fake, then what exactly is this artifact and why does it behave as though it has a will of its own? I cannot stress this enough. Always make sure to find out more about a house before you buy it. You never really know what could be inside. A woman had just moved into her new home, and within the first few days, she started to notice something strange happening with her closet. At first, she brushed it off as nothing, but the odd occurrences kept happening. Finally, she decided to film it one night while she was lying in bed. In the video, everything is quiet and calm. She's relaxed and ready to sleep when suddenly the closet door begins to move, slowly, on its own. The woman doesn't scream or panic. She seems pretty chill about it, which is surprising considering the situation, but if it were me, I'd be backing up and moving out the same night. So was this just a door coming loose from bad hinges, or is there really something going on inside that closet? Back in 2022, someone shared this very unsettling video online. They noticed something strange on their wall, so they walked closer with their camera and pulled their curtains aside to get a better look. Perched in the upper corner of the ceiling was this odd-looking thing. You might think it was a spider, but as the camera zooms in, you can clearly see it doesn't quite fit. The legs are far too many, long and twisted, and the body looks huge compared to any normal spider you might expect to find in the house. People who saw the footage were split. Some thought it could be some sort of strange insect or mutated creature, while others believe it might be something paranormal. Whatever it was, it definitely wasn't something you'd want hanging around in your home. So what do you think it is? This photo was taken in a house when this man moved his camera around to get his father in the frame. The father was just standing over the counter, and as he turned to wave at the camera, something unexpected showed up. In the background, through the window, there's a pale face peering out of the room from outside. The strangest part is that it doesn't look like a normal human face at all. It's too pale, still, and the features almost look distorted. Now, could this just be a creepy stalker caught at the wrong moment, or are we actually looking at some kind of ghostly presence watching them from outside? Most of the time, when we come across paranormal or strange footage, it's easy to brush it off as being edited, but this one is different. It happened during a live TV broadcast. A woman was speaking from her living room doing a segment when something unsettling happened. As she was busy talking, a pale figure suddenly appeared. You can see a strange pale head peek out from behind the wall, stare directly toward her, and then retreat back out of sight. According to the reporter, the woman had locked all her doors and was completely alone at the time of the recording. So then, what was that thing that showed up on live TV? Ghost? Intruder? Or something else?
Talking about her sleeping her way to the top. Now what she's up against is folks lying about her border.
This man had gone out for a late-night movie in Mexico. During the film, he stepped out to use the washroom. While he was walking through the empty hallway, he suddenly heard the sound of someone crying. At first, he thought maybe another guest was upset, but when he looked around, there was no one there. The hallways were completely empty, so feeling uneasy, he pulled out his phone and started recording as he searched. Later, when he reviewed the footage, he noticed something chilling. Behind one of the pillars, a figure can be seen peeking out. It looks like a woman with long black hair covering part of her face, watching him from the shadows. Now, here's where it gets eerie. In Mexico, one of the most famous legends is La Llorona, the crying woman. The story goes that she is the spirit of a mother who drowned her children and now roams, weeping, searching for them. Many who claim to hear crying in the night believe it's her. So could this be La Llorona caught on camera? So apparently there's a new so-called Jesus energy drink being sold under the name Yahweh. From the branding alone, you can tell it's meant to grab attention and maybe even stir up controversy. The idea of mixing something as sacred as religion with something as trivial as an energy drink feels off to a lot of people. For Christians especially, is this about faith or is it just marketing and money? Religion is supposed to be something spiritual, personal, and deeply meaningful. But when companies slap holy names on products like this, it can feel more like capitalizing on belief than actually respecting it. Sure, some might see it as a harmless branding, but for others, it's downright disrespectful. Is this really where things are heading? Turning sacred symbols into just another way to sell stuff?
Super excited. Our website is officially live, drinkyahweh.com. We have our Tropical Paradise in a 12-pack, our Berry Blessed in a 12-pack, or if you would like both, we do have a variety case. Shipping to all 50 states. Super excited for you guys to try them, pass them out, friends, family, neighbors. Thanks for sharing the good news with us, one can at a time.
Well, I guess we've already got a drink called the Virgin Mary. Maybe we could have Bethlehem beer, Moses mojitos, I don't know. What do you think? What you're looking at here is one of those rare cloud formations, and this one was spotted over Florida. And it looks like a giant humanoid figure in the sky. You can clearly make out what seems like a head, a neck, and even a torso-like shape. And the way the sunlight highlights the edges makes it stand out even more. Now, what makes it especially intriguing is that people have already checked and confirmed this image isn't edited. That leaves us with nature's uncanny ability to mimic familiar shapes. This is a phenomenon called pareidolia, where our brains recognize faces and figures even when they aren't really there. Some people believe it could be a divine sign or something symbolic, given how distinctly humanoid it looks. And of course, for the more imaginative, it stirs up ideas of sky beings or even cloaked entities. No matter how you look at it, this is one cloud formation you will not forget. A homeowner shared something unsettling after going through their old security footage from 2022. What they found left them both confused and a little shaken. In the footage, their white cat can be seen in the middle of the living room late at night. The cat suddenly appears to levitate. It rises off the floor, suspended for several seconds. The family says they've never seen their cat behave like this in real life, and they hadn't noticed anything unusual around the house at the time, but the footage clearly shows what looks like a cat floating. Some people online have suggested that this could just be a glitch in the security camera, while others are convinced it might be paranormal. And of course, there are those who think it's just edited footage made to go viral. But the homeowner insists the video hasn't been tampered with. So what do you think? By now, we should know that late at night is when the strange creatures tend to come out. Some bikers out in the States had gone riding through the night when they came across something chilling. Standing in the middle of the road were figures that looked almost humanoid, moving around on two legs. From the footage, they didn't get close enough for a crystal clear view, but what we can see is a disturbing pale, thin bodies shifting back and forth, almost as if they were trying to warn the bikers not to come any closer. Some think these beings could be skinwalkers from native legends known to mimic human form. Others believe they might be aliens with humanoids in shape, but not quite human. Skeptics argue that it could simply be people playing pranks or the result of low-light distortion on the camera. Still, when you look at the footage, it's hard not to feel a chill. The way the creatures sway side to side and then suddenly dart back into the darkness makes it look far too deliberate to just be shadows or tricks of the eye. But what do you think? Someone shared this footage online, claiming it was taken in the Caribbean waters. In the video, we see what looks like a half-human, half-fish creature swimming gracefully through the ocean. The person who uploaded it insists that this is real proof of a mermaid. Of course, mermaid legends have been around for centuries, starting from sailors' tales to cultural myths, and they've always started curiosity about whether such beings could actually exist in the sea. But when you look closely at this particular clip, a lot of people are convinced it's AI-generated or digitally altered. The movements seem just a little too smooth, the body proportions don't match real marine life, and the lighting underwater looks artificial. Still, the video is stirring up debates. Some say it's undeniable evidence of the myths of these beings being true, while others believe it's just another modern hoax. What do you think? A woman shared a chilling experience from her home. Late at night, she heard strange noises coming from her kitchen. Curious and a bit uneasy, she decided to check it out. As she entered the kitchen, she noticed that the fridge door was wide open, even though no one else was home. Before she could process what was happening, the fridge door slowly closed on its own, and right after that, the cabinet swung open all at once. Frightened, the woman quickly backed away and left the kitchen, too unsettled to stay any longer. Many who saw the footage believe this could be evidence of paranormal activity, while skeptics argue it might have been a draft or faulty hinges causing the movement. But the timing of the events makes it much harder to explain away. Was it just coincidence or something in her kitchen? By now, most of us have heard the big news. Taylor Swift is engaged to Travis Kelce. And while it's perfectly normal to feel excited about that, I'm here to talk about some of her most dedicated fans, the Swifties, and how they reacted. You won't believe what's been happening online. People's reactions are completely out of control. We're talking about fans acting like little kids who've just unwrapped their Christmas gifts. Videos of shrieking, dancing, and total meltdown over a tweet or concert clip are everywhere on social media. It's both wild and kind of bewildering. I get it, celebrity culture is powerful and Taylor Swift is an icon, but when grown adults are spending their time watching reaction videos, freaking out in public, or tagging her in posts like their entire world depends on it, well, that feels excessive. For kids, maybe it makes sense, but for grown-ups who are supposed to have their own lives and boundaries, well, this level of obsession, it's a bit toxic. So here's my take. It's okay to enjoy your favorite artists, but maybe it's also okay to keep a little distance and not let their personal milestones hijack your own life. So that's my take anyway. What about yours?
Taylor Swift got engaged.
Who?
Taylor Swift.
Engaged?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe they all just need to shake it off, huh?
What in the web is going on here? In this footage, you can see what looks like some sort of transparent cloth covering the trees. But no, my friends, that is a blanket of spiderwebs. You heard me right, spiderwebs. This phenomenon is known as ballooning or gossamer and is a behavior exhibited by certain spider species. During ballooning, spiders release silk threads into the air, and these threads can get caught by the wind, carrying the spiders with them. When many spiders engage in this behavior simultaneously, it can result in widespread webs covering trees and vegetation. This is often observed in conditions where spiders are seeking new areas or trying to disperse. For a minute, I thought I would have to get Tom Holland for answers. The very debatable post. Have a look and tell me what you see. A two-headed deer, right? I mean, we can all see it, so what's going on here? Well, different people think different things. Some perceive it's an otherworldly creature that's trying to take form in our world, which is why it has two heads. Others think it's a skinwalker that failed to transform properly. There are also some who think that it might be an optical illusion created by the angle and position of the deer and then the photographer when the picture was taken. That sounds logical when you think about it, but then there are some who think that's not it. They believe this is simply a glitch in the Matrix. Frankly speaking, I can see where they're all coming from, but looking at it yourself, what do you think we're dealing with? Share your thoughts. Everyone knows living alone does things to your mind, but the homeowner who sent in our next footage states that he'd been grappling with an unsettling feeling of being watched. For several days, this eerie sensation persisted and created an atmosphere of unease. The source of this discomfort appears to be a pair of glowing eyes peering out from the darkness whenever the homeowner scans his surroundings. While these eyes could potentially be attributed to ordinary nocturnal animals like coyotes or other wildlife inhabiting the woods, there lingers a sinister undertone that suggests something more mysterious and perhaps something paranormal. Could this be the silent vigil of a mythical creature, a dogman, or a rake concealed within the shadows? Share your thoughts. Imagine stepping out at night only to come home to see this creature standing a few feet away from your house. The initial assumption as the creature stands in the darkness is that it might be a stray dog, yet the revelation comes with an unsettling twist when the light pierces the obscurity. It then becomes abundantly clear that this is no ordinary canine, instead a humanoid figure contorted on all fours. Could it be a creature from the realms of folklore, a rake known for its unsettling appearance, or perhaps a skinwalker, a shape-shifting entity that blurs the lines between human and beast? I guess we'd never really know for sure. Just a quick reminder before the next clip comes, if you still haven't liked, commented, or subscribed, could you do so right now? You wouldn't want me to send a rake after you now, would you? Do you believe in dragons? So before you say no, watch this footage. Yep, that's an actual dragon, or at least one that looks like it's emerging from the water. Although we don't get to see its full body, we can tell from just the head that it's a very big creature. Now, the only questions we have is this real? And where was it filmed? Can this dragon fly? Can it breathe fire? Are there other types of dragons, and how have they remained hidden for so long? I know that's a lot of questions, but you can't tell me you aren't curious about them too, can you? If any one of you has more dragon videos, please send them in. We want to see them. In the heart of the dense woods, an intrepid explorer stumbled upon a discovery that ignited a wave of speculation and intrigue. Here we see a skull that's unlike anything we know. The sheer size of the skull and its distinct features defy categorization within the known spectrum of creatures. As speculation swirls, some fervently believe that this colossal cranium belongs to none other than the legendary Bigfoot. The skull's proportions and the presence of elongated fangs add an air of mystery, fueling the notion that it might be a relic from the elusive creature that has long captivated the imaginations of enthusiasts and skeptics alike. The discovery leaves many questioning the boundaries of what we know about the natural world and pondering the existence of cryptids that may elude scientific classification. This next one captures individuals gathering around a pool and deeply absorbed in a swimming competition, happily unaware of a mysterious visitor in their midst. The dedicated videographer is doing his job and capturing the whole thing, a job he does too well because he ends up capturing something rather extraordinary. There it is, a small creature with the head of a chameleon and tiny human-like legs sitting cross-legged as if deep in thought. Its eyes appeared fixed on the pool, yet no one in the crowd noticed it. It leaves you really wondering, what creature could this be? Where did it come from and why was it there? If you know anything about the internet, then you surely know that speculations and theories went wild once the footage hit. Some suggest the creature might be a mere towel that has been mistaken for a living being, while others suggest it might be aliens scouting for potential test subjects. Between these two, which sounds probable to you? If you have your own theory, let us have it.
What you're about to hear is real. My name? It's not too important.
Next, we have footage showing this man who takes to social media making claims that he's not human, but a super soldier made from the Neuralink program. Yup, you actually heard that right. To support his assertions, the individual showcases specific areas of his body where he claims to have been experimented on. He draws attention to his elbows and palms where he's developing unusual bones. According to this narrative, this transformation process is indicative of his shift towards a reptilian state. While the authenticity of these claims remains uncertain, the man insists that he's not alone in experiencing such changes. He suggests that others like him who have undergone similar transformations have reached out to him to share their own stories. I'm all for exposing government experiments if they exist, but something about this feels just not right. What do you think, though? Could this be the real deal? If you haven't already hit the like button, subscribed, or even dropped a comment so far, could you please do so now? It goes a long way to help us make more videos like this for you. Thank you so much. Now back to today's episode. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen, as we shift gears from the enigmatic woods to the eerie realm of a bus station, where the inexplicable continues to unfold. Our protagonist is a woman, standing with an unsettling stillness on one side of the train tracks, as though ensnared in a trance. When someone intervenes to pull her from harm's way, her subsequent behavior defies the expected. Her movements are erratic, like an NPC in a video game, eliciting a sense of otherworldliness. The question of what could be wrong with her takes center stage, prompting speculation about the potential factors at play. The trance-like state and subsequent peculiar behavior might stem from various sources: a medical condition, a psychological episode, or even the influence of substances. The footage leaves viewers in a state of bewilderment, grappling with the unsettling sight of a person seemingly disconnected from the norms of human behavior. Before we move on to the next video, just another reminder, if you still haven't liked, commented, or subscribed to the channel yet, please do so now. I wouldn't want to send that Bigfoot after you. And don't forget to share with friends and family as well. Thank you very much. The line between fantasy and reality blurs in a captivating video that unveils what appears to be a lifeless dragon lying on the ground. While dragons are traditionally creatures of folklore and fairy tales, the recent surge in reports of strange creature sightings injects a sense of uncertainty into the narrative. The footage, though seemingly fantastical, prompts contemplation about the possibility of extraordinary beings existing in the world. Could this be a genuine glimpse of a creature that transcends the boundaries of myth and folklore, or does it perhaps unveil a carefully crafted spectacle, blurring the lines between reality and the fantastical? Sewer pipes run deep underground, carrying everything from human waste and muddy water to industrial runoff laden with chemicals. It's a toxic cocktail down there. So what happens to any creatures that might live in such an environment like frogs? Do the chemicals affect them? This question became all the more pressing after a recent chilling discovery. A person peering through a sewer opening captured footage of an enormous creature. It was a frog, but it was not frog-sized. No, it was more human-sized and lurking in the darkness. How is this possible? Could it have mutated due to the chemical-laden environment, or are we looking at a new species of frog? While standing on a cliff and gazing down at the ocean below, someone came across a fascinating sight. In the water, a large fish with its gills prominently displayed on both sides of its body was swimming. This fish looked enormous and bore a striking resemblance to a shark. It moved menacingly, almost as if it was waiting for someone to jump into the water. As it turns out, this fish is indeed a shark, specifically a basking shark. The basking shark is the second largest shark species right after the whale shark. Despite its intimidating size and appearance, this giant is not deadly. Basking sharks feed on plankton, constantly swimming with their mouths wide open and their gills stretched wide to trap their tiny prey. Though they pose no direct threat to humans, their rough skin can cause scratches if someone brushes against them. Even with this knowledge, the sight of such a massive shark gliding through the water would likely deter many people from venturing anywhere near it. Would you dare to get close to a basking shark? In the heart of the dense woods, this curious, mysterious entity revealed itself. It's a creature that defies any known or conventional classification. With the body of a human shrouded in a coat of brown fur and the unmistakable head of a canine, this being bore the hallmark features of the legendary Dogman. As the camera zoomed in, the creature's form becomes more pronounced, its presence both mesmerizing and unsettling. The Dogman, a figure steeped in folklore and tales of the unknown, seemed to step out from the shadows of myth into the realms of the tangible, if only for a fleeting moment. The authenticity of such sightings often sparks debates. Does this footage capture a genuine encounter with an elusive creature, or is it an intricately crafted hoax designed to fuel the fires of speculation? Do you believe in spirit beings? You do? Have you heard of the Duende? If you haven't, you're in luck. Enjoy. Yeah, that's one of them. It looks like a mini human, and the man recording is even shocked. For those of you that don't know what a Duende is, it's a supernatural creature or spirit often associated with the forest. It's known for its mischievous behavior and is similar to other mythical creatures found in different cultures, like elves or goblins. Well, irrespective of whether you believe it or not, we are seeing one in this footage. The individual recording states it's Colombia, which is also known to have these creatures. So has any of you ever had an encounter with these creatures? Do you even think this footage is real at all? Share your thoughts in the comments section.
God, look at these big ass mosquitoes here!
Now let's take a look at another strange footage that was posted online. A man shared what he thought were very huge mosquitoes flying about, but when you look closer, you would notice that these are no mosquitoes. The creatures had what looked like transparent wings, almost glass-like, and their bodies were human-like. They resembled fairies. I don't know what this man was seeing, but those clearly are not mosquitoes. This sighting was truly fascinating. The transparent glass-like wings and human-like bodies are features that set these creatures apart from any known insect species, including mosquitoes. What do you guys think we're dealing with here?
Big-ass mosquito!
People can be very creepy. Take a look at this footage. A group of friends were out at night when they noticed a rather peculiar building. It was a big house with all the lights off except for one room with multiple windows that had the light on. Eerily, in each window stood a pair of legs from the waist down. The legs were not moving and the house had this strange, eerie feel to it. What could be going on there? Is it some sort of haunted house, or is there some ritual happening? The scene looks like something straight out of a horror movie, leaving everyone wondering about the mystery behind those motionless legs and the ominous atmosphere of the house. You've seen it. What do you think? If you're a bug enthusiast or someone with a curious mind, then prepare to be delighted by the whimsical world of caterpillars that goes beyond their crawling prowess. This man picked up a caterpillar from its terrestrial abode, but unknown to him, he was about to make a discovery he never knew he would make. He accidentally pressed the humble and was met with a tiny squeak that defied the known and conventional soundtrack of the insect kingdom. Who would have thought that these seemingly silent creatures harbored a secret symphony within their tiny, segmented bodies? It's possible that the sound could be a defensive mechanism or a response to pressure, but without more information, it remains a curious and unexpected behavior for a caterpillar. Unless, of course, one of you can explain it all, to which we're all eyes and ears. The next footage was uploaded by a Russian YouTuber with the caption, "Desert Fish." I have believed a lot of strange things in my lifetime. Some of them were true and some are obviously false. But despite how easy it is for me to believe things, I find this a pill too hard to swallow. How do you tell me these are actually fishes swimming through the desert sand? If anything, they should have been cooked as they went through the hot desert sand, but that's not what we see here. The fishes are comfortably moving along the path with the men slightly ahead of them. Unless I'm just being ignorant, this may have to be something else, or perhaps CGI at its best. What do you think? Have you ever had one of those instances where you were moving through the woods only to have a tiny hand waving at you? If you answered no, then that makes two of us, but we can't say the same for the one who uploaded this footage. In a curious encounter deep within the woods, an individual stumbled upon a bizarre sight among a cluster of wet rocks. Here, a peculiar tiny hand emerged, rhythmically waving in a seemingly playful manner. The tiny hand's origin and nature spark speculation and fascination. People have long been fascinated by folklore and mythical beings that inhabit the woods, and sightings like these often evoke a sense of wonder and curiosity. Is it the hand of a mythical creature, like a duende or a gnome? Beings of folklore and myth? Legends from different cultures portray these creatures as elusive, magical beings that enjoy hiding and engaging with the natural world. But some may argue that the waving hand could be an optical illusion. Strange incident in Hochatown, Oklahoma. While checking up on his cabins, our faithful reporter runs into a rather curious scene where there are women with headsets moving in a trance-like state, almost as if they were under some form of mind control. As they moved in what seemed like a meditative state, our reporter noticed that the women became stiff and frozen at different points in time. To make the situation even creepier, some of the women took odd positions, lying face down in the gravel, facing trees, or lying on the ground with their feet bent backwards. Now, you don't have to be a believer in the bizarre and supernatural to know all's not right here. This peculiar scene raises questions about what they were doing, whether it was a unique kind of meditation or perhaps a coordinated event. I know I'm stretching it here, but what do you guys think is happening? Next, we've stumbled upon an eerie encounter in the woods that could send shivers down your spine. James Jones, our intrepid YouTuber, recently took a stroll through the mystical forest only to stumble upon a mysterious figure that might make you question the reality of ghostly tales. In this chilling footage, Jones captured what appears to be a shadowy figure, standing stoically amidst the trees. The figure was wearing a hat that resembled the bygone era's military style. Skeptics might argue it's merely a tree casting a peculiar shape, but upon closer inspection, this figure looked darker than the trees around. Its humanoid appearance, coupled with an uncanny stillness, raises the hair on the back of your neck. Could this be one of the fabled ghost soldiers lingering in the woods? What do you think? How far are you willing to go to protect what you own and love? In this clip, we're introduced to two bikers who are hanging out somewhere in the woods. Out of nowhere, a man drives in and then starts attacking one of them. The second panics, rides away, but soon returns to join in the fight. The aim is to help his friend. When he arrived, however, he too was attacked and given the same treatment. The video ends here, which has us wondering how the whole encounter ended. It turns out the man was simply attacking them because they were on his land. Interesting, right? If this man proved anything, it's that he was willing to go so far to make things happen, but perhaps he was willing to go a bit too far. In this intriguing footage, we are presented with a bizarre sea creature resembling something out of a sci-fi or horror setting. The creature appears to have a squid-like structure with a single tentacle and continuous undulating movements. The location of the discovery off the coast of Coney Island adds an element of mystery and speculation. Coney Island has historically been associated with various unusual phenomena, including deformed creatures and humans. In the olden days, these unusual animals and beings were displayed in circus shows for people to look at. If any of these are to be believed, you can't help but wonder if there might be something in those waters causing the mutations we see in creatures from around that region. If you've got ideas or theories explaining the phenomena, kindly drop them in the comments section. Entering the depths of the forest, a brave explorer came across an interesting find, a jar hidden among the complex roots of a towering tree. Ever heard of those old tales of monsters imprisoned in a jar? These stories often involve malevolent beings that are captured and sealed away to prevent them from causing harm to the world. The idea of confining supernatural entities in containers is a recurring theme in myths, legends, and fairy tales across various regions. One famous example is the story of the genie in the bottle from Arabian folklore. In this tale, a magical being, often a genie, is confined within a container, such as a bottle or lamp. When the container is opened, the genie is released and may grant wishes to the person who freed them or cause harm to the world. Now, while I'd want to find a genie to grant my wishes, like no taxes and possibly never having to work again, I can't help but feel that whatever this is might be ominous. What do you guys think? Embarking on a deep-sea expedition can unravel the mysteries hidden beneath the ocean's surface. For these intrepid submariners, however, their journey took an unexpected turn. In the murky depths, a webbed hand gracefully glides against the glass, unveiling a mesmerizing fishtail adorned in a luminous blue glow. The being's face makes a fleeting appearance, revealing hollow eyes that add an eerie touch to the encounter. The question echoes, could this be a glimpse of a mermaid, a legendary denizen of the deep, or something else entirely? The lore surrounding mermaids has survived for centuries, captivating human imagination with tales of aquatic beings embodying a fusion of human and piscine traits. Skepticism may cast doubt on the authenticity of such encounters, questioning whether the footage captures a genuine marine anomaly or an intricately staged spectacle. What do you think? The resurgence of a creature long thought extinct unfurls in the mysterious photo captured in the Australian wilderness. In 2019, a curious man on a walk stumbled upon a strange-looking creature, a harbinger of questions that transcend the boundaries of conventional wildlife encounters. Described as having a huge, elongated tail and surpassing the size of a fox, the creature sparked speculation and led the observer to entertain the possibility that it could be a Tasmanian tiger. The blurry image, though somewhat reminiscent of the iconic extinct species. Now, before we don our Crocodile Dundee hats and declare the Tasmanian tiger's triumphant return, let's consider the facts. The thylacine, as it's scientifically known, was declared extinct in the 20th century, and no confirmed sightings have been recorded since. So are we witnessing a Lazarus moment for the Tasmanian tiger rising from the shadows of extinction?
The most obvious fey trap I have ever seen.
Have you ever heard of fey traps? According to folklore, these are traps set by fairies to lure humans into their realm. These traps can take various forms, often appearing as something innocuous or beautiful. Recently, a girl went out to pick flowers with her sister and came across something extraordinary. Amidst the blooms, she noticed a small white-petaled flower that was rotating like a fan. She immediately identified it as a fey trap. This rotating flower is known as the Claytonia cordifolia. These flowers are indeed beautiful, but what baffles many is how the petals rotate in such a mesmerizing way. Is this a natural phenomenon, or is there something more magical at play? Share your thoughts.
Ever seen. I'm gonna go touch it. No, Maria, you're gonna get kidnapped.
Bears are very curious creatures. They'll go anywhere to satisfy their curiosity. One night, a family with a property in the woods got a big surprise when they found a bear inside one of their parked cars. The bear was rummaging through the car, probably looking for food or anything interesting. As soon as it noticed the people around, it bounded out of the car. Now, we don't know if the animal opened the door on its own or if the door was already open, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was the former. Bears are incredibly smart and have been known to figure out how to open car doors, especially when they're motivated by the scent of something tasty. Just imagine the scene. You're settling in for the night, maybe watching TV or getting ready for bed, when you hear some noise outside. You look out and see a bear inside your car, tossing things around like it's on a treasure hunt. It's a mix of shock, fascination, and maybe a bit of amusement. Bears' curiosity often gets them into these kinds of situations. They're always on the lookout for easy food sources, and a car can sometimes hold all sorts of interesting smells and treats. It's a reminder of the importance of keeping vehicles locked and free of food or anything that might attract these intelligent and powerful animals.
Wow, he's big.
This Norwegian nerve pillow eliminates chronic pain by decompressing critical nerves. Why are people with back and neck pain across America replacing their regular pillows with this unusual design? It has to do with nerve.
We start off today's episode with a creepy one, even by our standards. Do not just take our word for it, watch the clip. The clip starts off with what looks like an investigation of an undisclosed area. After a few seconds of filming, the individual points the camera in the direction of what appears to be a floor lower than where the individual filming was. At first, we're not sure why he's focusing there, but after a few seconds, it becomes evident there's something down there. Now, we're not sure exactly what it is, but it appears to be humanoid, although not exactly human. It moves in an unnatural way and appears to not be happy with the fact that it's been discovered. Whoever is filming appears to be certainly brave, as he doesn't retreat after seeing the creature like most would. Instead, he keeps on filming. Zooming into the creature, some members of my team think it might be a rake, whereas others think it might be a creature from another plane of existence or something otherworldly. Julius, well, we all know what Julius thinks. Personally, I'm not entirely sure what we're dealing with here. The individual filming alternates between green and normal light, which is a sign that he knows what he's doing. For those who don't know, green is chosen in circumstances like this because the human eye is most sensitive to green light. Green lights can provide greater detail and clarity, helping users see more effectively in low-light conditions. Green is also used because it offers a good balance between contrast and brightness, which improves the user's ability to differentiate objects and depth in a low-light or no-light environment. So yeah, he knows what he's doing. Anyway, back to the clip. What do you guys think? What could we be dealing with here? Believe it or not, that's a real place, and that image is not AI generated. This was captured in Holsos. It's a breathtaking environment where the striking contrast of black sand and golden yellow river and vibrant green landscape come together in harmony. The black sand, formed from ancient volcanic activity, blankets parts of the terrain, creating an otherworldly feel that captivates any observer. Nearby, the Yellow River winds its way through the landscape. Its color is a result of sediment deposit that give it a golden hue. This river serves as a lifeline, bringing nourishment to the surrounding area and carving through the land like a bright ribbon of life amidst the darker, more arid landscape. What makes Holsis truly unique is the lush greenery that thrives along the banks of the Yellow River, creating a vibrant contrast to the surrounding desert. This sudden burst of life, with its rich vegetation and patches of fertile soil, stands in sharp contrast to the black sand and rugged cliffs. Here, native plants grow abundantly, and wildlife flocks to the riverbanks, drawn to the fresh water and shelter provided by the greenery. It's a rare convergence of elemental forces where earth, water, and life meet in a stunning display of nature's resilience. Believe it or not, what you just heard me say was written by Aaron. Quite the poet, wouldn't you agree? I added visiting Holsos to my bucket list. What about you? There have been countless tales of sea monsters throughout history, from hydras to the Loch Ness Monster and even sea serpents. Now take a look at this
Okay. I was just curious.
The tomb consists of an enormous sand-filled square, the mouth of a gigantic rock-cut burial shaft, dropping down into the desert floor.
The main shaft is about 14 meters squared. It is 14 by 14,
Oh.
and at its bottom there should be the burial chamber.
That's over 2,000 square feet, about half the size of a basketball court. Lucky Stuff wants to find out when this massive shaft tomb was built and who was buried here. The challenge is getting to the
are at a depth of about 2 meters, but it might be about 20-25 meters deep. So we have to remove about 2,000 cubic meters of sand.
That's enough sand to fill 1 Excavating it all could take a team of 50. 4 months of backbreaking work, eating up their entire excavation season. But they think they have found a shortcut. They have uncovered 2 smaller shafts just to the side of the tomb. Ladislav hopes one of them will lead straight to the burial chamber.
Anything new down at the bottom?
Czech archaeologist Jiří Janer is overseeing the excavation.
The approximate layout of the tomb should be like this. We are in a small entrance shaft to the south of the main burial shaft. On the bottom of the burial shaft are connected together here by a corridor.
It's a shaft system the team has seen before. In the step, Joseph Pascal, Egypt's first ever pyramid, built 100 years before the Great Pyramid at Giza.
Was one of the amazing deeds of the ancient Egyptians.
Deep below Joseph's revolutionary pyramid lies a hidden network of tunnels. At the center, an enormous square vertical shaft that drops over 90 feet into the ground to the Pharaoh burial chamber, seen as a gateway into the underworld. Branching off it, horizontal corridors, some filled with treasures that the Pharaoh found to access his chamber. Joseph's revolutionary pyramid was a blueprint for all pyramids and launched the Pyramid Age. Its colossal burial shaft was just one staggering feature of ancient Egyptian engineering. The enormous square at the center of Giza Ladislav's mystery tomb suggests the owner contemplated this incredible design.
The layout and the construction were somehow inspired by the layout of the Joseph's pyramid complex.
So they think the builder may have copied the horizontal corridor leading to the burial chamber, and that this access corridor might be at the bottom of this second, smaller shaft. It's only 6.5 by 8 feet wide. There's a lot less sand to remove. It will massively reduce the excavation time, but it's again, every minute spent digging to reach the shortcut corridor beneath means less time excavating the burial shaft.
So that's why we are desperate to find the corridor.
A short distance away, inside the pyramid of Pharaoh's tomb, Mohammed inspects the just discovered chamber. As Mohammed inspects the jewel, his most crucial evidence,
Modified body.
the ancient Egyptian pharaohs were other found to preserve their bodies in the underworld. There are no traces of mummification.
How are ya?
This is not a pharaoh. This is, I think, this is one.
Safe travels.
The pharaoh's pyramids were filled with treasures, hidden in secret rooms. Two leaders on the hunt for these treasures broke into every pyramid ever built. They broke into Sahora's tomb. It suggests a very clever layout.
You're all done?
They are searching for an entrance to get inside and investigate this tomb. Mohammed hopes it could belong to one of J. Curry's royal officials and help explain why pyramids became smaller so soon after the Great Pyramids of Giza. Every time we found a new tomb, every time we found a new information, it gives us another piece of, or it will be another piece of the picture about the role of the king, about how this cave looked like at the time. So far, they haven't found anything that look at the stone blocks here. But on the other side of the mastaba, there's been a breakthrough. In the destroyed ruins, they have discovered evidence of what would have been the entrance. We managed to clear part of the entrance room. This is the entrance room. Actually,
It also could have been because you were opening up the unit. It could have also been because you're opening up the unit. Maybe you just know certain days too much.
The reliefs and inscriptions that used to adorn the walls here now lie broken on the floor. The team must painstakingly put all the fragments back together in the search for the tomb owner's name or titles.
Like puzzle. You know, working with fragments is like working with puzzle.
Mohammed's fellow archaeologist, Hannah Fimazanova, carefully examines the reliefs of all fragments.
So here, the small remains of the hieroglyphic sign shows us that this nice figure of a male carrying lotus flowers was a funerary priest. So this was one of the people who kept coming and bringing offerings so that the deceased lives on in the next world.
The reliefs contain offering scenes, a wonderful insight into how ancient Egyptians imagined they might attain an afterlife. But so far, no clues to the identity of the tomb owner. Until suddenly,
Look what we found!
Whoa!
You don't have salami still?
in Abu Sir,
I do.
inside
I just keep forgetting to take it out of the freezer.
Mohammed's team are racing to stabilize the two large stone blocks, dangerously
Throw a couple on my sandwich.
We need to stabilize them completely, not to move really one edge.
The team is on the hunt for a burial chamber and a long-lost pharaoh that live in the Greek. If they find it, it would shine a light on the little-known pyramids built after Giza. But if these two blocks move, they could trigger an avalanche, bringing the team's quest to a premature end.
These two blocks are the most dangerous issue in this room.
So to seal the blocks in place, the team applies a special mix of mortar made from gypsum and calcium.
We were throwing the mortars very hard in order to get into the cracks.
After 3 buckets of water, Mohammed is confident there is no hidden place, and the hunt for the chamber can continue.
Yalla, ragala.
3 feet deeper into the debris, a sharp-eyed worker spots a telltale sign.
So we found
It's fine with things. Hymns, poetry, songs. And the astral plane is like a magnet for lost dreams. Minds. That was the other thing we found. In the real world, when people lost their minds, they ended up here. And only then. What you got today? Your baby. A baby. Wow, look at that. Can I have him? It's a hoot, I think. And no, if you want a baby, you can scavenge one yourself. Scavenge? That's... I'm a wolf. Wolves don't scavenge. We hunt. You like the other hunt you. Interesting story. Have you told her about the Holocaust yet? Yeah. You gotta tell her. Prepare her, Oliver. You can't grow up too fast. That's my motto. Also, herpes. Make sure you tell her about herpes, like, right away. Get away! Go on! Shoot! Get away! Get away! Don't forget chlamydia. We scavenged today. Coffee sandwich. Very nice song. And, this baby. Loki.
Adorable. Let's get you inside. stuff is this?
Real world. When you forget about something, it stops being important. It comes here.
I'm gonna call her. Hey.
Up that way.
Light up. What is it?
Yeah, it's called the ostrich. Oh, wait, that's no, the city. It's called the city. Also known as the room.
What makes it real?
I'll explain when you're.
Oh, now.
It's not quite happening, it's not good. I'm the daddy, and you're the baby. And I'll tell you about the real world when you're home. Come on, Mommy's making stuffed animal pie. You want to be late? You think death is scary? It's pretty scary, huh? I mean, look at it. All oozy here. What are those, maggots?
That's just nature.
Kids die too, you know. Everybody. Parents. That's gotta be scary. Knowing that, huh?
My mom told me that death is just part of life.
She did, huh?
Gotta go. Bye.
Wait. Did she tell you about chlamydia?
You can't forget about chlamydia.
Tell me a bedtime story.
There was a girl who had the most extraordinary night. She could feel everything from herself. Not Tony Stone. Her over. Every time the movie had sound, she would sound. It was her special power. And she called her special power empathy. And empathy was her friend. Everything together. Wasn't your mom a lush? I love that word, lush. It sounds so positive. Which, remember how she used to tuck you in at night? Flecks of vomit in her hair.
With him, the rivers, trees.
And Kenny? Do you ever miss Kenny? Kenny's really sorry, baby. He wants you to come home to you. He loves you.
We have to go inside.
Look what I found. Hmm? Come on. Sure you do. Don't be scared, gorgeous. You think Light is afraid of the dark? Light loves the dark. Because in the dark, it can shine. Shine for me, baby.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. 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 Recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. Ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging.
know. I don't know. Oh, it's good.
I'm out of range. I can't pass that yet. That's still recharging.
We talk about you all the time.
It's too far away.
What are you doing right now?
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can That's still recharging.
Do you know about Saber? The typical flicks. Someone's wicked. Jerome would love to see it.
I can't pass that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. That's still
You got my attention. Watch your back.
So fucking funny. See, this makes more sense to me when I hear it. I always known him as a singer. I've always known him as a funny fucking singer, so this makes more sense.
Talk to me. Be good.
King's honor, friend. Light bless you. For the Alliance.
What's on your mind? Off with you.
It's not us or them. It's us and them. We are coming. We did our part. You can do this. Just remember everything you don't know. Stop fighting. Stop. Stay still.
Your eye says yes. When she re-enters him, he takes on the damage that she's received. What? How he what? Because he's taking on her damage. It's like Kuma taking away the pain from somebody else and giving it to, to Zoro. Zoro's taking on all that pain while she's revitalized. That's why she's like, you can do what you can do from sitting down. I can't. If he was fucked up, they merged, she would take on his pain too. It's shared.
I can't cast that. That spell is that's still that spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. I don't have a target.
beef strong. The fuck? He plays an African dude in there. Like, you know, makes the tongue clicking sounds and shit. It's funny. You have to watch it. This place used to be one of my favorite to come. Warcraft. But inside here, this is Black Rock Mountain. And if you go, let's see, where is it? In Black Rock Caverns, you've got these specific bosses, but one of the ones that you had to fight, his name was Beauty. It was like a Chimera, not Chimera, sorry, Cerberus.
Cerberus?
But he's got like that lava skin to him.
Oh, fuck.
It's really cool. But there's different types of pets you can tame. And when you go into a dungeon, be like, hey, I'm trying to capture this, tame this person, can we not kill it? Sometimes you'd have people that were cool with it, let you capture. Other times, like, nah, I'm killing it. Fuck you. But yeah. Be right back, guys.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and boy, Muda, I thought you said you weren't going to talk about the Epstein stuff unless something wilder came out. Well, it turns out, yes, a lot more wilder stuff came out, ladies and gentlemen. Here's our boy dressed up like an actual home robber, but there's more context to this. Where did I get this image from, you might be wondering? Well, in the last day, out of nowhere, the estate of Jeffrey Epstein released a 50th birthday collage that was made to honor this, convicted sex trafficker right here. Now, there's a lot of quotes from interesting parties here, but I kind of want to go into this because, again, it just gets wilder. I feel like this is the one thing where people are genuinely pressing the U.S. government about right now for transparency, as they rightfully should. And it's one of the only times where I feel like people are kind of getting close to some semblance of justice, especially against a group of elites that are willing to harm the most, marginalized in our society, right? Children, women, men, people who are trafficked to begin with. Now, obviously, I've made several videos on this, but this is actually insane. So to give you an idea of why we're kind of talking about this, well, I want to say like about a month ago, there was an actual post by the Wall Street Journal. There was apparently letters that a lot of Epstein's friends wrote to him on a 50th birthday album. Now, I wasn't going to talk about this because ultimately it's just like one article and a quote. And at the time, even the president was like, it's not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story. It's fake news. All of it's fake news. It's fake news. So obviously the reason I'm talking about it today is because it's not fake news, ladies and gentlemen. Inside this comes a letter that people can now read that is actually provided by the House Oversight Committee. So if you want to read this for yourself, which again, I highly recommend you go out of your way to search for, you can go to the House Oversight Committee and read this. So right here, published September 8, 2025, the House, Oversight Committee released, again, more documentation based on a, actual subpoena. So they released records provided by the estate of Epstein pursuant to James Comer's, Republican from Kentucky, subpoena issued on August 25th, 2025. So it's appalling Democrats on the Oversight Committee are cherry-picking documents, and I actually do agree. There should be no cherry-picking. There really aren't any sides. I don't care about left, right. I always have reminded you watching that this is literally just the elite at the top. Generally, I look at any politician, anybody that is at the top, to be kind of in bed with each other, okay? It really doesn't matter what their values are or what they claim their values are. Usually the ones at the top who are so scared of this come from all angles. And I'm one of those people where even though that obviously everyone has a specific side, I want to watch all the bad people burn, right? Simple as that. So how Oversight Committee Republicans are focused on running a thorough investigation to bring transparency and accountability for survivors of Epstein's heinous crimes and the American people. Trump is not accused of any wrongdoing, and Democrats are ignoring the new info that the committee received today. So they provided the actual documentation right here. So they also obtained information about the bank accounts, and the committee will pursue these bank records. So again, it seems like, I don't want to be too hopeful, but goddamn, seems like maybe something's happening. So anyways, this book, this quote that Trump said, it's fake news, all of it's fake news. It came out that, this is the image right here from the book. Now, it's got the sort of shape of a human body. I don't know if it's like, it's clearly missing arms, okay? But, they've drawn, of course, the moobs or the boobs or whatever the fuck is going on. Voiceover, there must be more to life than having everything. Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Which is not the kind of things you want to be saying when somebody has been verifiably convicted of trafficking children. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. And Donald goes, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. And may every day be another wonderful secret. Donald J. Trump. And of course, people have been questioning if this is his signature, which, I have as well too, but a signature is a signature. It's not always like perfect. But the thing is, the House Oversight Committee released this. They released this information from a 50th year, again, Epstein's 50th year birthday book, which is just weird to have read all these things. Again, I don't understand why may every day be another wonderful secret. I don't understand why, if you're clearly friends with somebody at the time of this publication, why? What is the secret here? Now again, to go back to the first image from this book I showed you, obviously there is a lot. In fact, there is 238 pages. Now, when you look up the information that is provided here by the House Oversight Committee, there's actually several documentations. So for instance, you've got request number 1, which is the book. You've got request number 2, 4, and 8. So to give you a quick idea of what request number 2 is, this is the last will and testament of Jeffrey Epstein. So if you want to read through this, you absolutely can.
So you're offering a lifetime powertrain warranty on new Mazdas at Kiefer Mazda.
Yeah, what does that cover? The engine, transmission, turbocharger, the axles, the water pump, the drive shaft, the fuel injectors, the seals, and the gaskets, cylinder heads, the hybrid electric motor assembly, mounts, the universal joints, and much more. So basically,
if it makes the car go,
you get a lifetime warranty.
Lifetime powertrain warranty for all new Mazdas right now at Kiefer Mazda.
Request number 4 is a non-prosecution agreement. It appears that the City of Palm Beach Police Department and the State Attorney's Office have conducted an investigation into the conduct of Jeffrey Epstein. It appearing that the State Attorney Office has charged Epstein by indictment with solicitation of prostitution. This is like the original kind of arrest. Around the time when I was telling you guys about the cushiony deal that he got with his stay, he did not stay like a regular prisoner back in Palm Beach. He got elevated privileges that honestly, given the offense that he had, shouldn't have been possible. But again, when you're rich and powerful, you can get away with doing things that the average Andy probably won't ever get to do. So again, to go to the final request over here, this is Exhibit 10, Part 2, which obviously is reminiscent of the Little Black Book. In the page Friends, where this image came out of, finally, at the home of our friend, let's call him Mr. Brown, Jeffrey unveiled his plan To some it may seem like a get-rich-quick scheme, but to me it was pure genius. Rob and kill was the name of the plan. The first victim, that's redacted, to be attacked and brutally plundered. On the boardwalk in Venice Beach, broad daylight, the dastardly thieves were never caught. It's just crazy to me to see what like billionaires get up to doing. Like this is just... Bro, just go home and jerk off and play some fucking Final Fantasy VII, dude. What is this shit? Now, of course, obviously, one of the creepiest images that I'm sure some of you guys have seen floating around is actually right here. So in part of this book, in part of his 50th birthday, there's a lot of animal penises. There's a lot of sexual encounters that obviously I'm blocking out. But to give you an idea, there's a lot of animal mating that's happening. I don't know why he has images of zebras and lions getting fucked in the ass, but he does. So of course, to go down to one of the creepiest images that I saw was right here. So for instance, this guy is giving out like, balloons and shit to these 3 little girls in 1983. And of course, in 2003, those girls have now aged enough, it seems, or whatever the fuck is going on. At least that's what it kind of seems. And he's getting like foot massages, chest massages, neck rubs. So I don't know what's going on near his groin area, but surely given what we know about the guy, it can't entirely be legal. I don't know why this man would include, why this image would be thrown in. Like, again, the only implication that I'm getting is not a good one, okay? Especially knowing the context of who this guy is. And of course, there's a lot of redacted images in this of like former girlfriends and just women in general. It's weird. Now, I don't want to just be the only person that puts Trump into the fucking like limelight, okay? I want to say that there's other people. Bill Clinton, for instance, is also in this book. And he writes something that is a little bit illegible to read. But again, the actual thing that, Bill Clinton wrote was this. It's reassuring, isn't it, to have lasted so long, across all the years of learning and knowing adventures, and still have your childlike curiosity, the drive to make a difference, and the solace of friends. Again, given what we know about Bill Clinton even, it's just fucking weird, okay? Simple as that. And to be honest with you, I feel like a lot of older people, a lot of people at the top, just have this weird connection to children. Like, that, I guess at least is like somebody looking at this as from the sideshow. Somebody that's like looking at this outside of being an American, just looks at things as what they are. It's just a weird, weird world to be in. I mean, we live in a weird scenario where these kind of things are being released to the public. I mean, obviously I'm not against this being released to the public because it's transparency. It's something that's out there. And as, much as I would sit here and probably say like, at this point, disclosure has taken so long that who knows, maybe things could be planted in this, maybe things can't be. But I like to at least believe, and maybe it's childlike naivete, okay, that because this is released underneath an oversight committee, that both these parties are at least ensuring that these are untampered documents. The fact that this has come out now because of a subpoena and a lot of the things that, Donald Trump even said was fake news didn't at least appear to be fake news. In fact, even other politicians around here write things like, those Dems don't care about Epstein. They don't even care about his victims. They were silent about it for years, which is, I would say, pretty true. There was a lot of chances that both of these sides had an opportunity to release this information and really give justice to these victims, who some of them are still fearing for their fucking life. They're still fearing for what could happen. Because if you cross somebody powerful, if you cross somebody with billions of dollars, okay, it's not outlandish to think they have the money to make you truly just disappear, okay? No police is going to look into you. You're gone. If you can absolutely topple the fabric of power that these people have, they will try to fucking shut you down. So the only thing they care about is concocting another fake scandal like Russiagate to smear President Trump with lies. No one is falling for this bullshit, which is true. I don't think anybody should fall for any bullshit, which is why transparency and release of this documentation is good. Now, I get that he's like the VP and you kind of have to be with your boy at that moment in time. But, from everything I read about like a guy like J.D. Vance, it seems like he grew up pretty poor. He's a guy that went to the Marine Corps. It really is a rags to riches kind of story, right? Like he went from, fucking hanging out with Meemaw and Peepaw all the way to being the VP of one of the biggest countries, one of the most powerful nations on the planet. I mean, that is no small thing. I genuinely do think at a core, there is probably some conviction of this guy that, exists, right? But to see the fact that like he's still defending it, like, bro, this is not going to help your chances in the future for becoming president of the United States, which is, from my understanding, the goal of being the VP to begin with. And the other thing is, look, if we really care about justice, especially justice towards children, it's time to really think critically about this, okay? Look, I don't care what side you're on. I just think that a government should not be run or should have any traces of people that have harmed children, okay? And that's not even like a hot take. That's just like everyone in the world should, in theory, be able to come together and agree on that one salient fact. You know, I feel like times have changed since like 2016 when all of this shit began. Before that, I feel like most of the world was kind of boring in regards to this stuff, but we're just on this everlasting roller coaster where inertia just continues to keep going and the outlandish absurdity of life just keeps evolving. You know, it's funny, you play like video games like Grand Theft Auto and you look at a parody version of the United States. And now, for me, I'm not just excited to play GTA 6 because of the gameplay, I'm just excited to see how you parody a world that is a parody of itself at this point. It's fucking insanity. And of course, people still try to both sides of this. Look, guys like Clinton, guys like Trump, guys like Biden, guys like any of these people, okay? Any of these individuals, I always question. And when these people are in the 50th birthday book, and some of them, despite claiming fake news, it just makes me think more and more.
No, I need it this week. This week.
From cups to espresso machines, get everything you need without the stress. That's the Webstaurant way.
Technical engineering expertise, advanced customization options. Get quality printed parts manufactured to perfection at Protolabs.
And he calls it a dead issue. And in fact, the press secretary, who might as well be equivalent to like the North Korean, like, they have the anchor woman in North Korea that just like fucking spouts all the shit for dear leader. You know, she's like, as I've said all along, it's very clear Donald Trump did not draw this picture and he did not sign it. Trump's legal team will continue to aggressively pursue litigation. We live in fucking clown world, man. God damn. And again, people will say, oh, you're just deranged on the guy. I mean, like, listen. Call a man deranged, but at this point, I like to at least tell my audience to think fucking critically, okay? Look, I've covered a lot of horrific shit on my channel. I've covered a lot of horrific stuff. So this is not out of my wheelhouse. Me commenting on this is not out of my wheelhouse. It's a genuine interest to me to at least see that disgusting underbelly of the world. And because I see it, I genuinely like to help and tell people to think critically about what they see. Look, what's in this 50-page book is not some crazy bombshell right off the bat, okay? It's just, again, another piece of this ever-evolving story. But what's crazy about it is something that a month ago was considered to be just fake news, a lie, now appears to be not so much fake news. And in fact, looking deeper into this, there's even more of a, there's more of a view on the troubled psyche of a guy like Epstein to have some of the craziest shit in his 50th birthday. So usually people on their 50th birthday will reflect on reaching, like a significant milestone in their life. But this version of reflecting is oftentimes more creepy. And I've read through the 200 plus pages of this documentation. And there were parts where, again, what I showed you was stuff that personally stuck out to me. But there's a lot more in this that, when you look at the context of everything that has happened, it all starts to kind of make sense. And look, I'm not saying that, every single person that is like inside this book was the best friend of somebody like Epstein. But to me, when I see the story change so much, all I can do is question reasonably, okay? Simple as that. That's all anybody can do. A lot of people can gaslight me into being like Alex Jones and like trying to fucking, trying to be deranged about something, but I don't really feel deranged. And I think more and more people, the more and more they look into it, because the information's all out there. I've shown you can go to the House Oversight Committee, you can read this documentation for yourself. Everything I've shown you is fresh from the Oversight Committee, okay? So you can verify all of this stuff for yourself. But in verification of it, I really hope that, some people start to question their government a little bit more. If this was any other government that wasn't the United States, people would probably never have the chance to talk about it. But you guys live in a country where the freedom of speech is paramount, and you have the freedom to criticize your leaders and hold them accountable. And I think realistically, you should hold everyone, whether they be a loony leftist or a fucking, a rambunctious rightoid. You should be fucking putting everyone accountable for it, okay? The people that lead you should be people that don't have any connection to sick fucks like this, in the slightest. But we don't live in that world, so at least try to keep it accountable. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it, I am out.
Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? With Chews by Hims, you can regain your hair and your confidence. Our chews are powered by clinically proven ingredients like minoxidil and finasteride, so you can grow thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months. Your treatment is 100% personalized to your hair goals and comes at an affordable price that works for your budget, so you can step out with full confidence. Hats off to hair growth with treatment that works for you. Start today at hims.com.
Sierra Network is an AI-based defense network that is wrapped around the planet, and it's been here for pretty much forever. It uses 3 layers of sphere architecture, and it's responsible for many paranormal effects, including poltergeist activity. And you can see the Type 1B formation right here, and this is the Type 2.
Okay, and they're illuminated because
they're powered up. They're ready to go.
They're ready to do what? What exactly does go mean? Fire a directed energy weapon?
Possibly, yeah.
Oh my god. And now it blew up, and it's in outer space, and it's no longer there.
So this was taken over Florida, and again, you can see the Type 2 and the Type 1B formation right there. So the Type 1's here, and the Type 2 is taken off a cruise ship. This was over Barcelona. And then here you've got multiple examples of the same thing, all over the world, all different times.
They're always in this formation?
Always in the same formations.
Do you speculate that the United States government, or at least some faction of it, is completely aware of this system?
A friend of mine was in 30 East Drive. He was laying on the sofa. He said there was a big flash, and he opened his eyes and he saw a woman standing and looking over him, and she was in uniform. We did a search on the uniform, and it was Space Force.
So what does that mean? Wait, hold on. What does that mean?
I think Space Force is well aware of it, and I think that they probably work in tandem with them. We were filming in this tunnel. Some of the sensors went off. We saw something like a figure. What looks to be like a large grey kind of guy with big teardrop eyes. And he walks up to the strobe, looks down, looks at us, and carries on walking. The problem is because we live on the surface and we produce all these high energy emissions that are going into space. We are announcing where we are exactly to trillions and trillions of solar systems with trillions and trillions of planets. And all it takes is one of them to say, "Oh, you have something we want." The odds are against us.
The dark forest theory.
Yeah.
Hi, Patrick from Germany here. In July 2013 in Germany, near the French border, around 10:30 at night, my partner and I saw a massive pitch black triangular craft that just descended and stopped just 10 meters or 30 feet above us. It had 3 bright lights, made no sound whatsoever, and seemed to paralyze us. We couldn't move or react, and the triangle then, after performing a sharp zigzag movement, shot off into the sky, just leaving streaks of light behind. It was so fast that we couldn't believe it. We felt confused, almost like time had warped. That moment completely changed me forever. Before I was a strict atheist, and now I just know that there's more out there.
Just a quick reminder, guys, don't forget to check out our brand new Area 52 tees. These classic tees feature the Area 52 logo embroidered on the front and printed on the back. They're super comfy. Check them out, area52.shop. Ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to welcome to the skiff Patrick Jackson, author of The Sphere Network. Now, I was really interested in the work that he's been doing because, as some of you know at home, I've also myself been sort of toying with this hypothesis of a network that is interacting with us. And it seems like you've done a lot of work into this little network, or this large network, I should say. And I'm looking forward to discussing that with you today. Welcome, Patrick.
Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. Now, you flew in from the UK.
Yes.
You're in Cambridge?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for making the trip out here. I hope it was seamless. I know it was a long trip.
It was a long one, but it was fun.
So, Patrick, we're going to be looking through at first. Now, just for the audience at home, you stressed the importance of running me through this slideshow prior to our conversation. So we're going to have a conversation. We're going to delve into, hypotheticals and all sorts of like fun stuff. But prior to that, you thought it was really important that I and the audience sit through a quick little slideshow letting us know exactly, technically, what exactly it is we're dealing with. But prior to getting into this, can you just give us like an oversight of what the Sphere Network is?
Hero Wars! Play in the next tab for free now.
I got a call from the White House saying, "How dare you?"
Ironic that the party that calls itself tolerance is so intolerant. People need to make some sort of decision.
It's getting harder and harder to keep your head in the sand. We have about half of people graduating from high school functionally illiterate. It says a lot about the twisted priorities and our government.
How do we fix this?
By firing those who are abusing their power. And if they are allowed to remain in power, my deep fear is that the country that I love and am willing to die for will be lost.
This is going to be a lot of fun. Our
Yes.
audience is gonna
I
just
know.
love this. Okay, so you're one of my favorite troublemakers. I'm actually creating a collection of positive role models that are willing to cause trouble.
Yes. We need them. We need more.
We need more, right? I want to start with the obvious. Tulsi, you have been a disappointment to the Democratic Party.
To say the least.
Raised you from an early age, I think in your 20s, and they couldn't control you. And so now they hate you. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, the Sierra Network is an AI-based defense network that is wrapped around the planet. And it's been here for pretty much forever. It uses 3 layers of sphere architecture, is controlled from the ground up, and it's responsible for many paranormal effects, including poltergeist activity.
Interesting.
That's where my interest started, was actually trying to reverse engineer what poltergeists were. I come from a background of IT and databases and reverse engineering. And I've always been like yourself, a very big skeptic of stuff. So I decided to hire out the most aggressive poltergeist house in the UK just to see if I could see anything. And I was there for 4 days, and it was the longest 4 days of my life. And because within 15 minutes of being in the place, crazy stuff started happening.
Really?
Yeah.
You documented this?
Oh yeah, it's all on tape. Everything's all documented, and but what I went in there specifically for was to start to see if I could notice any patterns, because 30 East Drive is a very small building.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to start spotting the patterns compared to, say, a big building like a castle.
Right.
Because you just wouldn't be able to, it's so large, you wouldn't be able to see anything going on. There'd be noises all over the place.
Right.
But in 30 East Drive, because it's so small, it's actually very straightforward to reverse engineer what's going on there, because it's pretty much the same patterns keep reoccurring.
Now, you say 30 East Drive.
Yeah.
For those in the audience, maybe like myself, who aren't familiar, this is a haunted house, a famous haunted house in the UK.
Yeah, it's actually voted one of the most aggressive poltergeists in the UK. In fact, the police don't even go in there.
Really?
Yeah. So and it's been active for going on, I think, 30, 40 years. And it's had an army of priests go in there, it's had investigators going there, it's had everything. And it's still there, and it still does all the same things it did
Was it like
40
a
years ago.
murder or something?
No. Well, I mean, they try and tie it to a priest who died there or something going back 40 years, but
you have another idea of what this could be.
Well, the fact is that in England, UK specifically, is that you would be lucky to find a bit of ground where someone didn't die.
Yeah, that's right.
Because of our history and all that. So, you could take any bit of land and say, oh, someone died there 400 years ago.
Yeah.
But what these what the mainstream paranormal investigators do is, like a building will become active, and then all they do is they just hit the history books, because they just assume it's dead people, and then they find, oh, there was a murder there 30, 40 years ago. They've come back to haunt it, and that's really it, and they roll with it, and that's how the mainstream deals with it. But my approach was very different. I just went in there as a blank sheet and just started just to see what I would find.
Yeah.
Because what I noticed very first was the behavior patterns in this building specifically are not human behavior patterns. Humans have a very distinct behavior pattern. They're quite sociable creatures, even the bad ones. Even the ones in jail. They're they're still sociable creatures, and they want to communicate. And the fact is that everyone's has that auntie who talks too much. And tells the world everything.
Right.
So if she died and she could talk back to you somehow, she'll be telling the world, "Oh, it's awesome here." You know what I mean?
She wouldn't just be moving stuff around.
No, what you get in poltergeist specifically is you get banging, scratching, objects thrown, things catching fire,
cupboards opening, closing.
That's right. Yeah, you get strange electrical effects. You get headaches. You get nausea. You pass out. All very distinctive patterns.
Yeah.
And this replicates all around the world.
Yeah, and for those wondering where a good example of this might be, you don't have to look any further than what's happening on Skinwalker Ranch, really, and the history thereof.
Yeah.
You know, you've got a large, vast history of poltergeist activity there, but not only that, just like you said, you've got people falling ill to what seems like some type of radiation sickness.
Correct. Yeah, because it's the same thing all over the world. It's the same system all over the world.
Okay, so I mean, this is really interesting. So all of a sudden, we go from I didn't expect this turn, I'll be honest. Like when we started discussing this, to go from poltergeist activity, I can jump from that to aliens pretty quickly. Like myself, I can go, no, it's interdimensional beings. But going from what we're going to be looking at now in a second is we're going from poltergeist activity to AI.
Yeah.
I did not expect that leap. Can you talk us a little bit through that?
Yeah, I just have to get you to this slide here. So
we're going to be pulling these slides up as well in post so that you guys can follow along.
So just to give an example, this here is 30 East Drive. And you can see it's a normal building, brick building, and then you've got this bit attached to the side of it. And this bit here is the most important part.
That's the haunted part?
That's where the main events occur, like the banging occurs. But actually all the activity occurs on the top floors here. But this is where the actual banging occurs down here. So this is actually the staircase inside the building. And if you get your meters out, and if you walk up these stairs right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he's using a Dorilla pillow. How can you tell? Have you heard about Dorilla Ergo? It's the cutting-edge ergonomic pillow that people actually look forward to laying their heads on. It's time to stop accepting old, sweaty, bacteria-ridden, spine-bending pillows. This marvel of sleep architectural design is here to mega boost your health to another level. Here are 9 trailblazing reasons why Dorilla Ergo is an absolute game changer in sleep technology. 1. Reduce snoring. Mouth breathing ruins sleep and raises cortisol levels. The ergonomic shape of Dorilla raises your chin and opens up your breathing tract, which not only reduces snoring, but also increases oxygen intake needed to reduce stress and improve cognitive function. 2. Improved posture. Dorilla Ergo is meticulously engineered to promote optimal body alignment and reduce morning pains and stiffness. It minimizes the risk of chronic pain in the jaw, neck, spine, and back while restoring a correct and healthy posture. 3. Stress reduction. Poor sleep posture spikes cortisol, which affects metabolism, hormone imbalance, muscle growth, and serotonin production. It also contributes to collagen breakdown, skin elasticity loss, and sagging skin appearance. Dorilla Ergo promotes proper alignment, ensuring you get deep, restorative sleep that helps keep cortisol levels in check. 4. Improved circulation. If you often wake up with a numb or tingling arm, you are cutting off circulation to it while you sleep. This can affect your sleep quality and even result in nerve damage. Dorilla's ram horn design elevates your head and reduces pressure on your shoulders, improving circulation. 5. Optimize sleep. On average, people don't get enough sleep, which impacts the rest of their daily lives. Whether it's poor sleeping positions, snoring, discomfort, or breathability, Dorilla is your optimal solution to address these issues and improve your quality of sleep and your quality of life. 6. Breathable and durable material. Average pillows lose their shape and elasticity quickly, resulting in poor head support, tossing and turning, and interrupted sleep. But Dorilla's advanced breathable memory foam retains its shape throughout while still offering ultimate comfort. 7. Facial support. Bad sleep posture causes jaw misalignment and bloated, puffy skin. Dorilla Ergo's unique design supports your jaw, reducing tension and puffiness while protecting your skin's elasticity. 8. Universal design. Dorilla Ergo is designed to promote healthy alignment no matter which position you sleep in. It's perfect for pregnant women and those recovering from injuries. No matter how you like to sleep, Dorilla will feel just right. 9. Ear protection. Enjoy music, podcasts, or white noise without earbud pressure causing discomfort. Dorilla Ergo's ear gap lets you comfortably listen to your tunes, even while lying on your side. But there's more. Just click the link below to grab your exclusive discount. Thousands of satisfied customers are already waking up refreshed, pain-free, and full of energy. Join them today and experience the pillow that's changing lives. Time is ticking, so don't wait. Click the link now and transform your sleep forever.
Oh yeah. Ooh. That's sissy. Oh yeah. That's nice. Incredible. That's hot. So hot.
are no longer allowed. Look at KieferUsedCars.com on the clock.
You'll feel dizzy every time you walk past these steps. You feel dizzy, and it's like a sudden dizziness. That's the way you describe it. But also, if you have like your EMF detectors and other detectors and stuff, if you put it at the top here, you'll get a very high electrical emissions, like literally off the scale. It's very high energy source.
Really?
Yeah.
And you have footage of that and
It's all I've
documents
got it
of that?
all on my YouTube and X and stuff. It's all documented.
Interesting.
So even if you turn all the power off in the house, it's still there.
Electromagnetic fields.
Yeah, and you can say, okay, that's very strange. You shouldn't be there.
Is that like? Could that be like cell phones? Could that be like no?
No, because I'm the only one in there,
right?
Or everybody else is outside or something. And this energy source is very specific, and you can actually it moves around. So you can put your detector there, it will go down, and you put it up there, and it goes up again.
Interesting.
So it's a high energy source that's moving around. So this is the same staircase right here, and what people are seeing are these like black masses moving around. And
right.
This is actually very common. People see this a lot. They mostly see it in basements and attics, and it looks like a black mass that moves really fast. It's like it'd be there and then it goes like that real quick. It's like instant acceleration. It can move without weight or resistance, and it moves at a set rate of speed, and it moves in a digital way. So it's not like speeding up. It just goes like that, very, very fast. So I got hold of this image here, and this is the black mass as it goes past. And what you see, this is like a filtered image, so to bring out the detail. And you have a lot of noise all up here, but then right in the middle here, just the top center, you see what looks to be a small ball or a small sphere. And that kind of caught my interest because I was like, well, that's an artificial shape in noise. That's from an IT point of view, that's like
right. A round object would be artificial.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. Digital object might be a little bit more jagged.
Correct. Yeah. So this is another image I got hold of, and this here is again filtered image, and what comes out is a small silver ball. It's about the size of a baseball, and it's hovering off the ground. And when I saw this, I was in because what my process was, I spent 4 days there, and I had it all filmed, and then I went. Took it all to my workplace, and then I'd finish work at like 5:30, and I would work from 5:30 to 7:30 every night for like 3 months to try and find something in the noise, something I could spot.
Just looking through footage.
Just looking, I was obsessed with it.
Prior to AI.
Oh,
really
yeah.
Being,
This is before all that.
A lot easier today.
Yeah. And so I was really obsessed with it. I would like wake up in the morning, 5 a.m, and it would be just on my head. It was like a machine in my head. I explain it to people and they think, it's crazy, but it's like I have a machine in my head that goes through all these different models. Like you can take all these data points and you can it can model all these different ideas and stuff, and
essentially a computer.
And I can't do it with anything else. I can't do it with maths or anything, but I can do it with this for some reason. And so anyway, I finally saw this, and when I saw it, it was like all the jigsaw puzzles parts all just clicked together.
So prior to this, you didn't have working theory.
I had a couple, but they all fell through very quick.
I see. And so, the whole sphere network theory wasn't something you were looking for.
No.
Right. Okay. I think that's an important distinction here, because going into something like this, having, some bias could definitely, you could see how, okay, maybe that's a sphere, maybe that's this, maybe that's that.
I had this other theory, which I worked on for a while, but it fell through within 15 minutes. I had a theory called quantum mirroring. That was it. And what it was I kind of thought, well, okay, well, if maybe there's a way that we're like in a parallel, or the timelines can cross, something like that, and then you see projections from the past.
Sure.
And I was thinking, well, what can do
Valid that? Idea, I think, yeah.
And I thought, well, what can do that? Well, gravity itself is connected to time. Maybe the alignments of the planets could somehow bend the timelines to cross over, and then you see shadows of the past, something like that. And for a while, I thought that's a pretty valid one that might work.
Also, sounds like astrology.
Yeah. So I thought, well, because there's also a degree of clockwork when it comes to these paranormal stuff. Right. So I thought, well, stars are clockwork because they have a certain pattern and movement and the timing. So maybe the changes in the gravitational effects of the planets can affect the timeline, which can
Right.
cause a blur.
Kind of like the moon affects the tide.
Something, yeah. But more I thought about it, the more it kind of fell to pieces, because if that was the case, it wouldn't just be happening in one location, it would be happening everywhere.
Good point. Okay.
You know what I mean? So everyone would be seeing the same thing all over the planet. And then when I was in 30 East Drive, on my first night, I was just upstairs and I just said, "Is anyone here?" You know, and the door banged 8 times. And I was like, "Well, there's no one downstairs." And I got that on tape as well. And there's no one there, and it's a sealed door and no one can get there. And it was very distinct.
Huh.
And I'm thinking to myself, okay, well that broke that theory.
Yeah.
So that I just started from scratch again. And
I mean, as a magician and an entertainer, the first thing that I think is there's someone down there.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or there's some sort of mechanics or technology.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so was there any way of ruling that out?
Oh yeah, you can just go in there. It's just like an empty concrete room.
Yeah.
And the door, and that's it. It's all sealed. There's nothing there. There's no it's not like there's air going in and causing a suction or anything like that. It's just a room.
Yeah, we're assuming that this is paranormal though, but there is like a part of me has to remain a little skeptical for that, because if this is a famous haunted hub, then, you know, rightfully there would be a reason to attract, you know, tourism to it as well. Am I incorrect?
Well, originally it was a private house.
Right.
But then after because this has been haunted for 30, 40 years. In the beginning it was a private house, but then eventually the people who owned it sold it to the guy who owns it now, a guy called Bill. But obviously no one wants to buy it because it was.
But Bill probably runs tours and stuff. Like,
yeah, he rents it out.
So,
yeah,
like for me, that's like always got to be up there as well. Like, I mean, there is obviously that doesn't negate what we're seeing here, but it does. It should be added into the equation.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. And I would think the same thing if I hadn't seen it before. But
Sure.
Again, I just went in there like as a clear kind of like a like an
unbiased. Let's just go.
Just see what I find.
Sure.
And this is what I found. So yeah, we spotted this small silver ball hovering off the ground, and when I saw that, it was like
Webster Store.
30 chairs, non-squeak.
Webster Store.
15 non-wobbly.
Webster
Store. Lights.
Webster Store.
Where are we going to find all this stuff?
I already ordered it.
Huh? All of it?
Webster Store for whatever your restaurant needs.
Can you please just hear me out? No, all work management platforms are the same. Monday.com is the one you'll actually love to use. Did you see the dashboards? They update in real time from your team's day to day, so you're always in control.
No freaking way. I don't have to put the data in myself?
Are you for real? Monday.com handles all the boring stuff, so you can focus on what really matters.
You know what? I'm ready to fall in love again.
Thanks, Talking Llama. Monday.com, the first work platform you'll love to use.
okay, eureka. And in fact, when I, because I've been working so long at this, when I saw it, I actually started shaking. It was like some sort of shock hit me, and I was like, "Oh fuck!"
Ontologically,